Yeah, we about to go live.
That's all right. As long as you ain't slow down.
Act like you got them skate. 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 Go live, I'm finna go live. 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 Go live, I'm finna go live.
Oh man, V12. Oh, golly. Already got 103 in the building. Y'all hit the like button, subscribe button.
Hey, listen,
man.
Go. It's the finale, y'all. So call somebody, text somebody, page somebody, next tell mobile somebody. Hey, this is the last one, and you know how it's about to be. Everybody's up. We about to go in ham. We opening up the lines. Hey, there was a movie called This Is Us, right? Or a show called This Is Us. That's my name. Hey, welcome to This Is Us. Talk to him, coach.
I ain't really got nothing to say, bro. Listen, man, I'm going to go through this deal. I'm going to let the people voice their opinion. We've been talking for the past 13 weeks, and I think we've talked enough. Here's what I'm going to do. Just straight up, I don't have to go through all this. We know what the box score is. The thing was 42-16. Was a bad showing. First three drives, we had three different quarterbacks. It didn't show well. Tyler Van Dyke got hurt. I'm just kind of recapping for maybe some people who are working in third shift or whatever, didn't get a chance to see it. Tyler Van Dyke got hurt. Our rushing game was abysmal. I mean, Knighton had 7 carries for 72 yards. Parrish had 7 carries. Chaney had 2. Borgalis, Lord have mercy, looked like somebody threw him out of Jeep on the fake. Latson had 1. Whatever. Garcia came in 17 for 27, 63%, 192 yards, 2 touchdowns. Van Dyke 4 for 8, 50%. I ain't gonna read the rest of that stuff. Receiving, we finally did get more than 3 on the board, but we actually had 1, 2. We had 9 different receivers catch a ball, but Mallory had the most reception in 9 receptions for 103 yards and a touchdown. Defensively, James Williams had 10 tackles, man. And Caleb Johnson had 8. So I said what I had to say with that. I'm gonna let everybody jump in. Like I said, we already got 220 in the building.
Well, let me go in. Let me go in while everybody's hopping in, y'all. Hey, like I say, text somebody. We live. It's the last show. Let me tell you something, Coach. This is a microcosm of the season. So I'm not even upset because it's a microcosm of the season. We didn't deserve to go to a bowl game. We didn't play bowl eligible football this season, and this is what happens when you don't have that. You mean to tell me on senior night, the score was 28, almost 35-3, and we couldn't muster up anything. But I'm not upset because, remember, this guy's supposed to be the savior. I just want to say this, guys, ladies and gentlemen, everybody in chat, K Nation, listen. We have a long way to go. And let me tell you why. We're going to lose a lot of players. And if you think it's going to be easy next year again, you got something coming. I'm not making any predictions right now. But let me just say this. I just listened to Lincoln Riley speak when that dog, Caleb Williams, just got busy. And the one thing he said that I respect about Lincoln Riley, he said, people from the outside looking in, they thought it was easy. He said we have to change the culture. And right now, we have an identity problem and a culture problem at the U. That's just the bottom line. Y'all can flail y'all hands. Y'all can go whatever you want to do. Stomp your feet. It's finally over. We did not deserve it. Coach and I have been forecasting this the entire year, right? And now it has come to fruition. Now the season starts. Now to prepare for next year, but we got a long way to go.
Yeah, so here we go. Rob Duke says, good job quitting on Mario cowards. I haven't quit on Mario. I've said this before. I put it in my Twitter feed. I guess my tweet. I tweeted that I've said this all year. This is not a one-person problem. It's a coaching problem. It's a player problem. It's a establishment problem. It's a program problem. Everybody needs to raise their hand, and I'm done with it. Here's what I'm going to do with the phone lines. I'm literally going to hold tight to it because a lot of people are already in here. 360 people. Big shout out to Coach Coop, man. I didn't come on early because I know Coach Coop does the live show where he's watching, so I know people wanted me to come on, but I didn't want to step on Coop's toes in that sense. So I respected the game in that deal, right? It's kind of an unwritten rule. I don't have to, but he doesn't have to. But we just kind of unwritten rule and we respect each other, and therefore that's what it is. But I'm gonna open this up. I'm gonna put the 2-minute time on there. I don't want to be mean or be rude and interrupt you, but you got 2 minutes. It's running on the clock. It's about a 10-second delay if you're watching it on your phone or your TV as you're talking to me. Wrap it up. It's almost like a rap battle. Get your last little bars out, and I'm gonna cut you off, and we'll give a quick response and get the next person in. And like I say, come jump on the couch. All right. To all of my donos, like this one from Falcon X with the 305s. Canes have 11 great players. I'm gonna get those in there. I may not be able to read them out there based on what's going on if they're coming in, but I will get it done. So bear with us. But Falcon X, I appreciate that, bro. Let's go and get this thing rocking and rolling. Let's put the phone line up. You got a 2 minutes, 321-328-8235. Call in. You can vent. You can whatever. Try to please keep your cursing to a minimum. I know it's a little late, but we still keep kids low. I mean, look at this, boy. My goodness. We already got Brother Jay Blaze on the line. Give me 1 second, Brother Jay. Let me just finish my last comment. And we'll get this thing rocking and rolling. Canes Falcon X. Canes need 22 great players. You're 100% right. Brother Jay Blaze, you know I love you, but you got 2 minutes. Talk to us, baby.
Oh, yeah, I'm hurt. I don't even want 2 minutes. I'm hurt. The better days coming. That's all I want to say. And, hey, Coach, on that fantasy, man, congratulations, baby. You win a championship. And much love to B12, man. Love y'all. It's been the worst year of my life, man. Mother passed away. Man, my dad, man, is hanging on by a thread. And this year is I don't even want to remember this year. That's how bad it is. I'm going through something. But
I know, brother. But I'm gonna say this to you.
Man.
I'm gonna say this to you, though, Blaze. Right? This is a game, and you know this, man. And I understand that, and we always gonna have your back, man, as a youth family, and even me personally. We're gonna know each other over this past couple of years, man. You know, I always got your back, man. And these days with the Canes come and go. You understand? These days won't even be remembered, but your family will, man. So hold that chin up, baby. I'm standing right here with you and behind you because I got your back, dog. You understand me? And then you always know that. Anytime you call me, I'm going to pick the phone up. So ain't number the phone call away, bro.
Yeah. Love y'all. I love my Miami Hurricanes, man. Better days coming. Love y'all, man.
Hey, Blaze, like what Coach, hey, Blaze, listen, you know, what Coach saying is the real deal. You know, football bring us together, win, lose, or draw. And it wasn't, you know, it's a game. But at the end of the day, you know I'm up here, Blaze. So we done chopped up a couple times.
Yeah.
If you, I'm just a text, a phone call away. And you know, if you need me, man, holler at me, brother. I'm up here, man. Like we do what we gotta do. We can walk the pond, get some fresh air. You know what I mean? Put them big coats on.
We all see each other, man. We all see each other. I'm gonna see Coach Hayes come down there, everything.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we definitely make it happen, man. But Blaze, I appreciate you, baby, as always, man.
Always a loyal fan, man, for sure. Take care, Blaze.
All right, real quick, man. Big shout out to Blaze, man. Y'all put prayers up for him and his family. A lot of people go through things. A lot of people come here to vent, man, and get things off their chest. And, you know, we want to do things that feel good, man. Teams that we cheer for, we want them to do well as well. But, you know, those things happen real quick before I get to the next caller. 999 from Shad. Shad, you got to holler at me, dog. I need to talk to you. I told y'all go check Shad out. H&L in the building. Do me a favor, throw his link up there again. Go follow his channel for the 999. Last game of the year, and man, he's still being blamed. Yeah. You know what, Shad? You can't worry about that kind of stuff, man. It is what it is. 412 in the building. We got 954 area code. Caller, talk to us. You literally have 2 minutes to get it off your chest. Talk to us, caller.
All right, what's up, Coach? This is Lakers all day. What's up?
Lakers, what's up, baby?
What's up, Lakers?
Hey, how y'all doing? Hey, man, we got to go fire Gaddis, and we got to go fire the defensive coordinator tonight. We got to fire both of them tonight. And, you know, for like the defensive coordinator, we have to go get Brian Flores, man. We have to go pay him some. You know what I'm saying? We have to go pay him and go get him on the defense because You know what I'm saying? He's like a no-nonsense coach too, just like Mario. You know what I'm saying? And he knows about this. You know, he knows defense. I don't know anything about the offense, but if we fire both of them and go get Brian Flores, I think the defense would be good.
All right, so what do you think about offensively? What do you think? Okay, you gave a solution for Brian Flores. What do you think about offensively? Who should we go after?
I can't really tell you who should we go after, but we just need somebody that's gonna play spread, send spread out the wide receivers. You know what I'm saying? Like, just like learn how to just like to make the quarterback the main priority and let the wide receivers do their thing. That's it. That's what kind of coach we need. I don't know about the coaching on offense, but that's it on defense though. But that's it, coach.
I appreciate it, Lakers all day. We'll go ahead and respond to that as we get the next call in. But thank you as always for supporting and watching the channel, man. Appreciate you.
Ain't no problem. Y'all have a good night.
You too, man. Go Kane.
For sure.
All right, man. Appreciate that, man. Listen, hey, that's huge right there. He brought up some things. Here's the only thing I'm going to ask. I understand people want to vent, but I'm big on if we present a problem, let's present solutions, potential solutions. That don't mean they have to be, but I like the fact that he brought up Brian Flores, right, from the defensive side. Let's just start getting some names out there. If that's what y'all want, I'm cool with it, right? But we can't present problems and not present potential solutions. We got another call on the line, and Miss T. Hines told me straight up, you got 2 minutes, D from Duval. I already know who this is.
Goddamn, coach, and how you doing? And V12, how you doing?
I'm doing well.
I'm good, man.
Hey, I didn't even watch the game, and I'm just listening to what y'all saying. Is this just a reciprocation of the last few games? Gaddis got to go, and still got to go. Now, as far as the defense, you got Charlie Strong sitting right there, and coach, when I came down there to the podcast live down there for Florida State game, it's very simple to fix. It's very simple, the defense. He been playing or maximizing as much as he can on the base defense. Every change that the offense made, Kevin Steele is not making no changes either, man. I'm trying to think. I'm trying to make it real simple and quick. Gaddis offense is designed the way that I watched Georgia play today and I watched Michigan play today. He don't have the personnel to coach that type of defense. And the thing that I agree with y'all on that y'all said last week and the week before that is that a real coach adapts to his personnel, and he has not adapted to his personnel. I don't even know what to say about TVD and the coaching the quarterback carousel. Man, until we get a solidified quarterback, we ain't going nowhere.
You know what, D? I totally go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt. Go ahead.
Go ahead. No, go ahead, coach. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying, but that was it, man. But no, you're 100% right. The quarterback, we got to figure out what's going on. It's the carousel of love out here. I get it. TVD was back. I said earlier, I think I was talking to a buddy of mine on the phone. If TVD comes back, I know that people posed that question, but I have to be very honest with you. I thought whatever it wasn't healed. Don't put him out there. It's not worth whatever it could potentially damage later on, whether he stays at Miami or not. I don't think he would have been a difference maker in this game or not. Get the young guy. If you're going to go with Jake, go with Jake. I mean, you gave Ja'Curry one drive, then you take him out. I mean, to me, you're creating more confusion in the locker room by doing what you're doing with the quarterback room. Okay, Ja'Curry comes out Georgia Tech, lights it up. He plays pretty much all of Clemson. Now he comes here. You get one drive and no mas. Like it is what it is, yeah. D. But I appreciate you, bro. We got to keep this thing rolling. Got a lot of people here as always.
Keep it rolling. I'm gonna watch your show, man. Much love to y'all, man.
Thank you, man.
Show.
Thanks, brother.
Yes, sir.
Hey, Coach, before you read that big wig cleaning, I think you made a great point about sometimes to your solution point on defense and probably on offense. Sometimes you don't have to look too much further to find a solution. Now, Charlie Strong is on the team, but there's a difference. You know this, Coach, when you are a consultant and when you are the man on defense. So now we have two potential, by and large. You know, we already have Strong on the team, and people want Flores. So Mario may not have to look far in order to get a defensive coordinator, but I do agree. Adjustment has to be made. We need some new blood, some new invigoration on that defense, and that's what we need. So I think that's a great call, and let's see what happens.
I totally agree. Big wig cleaning for the 1999. Gaddis has to go, and we need to get a new OC. Mario wants to be like Michigan and Georgia. That runs a power spread. I would prefer more up-tempo. So I'm not sure Mario will update the offense based on his philosophy. You know what? I mean, like you said, when people talk about him being stubborn, people talk about different things about him. I don't know. Sometimes as coaches, I have to be very honest. I was guilty of this too. You got to get out your own way. Sometimes you got to know that you got to relinquish your power a little bit for this thing to grow. You can't micromanage everybody. You can't call me to your house to paint your house and they're going to tell me how to paint it. No, the only thing you need to tell me is what color you want it painted. Don't tell me how to paint it if you're going to hire me to paint your house. Also, we got Chris Miranda for the $9.99. Appreciate it. Love the show, Coach. Canes for life, but this game was a disgrace to college football. NCAA needs to clean up the game. Also, I'm tired of seeing the slime finger every time someone makes a first down. I don't know what the slime finger is. Is that the middle finger? You trying to say the middle finger? They're not shooting birdies out there, are they, 12? I don't know the slime. Put in the chat what the slime finger is. I have no idea. But I appreciate that, Chris Miranda. Thank you very much. And I'm going to get this last one before we get the next caller in. Canes 305. $4.99. Coach, do you think Mario has to sit back and evaluate his coaches like he does his players? Of course. Absolutely. All coaches do that. Absolutely. Everybody goes through a post-season evaluation. That happens everywhere, anywhere, even in business life, right? That happens, man. Caller, talk to us, 786. Give us your name, where you're calling from, and you got literally 2 minutes.
Hi, Coach.
Hi, Miss Wilcox. How are you?
After 4 games, I told y'all Gaddis had to go from the start. You never blow out 3 quarterbacks like this. First of all, you choked on the first couple of games, okay? And the thing is this, defense, you got 2 coaches sitting there already. I don't know why Ed Reed won't step up to the plate and be a man. And again, let's get back to this Gaddis. You cannot become a coach when you ever blow out 3 quarterbacks. Okay? He needs to go, and I don't know who's going to pick him up. But the thing is this. You didn't give a full game to each one of your quarterbacks. You switch and switch and switch. That's not a good look. You tumbled down. You didn't man up. You went left. And at the beginning, you could have just said, okay, I'm going to put Brown here. Okay? I'm going to put the other one a whole game to find out which one can do what you want to do. Because the thing is that they're not learning from you. Not at all. You playing games, you shuffle, and you lost. It's time for you to go, new coaches. And the thing that's going to happen, you got to bring in all new players and start all over. Because at the beginning, I told you all, it hit Mark Richt. Mark Richt was the coach. You all didn't see that. That man you was 11-1, 9-3. You had no problem. You had the SEC on your back to beat anybody's ass. And I'm out.
Bye, Miss Wilcox. Bye. The Oracle has spoken, y'all, and she out. You shuffled and blew out 3 quarterbacks, and she has a very valid point to it.
Very valid point. Then she said,
how many times do you see 3 quarterbacks not the third quarterback picking up mop-up duty or even the second quarterback picking up mop-up duty. We're talking about 3 quarterbacks playing significant time during battles, right? Not mop-up duty quarterbacks you've seen. We're talking about, I mean, I don't know how many different times we've changed starting quarterbacks for each game. Somebody can look that up to find out. Did Jake start? Did this person start? Did that person start? So that's very interesting to find out. I'm gonna read this dono right quick here. And then we'll get to the next caller. Chris Miranda, 499, he says, slime finger when they run their finger under their nose for first down. Young Thug slime stuff. Oh, my bad. I'm old. You talking about this right here? Yeah, I get it. I see that all the time. I didn't know it was called a slime finger. I really didn't know what they were doing. But anyway, I'm old, bro. I got a billy goat, man. So, yes, I see it all the time. You know, man, they shorties, man. I don't know how old you are. I get it, man. You know, I guess it's gang related because you said Young Thug and man, they jits, man. So you know, it is what it is. I really think we need to beside the slime finger, to change course a little bit. They need to stop these kids running on the field after the games because you saw Oregon just got in trouble. Well, not Oregon, but one of the players ended up swinging on one of them students for being up in his face, and they need to now. That's what they need to clean up. If that's your tradition, I know Clemson has that. Let the players get off the field first, the opposing team, and then let them run on to celebrate with their own team. Don't have them people bum rushing the field like that in a high emotional moment. So I just want to say that. But Chris, thank you so much.
Hey,
and Ralph,
go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, listen. Now the Oracle says something. Now again, Coach. Again, we have all this defense. When we sit back at this season, Coach, we gonna be like, did we just get hoodwinked by Mario? Why are all these guys consultants? She made a great point. Ed Reed is what now? He need to step up. She made a valid point. You got Hall of Famers on the staff, but they are consultants. They don't have any power. So if you want to bring the youth back, right, back to work, then these guys have to step up. They got to put their work where their mouth is. Ed Reed is a chief of staff. What does that mean? That's a high price secretary, probably. My thing is this: if you want to bring it back, because there's a difference again. When you were a consultant, you know this, Coach. When you're on the outside looking in, when you're the man, and I appreciate Mr. Wilcox for pointing that out. And the other caller, we have the solutions probably on defense right in our camp. Let's see what happens.
Real quick, if we can get to this caller, Ralph Rawls, and you make a valid point, and so does she. $10. I cannot judge any of our quarterbacks because the offensive line is horrible. We have to find at least 3 linemen in the transfer portal. Very valid point. I'm not going to dispute that at all. Offensive line was bad this year due to a lot of injury. A lot of the chemistry was lost due to shuffling guys around, guys having to do dual roles at tackle. Some guy supposed to really be a center, but now you got to play guard. And yes, that is a huge point. But even at the end of the day, there's still some things I still think they can help them out, as I put, knowing pass protection, know how to build your bulletproof vest in that sense. But let me go ahead and get to this caller. 561 area code. Caller, talk to us. You got 2 minutes. Caller?
Yes, hello?
Yes, we're here.
Yes, good evening, Coach and 12.
Good evening.
How you doing, brother?
I'm doing fine. Listen, I'm a long-time Miami Hurricane fan, but I just got to say that, we learned a thing about the team way back at the second game of the year. We learned that this was just not a very good football team, and there are in each position on the team, especially on offense. We learned that we were not a very, very good offensive team. I don't think we have good quarterbacks. The quarterbacks that we have, that we filtered and we put on the field, they were not up to par. Okay, I don't think coaching or repetition would have solved the problem. Our quarterbacks are not up to par. The offensive line, we knew the offensive line was not very good from last year. From 2 years ago, we've known that.
Mm-hmm.
That whatever expectations or whatever feelings that we're having about the team now, it's our own fault because we saw this 2 years ago. 2 to 3 years ago, we saw that this team was not very good. They were not competitive. They are not. They are not strong or very well conditioned. This team is just not there. On defense, our defense, we're lacking the ability to tackle. There's only two players on the defense that all year by watching this team that have while watching this team, you look at at the players on the team and you go, there's nobody on the team capable of making a tackle. And there's only one person who was doing it all year. And we've known that from the beginning of the year, and that was Kitchen. Kitchen was the only player on defense making tackles on the team. Our defensive line,
right.
is small.
All right, go ahead. You got to wrap it up for us on there. Go ahead. Mm-hmm.
Okay, and it's just that it's our own fault as fans. We expected this team to win 9, 10, 11 games this year.
Right.
And we knew that this was an awful team from last year.
Got you.
I mean, it's our own fault. So let's not blame the coaches. Let's not blame the whomever.
I got
the team was just bad from the beginning.
I got you, man. I appreciate your call. Thank you so much. I want you to, like you say, vent. I'm gonna pose some rebuttals to kind of some of the things you said. But if you'd like to call back in and talk about it, I'm more than welcome to that. But thank you so much for calling in, brother.
Thank you.
Bye now.
Thank you.
All right, real quick. Oh, we got another caller. They're hot right now. Caller, give me 1 second. Let me finish this point. Kevin. I remember this name, Kevin. Hayes says, you're exactly right to every caller. Why don't you call in, Kevin? And I'm see if I'm going to say you're exactly right when you call in. See, you one of them cats that like to stir the pot, and I like to settle the pot. So, Kevin, I want you to call in. I remember that name, Kevin. So, Kevin, call on in here, and let's chop it up. Don't Twitter finger me to death. Don't chat me to death. Call in. You got a straight shot line right here. And let's talk about it. I even give you more than 2 minutes because I need that. Because Coach fired up. And I'm hot. And I ain't ready to play. All right. Real quick, caller, before I get you, let me put this. Oh, I missed it. I'm sorry, 12. Put that back up. I missed it. Knox Kane 94, $5. Bet Nebraska wins more games next year. Great hire by Nebraska, who they just hired Matt Rule from the Panthers, who was previous coach of Baylor. Tired of excuses for this staff. And the next one is Kane's 305-189. Coach, next year is not going to be any better. Well, we'll talk about that, but I appreciate it. Caller 305 area code. Give us your name, where you're calling from, and you got 2 minutes.
Mr. Hayes and V, this is Chug Mo Beer.
Chug Mo! Talk to me, baby. Hold up, Chug. Wait a minute. I got to pause your timer because I got to chug.
Brother Chug, we needed you all season, Brother Chug, and you ain't never lied with that name.
Yeah.
Chug.
All right, Chug. Talk to us, baby.
I don't know, Coach. I mean, I think sometimes people say the simple answer is just to blame the players, but I believe it's a lot deeper than that. It's a lot of combinations of, I believe, the scheme, the coaching not meshing together, some players, not buying in or not fitting the scheme that they wanted to place in this year. I think coaches and players, I think there's blame to go around for everybody. The last 5 home games were 0-5, outscored 204-95 or something like that. It's like every time we lose, we get blown out. I don't know. In a way, it's like I'm I never thought I'd say this, but I'm glad this season is over because I don't know how many more blowouts I can take.
It's
what
tough.
Do you guys
Chug.
think? I don't know.
Chug, like I say, it's tough. You're 100% right. Especially, I know you're a season ticket holder and all of that, but it is a tough pill to swallow, especially with all the expectations and the hype that came around this and all the fanfare. I mean, ESPN talked about this. Kirk Herbstreit comes out and kind of is the catalyst to this whole firestorm. And Miami, the university listened, and they did everything that we finally asked for. And nobody was expecting this result, including myself. Like, you understand where I'm going with that? Like,
Yeah.
Kirk Herbstreit makes this statement, and it sets off a whirlwind. Miami says, okay, guess what? They waved a white flag. We're not going to fight y'all anymore. What do you need? We'll give it to you. He wants top money. I need this, 100 million, blah, blah, blah. Whatever you need, I got you. And we weren't expecting this, man. 12, anything to say in response to that?
No, listen, Chug, if you go back to what I was, coach, we haven't been fluid all season. And one thing I like to give credit where credit is due. Remember this. I remember sitting here and coach called, I think we had a live maybe. And coach, we was on and coach said, 12, that spring game, it was something about that spring game, 12, that it ain't right. And I'm the optimist. I said, coach, it's spring and, let's just, but coach said, V is something. We in the stands and it's something ain't right. He called it in the beginning. And that's what it was. And then I started to watch some things the first game and second game. And I'm like, coach, I see what you're seeing. We don't have a very good football team. Wow, everybody's going crazy. We saw sometimes when you see things in the spring, you got to believe it. Coach said in the beginning, we do not have a what? Put it in the chat. Put it in the chat what coach said. It's been his theme. Give coach credit now. I know sometimes he be tripping, but sometimes he be but he's wrong. Coach said we do not have a what? A difference.
I ain't have one of these. We ain't have none of these right here. This dude right here. A difference maker.
A difference maker. We didn't have a Caleb Williams. We ain't have Buddy from South Carolina. We ain't have the running back from Tennessee. We don't have a difference maker. And he was right. You got to have a couple of those on your team. And this is where we are. But guess what? Got blinded, coach. And I understand why. Because we got the flashy new Maserati. I'm done. Get them likes up. 620. We need 700 in the chat, man. Let's go. 700.
Chug, Mo, I appreciate you, man. As always, we're going to get this thing rocking and rolling. And we're not going to stop, man. We're going to keep it going. All right, buddy. Thank you, man. All right. Real quick, man. Let me put this up here. For those who like to donate on Cash App, I'll go ahead and put this out here as well. Phone line is jumping. Real quick shout out Christopher Ford. That's a difference maker right here. And Chris says, Coach, stop saying he about to put my picture in the back. Like, get me, I'm gonna send you a new one. I got it, man. I just ain't had. I promise you, I'm gonna put them up, dog. I promise you, I'm gonna put them up. But real quick, man, Mo Diddley on Cash App for the dub. Didn't leave a comment. Big D from Duval with the dub. And Bethel, he says for next year, right, Coach? So $5 for next year, man. So I appreciate those on Cash App. Thank you so much. And Forbes as well. Hopefully you call in, you can get through, brother. We got a 601 area code. I don't know if that's Mississippi or not. I think it is. But call or talk to us. Give us your name. When you're calling from, you got 2 minutes.
Hey, how you doing, Coach? I'm Mac, Mississippi, man. I was just watching the game tonight, man, and I don't know. I feel like we had a bad start off. Guys kind of quit on us, and it's kind of been showing all season, and I was listening to what the lady said earlier. How you feel about Mark Ricks, because it seemed like he came and he went, and he did come productive. And, it's just crazy how that happened. But, of course, we focused on the new day. And I'm like the fans, man. I'm really more so ready for the off season. I got good spirit about the off season. I feel like, we should have better make some better moves this year. I'm kind of glad the game went the way it went today, because we kind of, seeing when we lose, we see who really want to be there and things like that. So, but yeah, that's been a while coming. This is my first time getting through, but I like what you're doing, Coach.
I appreciate
what
that.
you're doing for the culture, man. You're doing it big. We watch you every week, every good, bad, and ugly.
Thank you.
We try to catch everything, so. But yeah, I just want to know how you feel about everything, Coach.
I mean, I feel how I feel, right? It's a lot going on. I mean, it's a long laundry list of how I feel about stuff, in the sense of firing and hirings and all of that stuff. But I'm not big on that. I'll be honest with you. I'm not big on who he should or should not hire or fire. That's not my job.
Yes,
my job is get it fixed.
Yes,
my job is to critique you once you make a decision. That's how I feel my job is. My job is not to tell the $8 million man what to do. My job is to critique the $8 million man on what he does, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense right there, Coach.
Yeah.
And I feel like, man, you need to be out there, Coach. You gotta give them boys some tips, man.
Hey.
Yeah, I know you need that check first.
They CTC. Hey, Coach, they CTC. I'm in the house. Me cut the check. They cut the check on there.
Hey, I understand that, Coach.
Yeah, man, real quick, I'm gonna ask 12. 12, what's your thoughts on it, real quick, in response to what the caller said? Anything?
It's just a tough year, based on the expectations that many had, and I mean we went from 11, it went from 10-2 to 7-5, and that thing got reversed to 5-7.
So you went from national championship, coastal, ACC champion, coastal, 10-2, 7-5, 5-7.
No one, I can tell you this. No one, I'm telling you, had this on their radar. No one had it on their radar, caller. And that,
I didn't expect it either. I ain't, not to cut you off. I didn't expect it. Like watching since the spring, watching how we were doing, even like Coach said, like getting rid of Diaz, even though that's the play, like I said, I thought we were just gonna better have a fresher beginning this year. We still, of course, we got younger guys and everything, but I don't know. I just felt like it was gonna be better watching in the spring, and then I don't know. The chemistry was off. Like I feel like we didn't really have a lot of chemistry with each other this year either. You got some guys with the heart out there that want to do it. You could tell they show. You're gonna see those guys, but hey, I don't know. I'm just trying to keep up with it, y'all. And I'm a Canes fan for life, so
sure enough.
I just hope we do better, man.
All right. Well, I appreciate you calling, man. We got the phone lines ringing off the hook.
I see you, Coach. I see y'all booming, man. It took me a minute to get. I was hoping I got in for it.
Yeah, we got 608 in the building, so I appreciate it, man. Thank you so much,
brother. All right.
Y'all be good. Thank you.
You too now.
Yep.
All right, real quick, I'm gonna give these quick donuts for the next caller. Jump in. I've got my man Warren Kane with the dub this morning, and then Shannon with the $5 as well. Got a caller calling in. Caller got to be a little patient on this deal right here. Caller, give me 1 second. Mike John with the dub says, Coach, man, I'm hurt. I'm hurt, though. I'm hot. Without lying to me, can you give me something to look forward to? I definitely can give you something to look forward to. Coach Hayes will be on next week, and you can holler at your boy because we're going to give it to you real, and it's going to be what it is. So that's what I can give you something to look forward to without lying to you. I'm going to give it to you blood raw in that sense. Let me do this while I'm real high at 600. Caller, give me 1 second. Point down there for me for my man, the sponsor of the show, Mr. Alex Tabio from Pioneer Mortgage Funding. Anything you have to do with home financing, check him out. 100% financing. All you have to do is bring in the closing costs. And guess what, 12? I always say it. What you got to have? Credit score. Talk to me.
640. Finally got it.
Bro, a 640 credit score, 100% finance. All you need is closing costs. Call him. It's free. 305-205-1697. He might even help you with some credit repair if you're close, but it's worth a free phone call. He's a big Kane fan. Tell him Coach Hayes sent you. My man Alex Tabio is the man, and his email and everything is in the description as well. So I appreciate him as always for being a big part of this you family, the Canes Talk Live family as well. Caller, talk to us, 706. I have no idea where that is. Talk to us. Give us your name, where you calling from.
Hey, the area code is it's a Georgia area code, but like I'm calling from Korea. This is Jeremy again.
Are you calling from Korea? So go ahead, Jeremy, all the way from Korea. I take it you in the service, so thank you for your service. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. I appreciate it.
All right, talk to us. 2 minutes.
Gotcha. So I guess I'm just have to learn how to temper my expectations. I think you mentioned this on one of your other shows. I mean, silly me, I thought, with the way we finished last year, winning 5 of our last 6 games, paying $100 million for this coaching staff, a stable of running backs, a Heisman winning quarterback, a Heisman candidate quarterback, and most of our defense coming back. I was thinking 10-2, but like I said, silly me though. yeah, I just I just expected a heck of a lot more. I'm just pretty much reiterating what the last caller was talking about. This is probably the worst season I've seen since I've been a Canes fan. I've been a Canes fan relatively young. I've been relatively young. I'm a Canes fan. Like I started like 98, 99 season. Yeah, but this is like the worst season I ever seen. So I just got a question for you guys. Is this who we are for 15 years, like 15, 20 years? Is this who we are? Just a normal 75, 8-14? Are we Duke? Are we Minnesota? Are we, I don't know, Oregon State? We just cool with just winning 8, 9 games a year and just go from there? I mean, is that who we are now? And the next question for you guys is, what are your expectations for next year? Like, what are your, what's your, what do you think we're going to be next year? What you think our record is going to be next year? I know it's early. We got to see what we do in the transfer portal and everything. But what are you guys' expectations for next year?
All right, 12. I'm gonna let you jump on that first, but caller, thank you, man. I really do appreciate it. We're gonna address that right now. But thank you so much, man. And again, thank you for your service. Be safe out there, brother. Keep checking us out.
Again, Jeremy, I second that.
All right,
it, Jeremy. Thank you for your service, Jeremy. Listen, right now we 5-7, Jeremy. We are who we are. Like I said, this is us. This is us. That's all I can say. Until otherwise proven, we can't even say we are 9 and whatever team, because that's not who we are right now. This is us. And we have to accept that. And Mario has to accept that. I think a commentator said it best. Mario probably has bitten off more than he can chew. He probably got caught up in the hype too, how I was back in the day, and he doesn't really. Now he has a better idea of what he's dealing with. I'm not going to make any predictions for the future, but I will tell you this: they're going to be. I won't be surprised if there is a mass exodus of players from the U. And guess what? They may not be missed. As long as we have that small nucleus of players who want to be there, who want to stay around, who want to work hard, we'll keep those players. So I'm not going to make any type of prediction on next year, but guess what? Here's my concern. Oftentimes, you go backwards sometimes in order to move forward. But that's what a caveat, that's what a competitive spirit and with some improvement. My concern is that we went back and it seems like we've regressed since Mario has gotten here. And that's my concern. We've gone back and we haven't gotten a chance to improve moving forward. We're not competitive at all. I don't know how many games we won at home. Besides the game against Bethune, we were worse at home than on the road. When has that ever happened in history? Like, come on, guys. Like, we can't even win at home. That's a major concern for V12.
I feel you. And 12, I'm going to answer this part before I get to the next caller. I'm not touching expectations right now, so I'm not going to touch that with a 20-foot pole. You understand? I'm not touching that right now. Because I need to really go back and look at in my mind. I break the games down, but I need to see. I can't give you expectations because I don't know who's going to be here, who's not going to be here, and I don't think it's fair. And he just said, Jeremy, temper your expectations. So I feel you. But you about to do it to yourself again, because we already want something so bad that we're willing to say, what's our expectation for next year? But yet we don't know who's hired. We don't know who's fired. We don't know who's in the transfer portal. We don't know who's coming in. We don't know who's injured for the. Like, it's so many variables right now for us to really sit down and say, I want to put a number on what our season going to be next year. You are literally hurting yourself. So to help you with tempering your expectations, Jeremy, don't do it to yourself, brother. Hey, enjoy the rest of college football all the way until we get into January to the national championship. Hey, Super Bowl comes in February. You know what I mean? Enjoy this time, man. Wait till spring come around. Enjoy the recruiting process. Take it like that. That's how you help yourself. I wouldn't even worry about those things, man, and you'll be all right. Ham 305. Oh, my Lord. I didn't want to bring this up, but I'm coming to you. One second, caller. Ham 305, 199. Good win tonight, V12. Williams and Jones balled out. So V12 is the champion of the fantasy league. He beat my man Ham 305 tonight. And as well, I am the champion. I beat my man Dom tonight. So there you have it. Round of applause for ourselves. Let's go. I get a fist bump, dog. I get a fist bump right here. Other way. Other way. Other way. Oh, Lord. You tell you don't look in the mirror. Fist bump. Jeez, Will. There you go, dog. My Lord. All right. My name is Dog. Got a fist bump. We the champions. We are the champions, my
Let
friend.
me address Ham. I appreciate it, Ham. Hey, it wasn't easy, brother. It wasn't easy. You called out. I mean, Bryce Young and as a dog, and that dog Caleb Williams. Whew, my goodness.
Those are dogs. Real quick, John Wayne, $5 coach. Something is fishy, laugh out loud. How the same people get through every week and the rest of us call 100 times. What's the VIP number? All right, you bust me. The VIP number is 321-328-8235. You just got to keep calling, bro. I don't know how they get through. Maybe they know when it is. They know how to time the video versus when I'm getting off. But we got to call them and hanging on for a long time. Thank you for those donos in the building. Call and talk to us, 985 area code. You have 2 minutes to get it off your chest.
It's your boy Rocky from Louisiana. Where you at, Coach Hayes?
I'm right here, baby. Well, guess what? You got 2 minutes. You better get that talking, Rocky.
Rocky.
I'm gonna go full Ed Reed on y'all, man. If you don't want to work, don't come here. If you don't want to bust your butt, don't come here. Now that we finally in the recruiting season and this hell of a season is over with, I'm gonna stay on my same soapbox, Coach. Same soapbox I was on last time, brother.
I love it.
Here's the deal. Here's the deal. This team of players never bought in. Okay, never bought in. Mario's going to do his assessment now of the roster and the coaches. I see everybody on the message board whining about we need to fire every coach on the staff, hire Miami Central coaches, whatever, whatnot. You know my soapbox. That don't help change the culture. What changes the culture is getting your people in there, getting your style in there, and going from where we at. You said it right. We 5-7. Bill Parcells said it best. You are what your record says you are. Point blank, period. We are a 5-7 football team. Obviously, that ain't good enough. But you don't pay a coach $8 million a year to turn around and fire him in year 2 because of one bad year starting off putting in his program. That's silly. I'm using a nice word, silly. Give Mario and his staff the opportunity to get this right. And let's go win some games next year. Now, you talk about expectations, Coach? It ain't going to be pretty. My expectations next year, I said it at the beginning of this year, 7-5, probably pretty close for next year. 7-5. I was off by 2 games this year. That's Duke and Middle Tennessee State. 7-5 next year. Get ready because you're going to be looking at it. Because next year is going to be the ground floor. We're going to be coming, though, in 2024. Look out in 2024. That's where you're going to see the turn. Go Canes.
I love
That's
it.
my 2 minutes.
Yes, sir. You right on time, Rocky. When the shows are not as hectic, we're gonna get on and talk a little longer. So stay tuned to us, man. I love it.
I'm gonna be here.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you, man.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Great assessment, Rocky.
A great testament to what he said. Real quick, I'm gonna do this, and I want to address something he said. Measy 757. Yeah, you over there in the Hampton area, baby. $4.99. I really booked a hotel in Charlotte. Carla, do me a favor, cut your background down a little bit. I really booked the hotel in Charlotte for the ACC title game in August. In August?
Last year. He booked it last year. I mean, this year August.
Okay.
Yeah, coming to AC Championship. Yeah.
Yes. Okay, I get it. I was like, in August. Okay. Never wanted the season to finish faster. Man, hey, I get it, Measy. That's tough, but that's what happens with expectations. Before I get to this next caller, and I thank you, Measy, for the $4.99. Appreciate you. And then Lakers dope, $4.99. Sean Payton as an offensive coordinator, Brian Flores as defensive coordinator. All right, I love the fact that you brought up 2 potential candidates. I want to say this. I'm just going to pose a question because Jeremy brought this up as well. We paid $80 million, 10 years, $8 million a year. And he asked, are we okay with being 7-5, 8-4 team? When you paying that kind of money, brother, you done messed up the market. if you just gonna willing to stand for 7-5, 8-4 team. Because guess what's gonna happen now? It's just like when you oversell a house in the neighborhood, all the other houses go up for sale. So y'all talk about my analogies. It's the same thing. So what you're gonna start doing is you're gonna start getting these big time coaches that's saying, wait a minute, the 7-5, 8-4 dude is getting $8 million. My next negotiation in my contract, I need at least 12. Because we're going to New Year's Six bowl games. We winning big things. We conference champion. This dude out here 5-7, 6-6, 7-5, whatever. And he making $8 million. He will. I don't know his thing, but he's got to be within the top 10 coaches being paid right now. At least maybe the top 8 and making $8 million a year. So I hate to say this. If he continues on this road for a period of time, you're going to sway the market. I mean, the coaching market. And these schools are going to start spending way more money. You're going to see it just skyrocket. Because now, how does a person like a Nick Saban, a Ryan Day, a Jim Harbaugh, listen to these names. Not first-year dudes now at their program. Established programs, Kirby Smart, who are in the playoffs, a Dabo Sweeney, how are they in the same tax bracket as a guy first year 5-7? Mario pushed the market. He's supposed to. That was his job. Get the most you can. But what I'm saying is if you settle for those type of coaches at that kind of money, you're going to turn this market. Now these coaches are going to be making $12 million, $13 million, $15 million. So I just want y'all to make sure y'all understand that before I get to this caller. Caller, talk to us, 904 area code. You have 2 minutes to get it off your chest.
Oh, well, thank you. Yeah, it's definitely not the season that I don't think any of us had predicted, finishing up 5-7, especially with the losses that we saw. Do I think, obviously Mario, he's not going anywhere. Do I think he should go anywhere? No. But do I think there's definitely some coaching pieces that need to go? Oh, absolutely. I just hope he doesn't become the next, Al Golden with Mark Nodi, the next Mark Riggs with John Riggs. The guys who are so loyal to the people that they brought in that they would risk their own jobs, to basically keep them there too long.
Right.
But I just this whole I'm looking at next season. I'm not sure if this is still an accurate schedule because of the change in the conference and all. But from the looks of it, looks like we have Clemson, Louisville, Boston College, NC State. From what I'm looking at Texas A&M still for another year, Temple. From what I'm seeing, if we don't change on offense, I'm looking at maybe 3 wins next year. Based on that, based on this, without any changes in the offense. And I'm going to tell you this, I see both TBD and Garcia both leaving. I see Garcia, I think he just needs a new fresh start somewhere. I think he, somewhere where, he didn't already fumble up almost a dozen balls, somewhere where he can have a fresh start. TBD, I think he definitely needs to go somewhere that fits his skill set more. And I can remember if who said if it was you, but I wouldn't be surprised if he joined SMU under Lashley, where who actually got the most out of him. So I see both of them leaving, and with Emory being the only one right now scheduled to come in, that's going to be an interesting competition between him, Brown, and hopefully they can bring in another seasoned quarterback in the transfer portal, somebody who can actually really push both of them for a starting job. But the last thing I want to say is I think you were the one who said this, Coach Hayes, about, people anointing players before they get there. Wait till like this class. Wait till McLean comes in. Wait till this person comes in. Wait till that. Well, I think there's a portion of the fan base who did the same thing with Mario. Wait till Mario gets in. It's going to turn all around. Oh, wait till the Broyles Award winner comes in. Oh, he's going to turn that on that offense. I think we anointed them too soon. And, has he done good things like Mario, for instance? Has he done good things in other schools? Yeah, but that doesn't necessarily mean he's going to do the same thing at Miami or improve Miami to where we want them to go.
Gotcha.
So I think that's another issue. Is we just anointed the coaching staff also too soon, and it's as far as I'm concerned, the whole staff, no matter what they've done anywhere else, they have a lot to prove that they can get the most out of whatever players. I don't care whose players they are.
Right.
They have a lot to prove still. So
gotcha.
We'll see what happens next year. But like I said, if everything stays pat like this year, the scheme and everything, I'm saying 3-4 wins next year.
I got you, man. Well, I appreciate that call. Thank you for being patient as well, man. And I appreciate, get it
no
off
problem.
your chest, man. Thank you so much for calling in, bro.
Thank you. You have a good night despite, what we just watched.
Yes, sir. Go Canes.
Go Canes.
All right, real quick, do this. Don't know. Fire for effect. $5. MTSU fan. Much respect for the U. I appreciate that. And I have another one here. E. Brown, $5. V. There's no regression. You see, we can't forget how awful we were as a football team the last couple of years. Soft, hard-headed. Sounds like UM. You want to address that? I don't really know where that's going.
Yeah, E. Brown, I'm not sure what you've been watching the entire season. There is a regression. Even under the other guy, we saw a couple different things. You don't want to tell me. See, and when Cane fans talk, they talking so much totality. You don't want to tell me that Tyler Van Dyke didn't regress. So that is regression, my friend. So let's stop, take the emotion out, E. Brown. Let's talk football. Here's what you're gonna get with 12. I like to have a good time and I like to laugh and kiki with y'all, but I watch this stuff. Regression, Van Dyke. Let's talk about that. So that's just a basic point. We can take a look at other things. This team has regressed. I don't know what you've been watching the entire season. We've gone backwards. Next donor, please. Thank you, E. Brown, for that $5. We appreciate you, brother.
All right. Donald Buffett, big Donald out here. I appreciate you. We see things a little different sometimes. So he says, I'm out here, coach. I don't know how to read this. I try to read. He says, I'm out here, coach, be hating and tripping at the same time. Look at their recruiting classes and stop always comparing us to elite coaches that had more 5 stars than the sky. So I agree with what you're saying. I don't know where the disconnect is. I was just, if we're talking about what I was talking about, the pay scale, I was just saying, if you pay a guy $8 million a year and he's producing a 5-7 record, when it's time for the other elite coaches to renegotiate their contract, they're going to ask for more money because they have a comp. Anybody in the real estate world, you know what comps are. Comp in the area says what? Wait a minute, this is going for how much? A 5-7 coach is going for $8 million? Well, hey, I'm a 10-2 guy. I should be getting at least $12 million. That if I'm on track with what your statement is, I was just saying that based on Jeremy's comment about it, about being happy with 7-5, 8-4, but if you're gonna pay him $8 million, these other 10-2 coaches are going to ask for more and more money. He's going to wreck. What I'm saying, he's wrecking the coaching deals. That's all I was just trying to say. If I'm on the same page with what you were saying, Donald. Hopefully I'm on the right track. We got a caller been super patient on the line. Caller, talk to us, 941 area code. Give us your name, where you're calling from, and you have 2 minutes.
Well, this is Nico. I'm calling from over the road right now.
Over the road, okay.
I just hit Tennessee border. But only thing I want to say is I see the same team as last year. The only difference, our offense regressed. That's all I see on the offense. We're not scoring enough to keep the defense motivated, like the stay in the game. The defense played pretty good today for the most part. They had key starts, but we couldn't capitalize on offense to keep the game close.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what I've been seeing all year long with this team. The offense just behind.
Yeah, no, I can agree with you. 12, you like to address it?
No, yeah, and for E. Brown, that's called a regression. Last year, under Rhett Lashley, the offense put up way more points. I think we averaged more points last year, and that offense looked a little bit better last year, if I do say so myself. That's a Jigger reference. And so what I'm saying is there is some regression going on in this thing. Yeah, TVD was hurt, but even before he got hurt, there's some regression going on. Fans has clearly pointed us out during the season. Many fans, how have we gone backwards with Mario? This and that. So to your point, yeah, you're exactly right. But guess what? Even with Manny, and someone said it earlier, they were still blaming Manny. We were at least, it was 7-5 last year? So that's a regression in wins. And so we have to be able to think sometimes for ourselves, a la free thinker Kanye West. It's not let people just say stuff. You got to be able to watch it. Believe what you're seeing, everyone. Believe what you're seeing. This is us. Believe it now. Thank you, caller.
Okay. The only other point I want to make, we keep bashing the defense, but at the same time, offense and defense, they kind of go hand in hand. So the offense, a good offense is good defense, in my opinion.
No, you're kind of
And guess what? That's a great point. Even that's a great point you mentioned, because remember at Oregon never had great defensive, but they had great offensive. So they would score 45 points. So it ain't look as bad. So your point is well taken. It's an excellent point. The offense did not help the defense out any this year. And so when Mario comes in with these high-powered offenses, you're like, okay, well, yeah, they're going to score 38, but Oregon going to score 45. So it cancels out. This year, we ain't score, and the defense can't stop nobody. So it's a lose-lose, a la regression, if I do this to myself.
All right, real quick, man. I appreciate you for calling in, man. Be safe out there on that road, man. Wear your seatbelt, click of the ticket, my man.
Be safe. Grab some coffee.
All right.
Wow.
Yeah, be safe, baby. Appreciate you.
Yeah.
All right. I hate the fact that I'm rushing people off the phone, but I do want people to have an opportunity to call in. Some people told me it wasn't my money. Let me see here. Sean Cox says, Coach, the money not coming out your pocket. Yeah, I get it. It's not coming out. I mean, I get it, bro. I was just simply making a thing about it. I can't fight it. And them Canes, Harris, $5. No excuses next year. I feel you, baby. I like that. No excuses. Let's get to it. Let's just get straight to the point, man.
It ain't gonna happen.
I ain't heard from Kevin since I talked to him. I hope he's still listening, because I did just agree with the last caller too. But I want Kevin to call in, because Coach want all of it.
Do you want smoke?
Hey, Coach, let me just say this too. You got a caller?
No, I want all the smoke. You ain't hear my music playing?
Play it again.
Do you want smoke? We want all the smoke.
I want all the smoke.
And that's like an Outcast intro.
It is going to be an Outcast, because I'm cooler than the polar bear's toenails. Oh, well, there you go again, talking that. Caller, talk to us, 850 area code. You got 2 minutes. Get it off your chest.
Coach Hayes, what's going on, baby?
What's up? Talk to me, man. Who is this? Talk to me.
Hey, get down, Brian. Hurricane fan up here and tell us. Yes, sir. I'm back, man. Listen, I got 2 minutes or less. Man, the greatest Hurricane show. Man, listen, I enjoy you. I'm going to get right to it, man. You brought up a valid point when you say other coaches going to start talking about they 10-2 and making less than $8 million, and you got a guy making $8 million producing 5 and 7. I've been a Cane fan since 1983, so I've seen it all. Good coaching, bad coaching, in between. And I still love the U. But I got to be real, man. We going in the wrong direction. We from Texas A&M game, I started screaming about Gaddis, TVD, and Coach Steele. Now it's looking like the job is too big for Mario. And I was a Mario guy going in because he Hurricane blood, but man, this is embarrassing. We replaced the circus here in Tallahassee. Mike Novell got those guys playing, and we going backwards, man. I hadn't even looked at the schedule next year, because if the same coaches are there, you can expect less than 3 wins, maybe like 1.5.
Mm-hmm.
So until you fix the problem inside the locker room with Gaddis, Coach Steele, Defense can't stop a nosebleed with all that talent. Now it's all about coaching them up, scheme, and putting out a better product, man. If you make $8 million a year, figure it out or get out the way and let's get some real coaching in there. That's where I'm at with it, man.
I appreciate it, man. Get down, Brown. Talk to us, man.
Yes,
I
sir.
appreciate you getting in. You must got the VIP number because they always talking about how
Man,
the
I
same
got-
people calling in.
Yes, I got your VIP number, man. Hey, I appreciate you, bro.
Hey, do me a favor, get down. Put it in the chat for the people so they can call.
I'll do that, man. Go
Gotcha.
Canes, baby.
Yes, sir. Go Cane. 12, man. I appreciate it. Go ahead and address that comment for the $5 on E. Brown.
Yeah,
Thank
E. Brown, appreciate you, brother. Hey, V, last year we had 12 for dog. Yeah, irregardless, I'm not fighting you on that. We got dogs here too. You know, we have Strepo, we got all the people. It's just a regression. I'm not just a regression in general. I get what you're saying. I'm not going to dispute that fact, but everyone see that we've taken a step backward. And guess what? We've taken it backward, not voluntarily. We were pushed backwards, and so we got to just do better. I mean, that's just how I'm viewing it. I'm sure other people would probably agree with me. The caller just said the same thing. We're going backwards, but I agree. I mean, we had some dogs last year, but then last year people had issue with last year with the 7-5. So in general, we got to get better. We got to get better. Hopefully, we can do that, E. Brown.
Yeah, definitely, man. We do got to get better. Real quick, I just saw Jake Clint in the building says, Coach, I really like your game film breakdown vids. Only found you recently, but glad I found your channel. Thank you, man. Glad that you came on in. Like I said, the good, bad, and ugly will be coming out. Probably put it out Monday. I got to do it tomorrow. You know, edit and all that stuff, and then put it out. Probably put it out Monday. But I appreciate that, man. Hey, tell a friend to tell a friend, and we'll make that happen. Let me get this $10 dono from Chug Mobile. As always, we must chug for Chug Mobile. All right, Chug Mobile for the $10 says Coach Hayes and V, the best show in town, Canes for life. I appreciate you, Chug, man.
Thank you, Chug.
That does mean a lot. All right, call us 772. All right, 772 area code. Where is that, first of all?
Well, I got a Stewart area code, but I'm Palm Beach County, Boynton Beach all day, 561. We represent.
All right, Boynton Beach, man. What's your name, man? What's your name?
Coach Spoon.
Coach Spoon. All right, so I'm going to get some coach talk right now, right?
Yeah.
All right, go ahead. You got your 2 minutes. Talk to me, Coach.
All right, man. Watching this game is like watching the first 48. All I'm trying to do is find out who's responsible. Somebody out there committed a crime. I'm trying to find out who's responsible. The defense is terrible. The offense is terrible. I'm trying to find out who's responsible. We need to get that guy. Whoever is responsible for this type of football, we need to find him. And we only got 48 hours to do it. We got to get this dude, man. It's terrible. I mean, honestly speaking, I remember, coach for the Boynton Beach Bulldogs having played the Miami Ravens, and I'm on offense. I'm calling offense. Hell, I was calling defense too, and you couldn't stop nothing. Gaddis is calling the offense as if he don't have the players to call the offense. Like he ain't got a quarterback, like he ain't got a running back, like he ain't got receivers. He called it like he's scared. Like you getting your ass whooped by the Ravens, and they ain't lost a game in 5 years. You thought you had a game plan. Now the only thing we can run is the wedge because I'm scared. I don't want to be no worse. It's crazy. It don't make no sense. It don't make no sense.
Brother, that was the best I ever heard. That boy said, watching this like we're trying to watch first 48.
Yeah.
Say we just trying to find out who did it.
Who's responsible? And then on top of that, you're not using none of your athletes. You isolate people. We want to go up top. We not this dink and dunk. I don't know what this dude is about. I want to give it to him and say, hey, maybe you don't have the personnel, but I'm looking in the roster. We got guys. But it's literally like he's calling against a team that you're outmatched, you're outnumbered, and I'm not going to try this because I know this is going to happen. I'm not going to do that's he don't spread it out. Like I'm looking at the formation, and then you run this this RPO is terrible. I'm just literally trying to find out who's responsible for it. Is it a reason why he's calling that? You didn't make it to be at this position and call this dumb stuff to get here. You gotta know, you gotta recognize the same stuff we recognize. It ain't gonna work. That ain't working. Why am I doing this? Why am I boxing this in? Spread it out, get it out there. Let's play ball, man. On defense, I'm bewildered and befuddled that there is any type of way that every single time that they run the ball, there's nobody there. Either you out of position, you over pursuing, it's terrible. And I'm saying, like, come on, can we just play football? Because it don't look like we playing football. It's like we guessing. You know what I'm saying? It's like we guessing. And then on the football players are playing like, okay, if I don't make the play, nobody else will. So now they're not even playing team defense. It's like I'm seeing the over pursuing because you're trying to be perfect. No, man, you just play. Let's play ball, man. Line it up and let's go. I got this, you got that. Let's go.
I love it, bro.
There's no way we can get killed like this.
Coach, I love it. Coach, this is your first time calling in, Coach?
Yeah.
Please,
first time.
Brother, please don't let this be your last. I thank you, man. I thank you. Not just from the comedy, but from what you actually saying. It is very valid, man. I mean, you on point, dog. I mean, I love it, and I thank you, man. But I got to let you go, man. But I do thank you, man. That was awesome. You, man, I'm befuddled. I'm bewildered. The first 48 is classic.
It's amazing, bro. It's amazing. You watch football, and you know football supposed to be played a certain kind of way.
Yeah.
You know what football is. And we got guys over there that got standards at coaching. They got standards. These are not no punks. They are not no softies. How are we doing this? And we paying, you're getting all this money. You ain't over there for no reason.
Sure enough, man.
There's no way that we got Charlie Strong as a linebacker coach and we get as drugs. I don't give a damn.
I got a coach. I got to let you go, but I love it, man. I appreciate you. I thank you, man. I hope you're not a stranger to the phone lines. It's definitely not the show, man.
Tenfold, bro.
Already, man.
Like I said, one big bulldog in the house.
Big bulldog. Hey, tell him, Coach Hayes, say, go get him.
All right.
Love it, brother. Oh, man. Hey, I needed that laugh, man. One thing I love about the team, that's what I call it, the chat, 12. Coach Hayes, V12, and the team.
There we go.
Carla, do me a favor, cut your background down a little bit. But I love the team, dog, because, you know, on every team, you got different personalities, characters, people, man. I love it, man. Let's get into this, man. Lucky Luciano, 23, 499. 4 names at OC. Brian Johnson, Eagles quarterback coach. Rich Rodriguez, Jacksonville State head coach. Jeff Scott, unemployed. Scott Frost, unemployed. You may have a better chance at Jeff Scott and Scott Frost. The quarterback coaches typically, if you're an OC and a quarterback coach, then you probably not trying to lead the NFL. It's just you probably are nice where you are unless you're getting fired or something like that, or you might be trying to work your way to become an HC somewhere. So Brian Johnson may not be. Rich Rod, here's what I'm going to say about Rich Rod before I get to the caller. I would have to really test him. Not because I don't know what he's doing. I know what he's about. But you have to remember, it's all about fit. Don't always remember, X and O's is a part of the equation. It's not all of the equation. You got to understand the fit. What kind of person is he with players? And I heard he cut a little different. When he was at Michigan, he was different. You know what I mean? West Virginia wasn't good. He brought him up, so people just bought in. Michigan was established, and he had a lot of rebellion going on there at Michigan. So that would be my only take. That's just from what I know. The other guys may be in the same boat. I don't know. But just from my take of Rich Rod was him as a person, as a fit. Because X and O's can be one thing, but the fit is different. And see, that's the difference in NFL and being a head coach and so forth and so on. But 12, anything you want to respond to this before I move on to the caller?
No, I mean, those are the head coach from the Eagles. Yeah, difficult. I think Rich Rod, I always liked him when he was at West Virginia. I mean, I think he's a great offensive mind. I think he can do it if you want to go back and get back into Power 5 football. That'd be somebody to call. And of course, Scott Frost, who, while we got him on the line, I just want to let people know that sometimes we got a story written in our mind how the story should go based on what's going on. And here was a storybook that came to a crashing ending, a la Scott Frost. Let's rehash. Had Central Florida balling out of control, balling, berths and playing in New Year's Six bowl games, whatever was going on. Fantastic. Coached that team up. Wanted to go to his dream job.
Yeah, he played there, right?
Nebraska. He said it. Nebraska paid him. Went there and stunk it up. So again, we have this thing in our mind how it's supposed to go. Cinderella don't always get that glass slipper. Sometimes Cinderella get a Timberland. So we better be careful. Sometimes Cinderella get a Timberland. So we got to be careful. And guess what? That big contract that he had, they had to let him go. I got to re-up, coach, because I'm hot. Go ahead, call him.
I got the call on the line, man. Appreciate you for being patient, man. The phone lines are jumping. We still got over 600 people in the building. I tell you, I'm the therapy for the night. Somebody put in there, I'm the therapy. Groove, I see you in there. Call or talk to us, 863 area code. Give us your name, where you calling from, and you have 2 minutes to get it off your chest.
This is P Gages 863, man. What's up?
Gages, what's up with you, baby? Talk to me.
Man, what's up? Yeah, I've been off in the cut, man, but it's real simple. It's late. I hope the kids are bed, but we need just to continue to fucking purge, man. It is what it is. These kids been folding up their tent, and the culture we do have a quitter's mentality since Rick's last year. Everybody want to talk about all this talent we got. Rick's last year, 2018, 6-7. Manny's first year, 6-7. So that's 19. 2020, we had a good record, but let's remember how that year ended with North Carolina and then getting beat down by Oklahoma State. So we've been folding up. So we need to continue to purge and get the guys that Mario wants to get. If you look at Oregon, the body type, how he composes his team is totally different. So we just need to get Mario's players. And it is a little bit discouraging that they weren't scheme flexible enough to accommodate this team with the coordinators we have. And I get that. It is what it is. V12 is absolutely right. We have regressed, but this is the first time we've had a total scheme change since 2006, at least defensively and culturally since 2016. Because I guarantee you, Manny was taking a lot of his cues from what he learned up against Mark Richt. So a lot of that culture is from that culture. Offensively, we had a bunch of schematic changes. With Lashley, we was in year 2, so I understand why that offense was better than this offense, and it's a total schematic change. Defensively, we was schematically the same since 2016, so I understand why we was having issues. Now, it is disappointing that we couldn't accommodate these players with the high money that we gave these coaches, and I understand. So I'm not totally up on giving up on the coordinators and everything yet, but we absolutely need to purge the players that don't need to be here. And we already seen it happen. You seen everybody been online seeing the portal jump, seeing the classes that's gonna come. And it just is what it is. We gotta ride it out and see what is gonna happen, baby.
Well, listen, bro, Pump Gages, I appreciate you as always, man. Thank you so much for everything that you do. And like I say, I mean, that's a point that I hear all the time. I haven't heard it. You know, it's funny how the evolution of trigger terms have come around, right? We first started, right? The evolution, you know where I'm going with this, 12. So the evolution of trigger terms and Groove, I see you in there. You're going to jump on this, Groove. National champions, right? Ooh, trigger term. ACC champions, trigger term. Hold on, hear me out. Just follow the evolution
Oh,
of the
yeah,
trigger
yeah, yeah.
term. Now, hold on. To shout out Warren, man, that's my man. The SEAL Team 6 of coaching, right? Then we go to the national championship. Then we are ACC champions, coastal champions. Wait a minute, hold up. We ain't got our players yet. He ain't got his guys yet. The players suck, right? Then it goes to we're in a rebuild season. Then it goes to now with the purging has been like the purging is now in the last 3 maybe 4 weeks. We got to purge everybody. It's just so amazing how from August to November, which is literally 3 months, how this thing has gone from here to here. Amazingly, like wow. But hey man, I appreciate you, Pump. But go ahead, say your last line. I gotta get.
Yeah, the realist knew what it was. We haven't had an offensive line to be able to run the ball since Duke was here. Manny couldn't recruit his position. We haven't had linebackers since 2016. Our DBs have been lacking for a very long time. We knew the real ones knew the writing on the wall. My pick for this year was going to be 8-4. I knew we was going to lose stupid games. Extremely.
I'm sorry, Pump. Because I gotta rush.
Oh yeah.
No, but listen,
So,
I just want to say this piece. Hold on, I'm gonna say this piece. I know we talked. There's a little delay in there. I said I wasn't gonna do this, but I have to. Why weren't those people screaming at the top of their lungs the same way the people were screaming national championship at the top of their lungs? Why weren't the real ones not screaming, saying,
I definitely would.
No, dog, our DBs ain't like that. Our O-line ain't like that. Like that's where my concern is. But anyhow, man, I got to run, man. I gotta run.
Yeah, no doubt. I'm definitely gonna catch you on one of these shows, the Sunday show or something. I'll make sure I ain't busy because we've been screaming it because that's exactly what we've been saying, man. We ain't got no line, no linebackers, and the coverage over the top ain't good. We ain't winning no damn national championship.
I love it.
It is what it is.
Yes, sir.
No doubt. Yo.
Oh, man, I hit him up. But they calling it hot and heavy. So V12, let me ask you this before I get the next caller in. Sure. Let's use the word purge.
Hello?
Yeah, caller, do me a favor. Cut your background down and give me 1 second. Let me finish a point.
Okay.
All right.
How do I turn the background down?
Eric, your television? Can you? Just your television.
Hi.
Yeah, give me 1 second, caller. We're gonna finish a point. All right.
Oh, okay.
Sure. All right. This is gonna be great. So real quick, what I want to say, 12, is the new word is purge. Here's the question. When you purge people, we have to now replace them. And we're not replacing them with freshmen out of high school. We're replacing them with transfer portal players. Now, here's what people have to understand about transfer portals. I want to be very clear about this. This has nothing to do with Miami. I'm talking about going into a transfer portal, picking up players. Here are the 2 main elements you must check in a transfer portal. One is the character of that player that you're about to grab out of that transfer portal. That person can come in 12 and destroy your program. Right? Maybe a great player.
Right.
But he can definitely destroy your program. And the second thing is, why are they in there? Why are they in the transfer portal? And those are the 2 questions you must ask when you're pulling guys out of a transfer portal. One, character, and like you say, culture. Because if you're talking about purging means getting rid of a lot of people. Like Mel Tucker, you better bring in a lot. You're going to bring in a lot of guys. You better hope they all understand what this culture is. And of course, they're going to lie to you. Of course, coach, I'm a well-behaved young man. No, I don't smoke the reefer. No, coach, I do this. I'm in practice on time every day. Well, then why are you in the portal? And the second is, yes, they may be able to play, but why are they in the portal? And that's the next question you have to answer. 12, anything you need to say that before I get to the call online?
Yeah, the portal is not a magic trick. You know, I agree. You have to do your due diligence in the players that you're about to receive or accept into your program. And you know, we've been lucky in a sense. You know, we got De'Eric. He came over but also the young man. I forgot the guy who it was who came from Ohio State. Was it Tate Martell? We had some problem with him. So it's give and take. when you talk about the purge, I think what people may have to understand it could be a natural purge. So my thing is that, you know, Mario may not go in there and tell everybody to get out, but you know, people and players see the writing on the wall. You know, you go into your job and if things ain't going right, and you know, sometimes you know I may have to resign or move on. I will say this: Miami is still an attractive program. We still the U, baby. But we have to have and I'm gonna reference Nate earlier in the pregame. We gotta start recruiting those players who going with the heart, who gonna shift it. Along with Mario, it has to be a total team transformation in order to get back to somewhat, even get back to 7-5.
I got you. All right, Carl, I know you've been patiently waiting. 850. That's the Panhandle right there in the state of Florida. Give us your name, where you're calling from, and you have 2 minutes to get it off your chest.
Hi, I'm James Lamb, and I live in Tallahassee, Florida. And I see the facilities of Florida State. I go to the games. I've been a big Miami fan since Schnellenberger. And, you know, I love the Miami area, and I go there. And here's my question. You know, as far as I can make out, Butch Davis is the last coach that left Miami under his own power. And every 2-3 years, we say we need a change in the culture. We need that change in the culture. And then we look to getting a new coach. And I mean, if some of those fans could walk into Doak Campbell and see the FSU facilities and see how close that stadium is to the actual campus, I would wonder if maybe it would be better if, let's say, Luis or whoever, you know, we start looking at a really great shuttle, you know, get the monorail going up further north and then having a shuttle service to the stadium, or perhaps getting back to the Orange Bowl the last time Miami was good and having, you know, playing in Marlins Stadium and having a really good shuttle service there. But we, you know, my son goes to UM. It takes an hour each way. And I'm just, you know, maybe we could get some of the culture if we had a college game, you know, experience, you know, that rivals other, you know, that rivals other colleges like the University of Tennessee, University of Georgia, you know, so that those players can go and they can see the students and they can see a full house in a stadium that's easier to get to. And I'm not asking for miracles. Maybe we just need a shuttle service from the last metro stop, but people need to be able to get to that stadium easily from the UM campus. And just in general, to have you know, have there been possibilities there to change the culture rather than just a new culture, just rather than a new coaching change.
12, I'll let you go ahead and start that off, if you like.
Well, you know, that's what they're trying to do with, you know, with all this money that's being pumped into Miami, all these businessmen, and they're, from what I understand, I'm not sure, I'm not down there. Coach may be more on the ground than I am, but looking into some kind of stadium closer, being able to have a more closer knit college community in order to attend the games. My only concern is that, you know, did you see the stadium today? It was nobody there. And then by halftime, it was like 4 people at the game. And so Miami, I mean, the culture, which includes the fans, you know, they're not showing, you know, barely if we're winning. And if we're losing, they're not showing. So I don't disagree with the point. I don't know if they're going to build a metro rail out to Carroll City. I'm not sure how that's going to work, or to Miami Gardens. But it may be better to bring the stadium closer to the U, and that may assist. But I don't disagree with the fan support, and I see what you're saying. But we had an argument discussion earlier in the season. A lot of those other towns where the schools are really, really, football is big, you know, they're smaller towns and it's walkable in the walkable stadiums to for the fans and for the college students. So I don't disagree. I mean, but as of right now, I think you win. I'm gonna point this out to you. You win, and I'm gonna give you a prime example. We got a guy by the name of Deion Sanders, Jackson State University coach. You win, you put AZZES asses in the seats, okay? And so we have to start from winning. And when we start to win, you will see how things flip. Deion is selling out stadiums left and right, not only for Jackson State, but for other schools. And you can see the economic impact on Miami Gardens and the whole city of Miami.
Yeah, so I totally agree with that whole point. Me personally, I used to be like that. I went to the game and I'm like, you know what? The stadium doesn't really make a difference. I'm sitting in the student section. Oh, the student section is so small because there's not, and I don't want to rehash this. There's not enough people in there in the student section. There's 10,000 students. If 80% of them came, that'd be 8,000. But let's say 100%. That is still only 10,000 people. It's a 70,000 seat stadium. And you have to remember, Miami's fan base is not the student base, the student population. It is the what? It is the city and the surrounding cities, from Palm Beach probably to Miami to Homestead. So I think the stadium sits perfectly for the people who's going to come enjoy it. It's plenty of parking. It's plenty of space. There's plenty of whatever. And can I just say one more thing? Can I be very honest? If it's $70,000 or plus to go to that college, them parents probably can also pay for a car. I'm just being honest, right? If it costs you $70,000, $80,000 to go, and I know they have some scholarship deal, but if it's $70,000 to $80,000 to go to a university per year, you probably can afford a Toyota Camry as well. So their kids can drive
and the parking.
Exactly.
And the parking at Hard Rock. But don't you feel the players want to play in front of people that aren't in their 50s, 60s, and 70s and want to play in front of their own friends, their own student body?
It's only 10,000
and maybe a stadium that's only 40,000 on campus.
Guess what? It's going to be 30. What looks bigger, 30,000 50-year-olds in a 40,000 seat stadium with 10,000 of their friends? They still going to get lost. I mean, and again, you have to remember this too. A lot of the students that go to University of Miami ain't there because of football. It's a lot
that's true. My son's there for
but
engineering.
Exactly. But no, when I say go for football, meaning that's not big in the culture. It's a lot of
But
international.
he goes to all the games. He goes an hour and a back. It's an hour to and an hour back.
Yeah, but what I'm saying,
he would love something better, and maybe just better mass transit, so that people from West Palm Beach and places like that can also take the Bright Line, and then maybe have a really good shuttle service from the Bright Line. So I have no idea how much parking costs at Hard Rock. That's just one of the things I don't know.
I got you.
But you know, I think people have to look at how hard is it to get to a game, especially, and it's not only the 10,000 students, it's also the people who work at the UM. It's the secretaries and just the UM family, the people who go by that school and just feels an affinity for UM. It'd be nice if they can get to the game as easily as possible. And, you know, UM is right on the metro stop. It's right there. So if you come from West Palm Beach or something like that, and you have a good shot in from the rail, and then you take the metro, it'll land you right at the stadium if there were a stadium.
I got you. 2 minutes is up. I'm going to say this last piece. You sound like a very sharp guy, all right? Live in a very nice neighborhood. Would you agree? Do you?
Me? No.
You don't live in a nice
My
neighborhood?
son got a scholarship. That's why he went.
No, I ain't talking about. I'm asking you. I'm talking about you.
He's got an all-expense scholarship.
I know, but I'm talking about you. Your son is cool. I'm talking about
you.
I'm
poor. I never could afford UM.
No, that's fine. Here's my question. Wherever you live, would you want a stadium in your backyard?
Let's see.
No.
On campus? Sure.
No, I'm not asking about campus. I'm talking about you. Where you live right now, do you want a stadium put in your backyard?
I used to live one block from Campbell Stadium, and I loved it. I had a party
Well, then
every
guess what?
ball
You are
game.
one of
and we would go down to
well, then guess
walk
what,
down.
brother? You are one of few. Because in Coral Gables, if you've been down there, those are multi-million-dollar homes. And I don't care what you say, those multi-million-dollar people don't care that much about UM. They have 60,000 people trotting through their $5 million mansion backyard, throwing Coors Light cans in the front yard. You understand? That's not going to happen. So,
oh, I understand, and I've been to Coral Gables, but I also know that Alex Rodriguez Baseball Stadium is right on Route 1, and it's right next to the Metro stop. If they turn that into a baseball, football facility, the rich people in Coral Gables could not argue because it's right on the campus.
All right. Well, you got it, brother. I love it. I appreciate it, man. Thank you for calling, being patient, man. We got to get this thing rolling. We got more callers.
And I love your show. I love your good, bad, and ugly. I love what you do.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it.
Go Canes always.
Go Canes, baby.
Go Canes.
All right.
Hey, what they need to do too, though, they need to cut to the caller's point. You know, I get what he's saying. They need to cut an Uber check. Right now, people patching up. They need to patch up like we did back in the day. To patch up. You know,
you got some gas money?
You got some gas money? Or go to Uber Group. Y'all patch up for the Uber with the Uber X. Everybody patch up and get down there and get back. It costs you nothing. But you have to work on parking. They drop you off in the Uber line and you keep it moving. You better patch up.
You better patch up. But anyway, I think personally it's bigger than that. You have to remember if this was a school that was large like a Florida State, right? 40,000, the Ohio State's the 50, 60,000 people, Arizona, 70, 80,000 people that go there. It does make sense. It does definitely make sense to bring people, to have the stadium there because that is the student body, right? For us, our fan base is us. Our fan base is, can I get the next 10 on? Our fan base is the city of Miami and Palm Beach and Broward County, Fort Lauderdale, Hollywood, Homestead. You know what I mean? So it sits perfectly in the middle, being right there in Carol City or quote unquote Miami Gardens. It sits right there perfectly where it should be. Same thing with the Dolphins, right? The Dolphin fan base is West Palm Beach to Homestead. It's the same thing. We got the same pretty much fan base because we're the city. But anyway, got a call on the line. I missed that too. Who's supposed to call in? Somebody?
No, they were saying you selling wolf tickets about in 2 minutes. They said
I was tripping. I tripped on that one. It was a new call. I'm tripping. I'm sorry. Anyway, I got a new call on the line. 561 caller, talk to us. Give us your name, where you calling from, and I'm dropping at 2 minutes. I gotta stick to it. See, as soon as I mess up, they get on me, man.
Yeah, Coach. I wish you would let me have my 2 minutes like that last call. Man, my God, what in the world was that?
I don't know. I was just trying. Man, Coach be having a heart, man. I'm soft. I'm sorry. Go ahead. You got it.
This is E. Brown.
Oh, what's up, E. Brown? Thanks for calling.
Well, hey, listen, we were going back and forth about the dogs from the previous year and what we have this year. Listen, now, V, if Harley and Rambo were not on that offense last year, that team would have been awful. The other thing is that Tyler Van Dyke was not known. We had no idea who Tyler Van Dyke was until De'Aaron King was hurt. Now, when Van Dyke took over the team, we found a little nugget. We found a nugget. We found Harley. We found Rambo. We got that connection, and we won a couple of games. The defense was fairly well, and so this year now, with those two dogs missing from the team, missing from the offense, we saw the true essence of the offense that we would have seen last year without Rambo and Harley. Okay, now the offensive line, it could not support Van Dyke. It could not support Garcia, and it definitely couldn't support the young kid Brown. That offensive line would not be able to support anybody. So of course you're going to have some regression. The regression is going to be because we don't have the players. We don't have the players to play any type of an offense. If you've been paying attention all year to this football team, we do not have a dog in the house anywhere on that offense. Not a wide receiver. No one could catch the football. We didn't have the running back. We didn't have a big enough. We didn't have our running back situation was horrible because the offensive line was horrible. The quarterbacks were horrible because the offensive line was horrible. I don't care what offensive coordinator you would have put in there. Trying to coach up that team, those players to make a team that would go 9-2, 9-3, 10-2, or what have you, it would never have happened. It could never happen. Not the team that we fielded this year on the football team, either offensively or defensively. Couldn't have happened.
Gotcha. I'm gonna let 12 respond to that. I'm gonna stay out of it because y'all had y'all back and forth, and it's cool. I love the way that you guys talking. I'm glad the fact that you did call in, being patient. 12, I'm gonna let you go ahead and respond to that, and then we're gonna go ahead and push it. But I am sorry, man. I'm soft, man. I know that. I let the other caller run too long, but go ahead.
No, listen. I mean, even if my point was in totality, we had a regression. And even in the regression and attitude, I mean, even we can take it from just an attitude standpoint. We had a Heisman Trophy touted quarterback coming back. You take Harley them out of the equation, that's fine. But even with just points per game, the lack of production, we regressed. I mean, and like I explained earlier, I get what you're saying. I'm not saying that didn't have a contributing factor, but at the bottom line, this team has regressed. I mean, far worse than every other team probably in the last 5 years, E. Brown. Like it's not even close. It's not even close. And even from a play calling standpoint, we've regressed. We know that Gaddis was not with the same quarterback, with Strepo pretty much still there. Talent, we have talent. It's not like the cupboard was bare. We brought in people. We regressed. The play calling wasn't smooth. We regressed with points. Defense got scored on. Like overall, it's a terrible year. There's no way you can't see a regression. Albeit, yeah, we lost some product. We lost some production. That's the difference between production and regression. We lost some production, but at the end of the day, we still were bad. We were terrible, E. Brown. And there's no way to. I mean, we have talent. We have talent, bro. So I'm not saying it can't get better, but you look at the past, even with Manny, it's never been this bad. And I'm gonna tell you why it's highlighted, E. Brown, because of you have to remember what we're contrasting it to. We're contrasting it to this major, high-paid coach who we paid all this money for. Now, if we paid $2 million 5 years for Randy Shannon, and we going backwards, it wouldn't be as glaring. But
it wouldn't sting as bad.
It wouldn't sting as much. But guess what? In the year in the age of paying to play, we paid and we didn't get to play. That's all I'm saying, bro. That's all I'm saying.
But not to interrupt you, V, but
no,
the thing is that Mario didn't Mario didn't shop for those groceries. Okay?
He didn't what?
He did not shop for the groceries. So Mario had no picking in the players that we have on that team.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Ebron.
He did, Ebron.
And to me, but here's why I have a problem with that.
Some.
There is no coach who goes to Matt Rule is getting ready to go to where is he going? Auburn?
Nebraska.
Nebraska.
Coach, I don't want to interrupt you, Coach. I don't want to, because you make excellent points. I'm not going to interrupt you. And V, I love your show. You make excellent points.
Thank you.
I just got to tell you, we went back a little bit talking about Manny. Manny lost to Louisiana. We lost to Louisiana Tech. We lost to FIU under Manny Diaz. Not only that, we follow up with every time, every year that we were got an opportunity to go to a bowl game, we were embarrassed.
Correct.
The following year, we followed up the first game of the year. We led off with an SEC team each year after an embarrassing loss in the bowl game. And we got embarrassed once again at the beginning of the year. Let's not talk about Manny.
But
Manny had it even better.
No. But I've never said that, and I know what you're saying. But here's my comparison. Here's my comparison. Here's my comparison. You got a dude that's been a head coach since 2008, maybe. I don't know when was Cristobal started head coaching at FIU. I'm talking about just being a head coach, having head coach experience, right? And also, I'm not saying that Manny Diaz is a better coach than Mario Cristobal. I'm not saying that.
Nope.
But what
I agree with you.
But what I am saying, and to V12's point, you paid top dollar for something. You're not expecting, again, because this is talking about real life stuff. We're not. I don't think anybody truly. Can I be honest with you? If you really truly believe we were going to win a national championship this year, yeah, that's crazy.
Hey, that's what I said.
No, I agree with that. I agree with that. But what I'm saying is, you can't say that we weren't at least an 8 or 7 plus team this year with this gentleman.
No, sir. I disagree with you because the year previous under Manning, we only won 7 games with a horrible team, and that team came back. Now, just from a historical standpoint, we go back. Now, I'm going to go back a long time.
No, don't go too far back. Stay with Manny. Stay with Manny. Okay.
All right. Manny, under Manny, the team was 75 when last year before Manny was fired. Correct.
Okay.
Right.
That's correct.
Right?
Yep.
So if there was any regression, we only lost. We won 5 games this year. 5 games this year with a team that was pretty much awful under Manning for 2 years. We lost 2. We won 2 more games under Manning, and we lost 2. We have a change. We have new coaches that came in and took over a team with young guys, young men who were under Manning, who practically did whatever they wanted to do. Some guys would leave the team and come back.
Okay. Here's my point. Because I got to get through this because we got people calling. But here's my point because I want you to have your time. You brought it up, and that's cool. All I'm saying is that we got to stop making the excuse of he's got to get his guys. I'm going to go here with Sonny Dykes. Sonny Dykes, previous year, 5-7, 6-4, 5-7, 7-5, 7-6. That was 4 years prior to Sonny Dykes coming. And he gets there, he's now 11-0. I'm not expecting Mario to be 11-0, but I am expecting you to whip Middle Tennessee ass. I am expecting you to be competitive against Duke. I am expecting you to be competitive. We're not even competitive, dog. We're not tripping because now that we lost, E. Brown. Hold on. We're not tripping because we lost. Hold on, E. Brown. We're tripping because we're not even competitive, dog. We're not even competitive. Hold on. Since you brought up 7-5 with Mario, with Manny, Manny was literally 8-10 points from being 10-2.
Yes, absolutely.
They were at least competitive in the losses.
Absolutely.
These losses are not even competitive, E. Brown.
Yeah. E. Brown.
That's the issue.
Yeah. And I don't want to belabor the point, E. Brown, but I will tell you this. And I'm not making it a Manny Diaz comparison, but let me tell you this. Coach hit it right on the head. We were competitive under Manny. And in Manny's first year, and we ain't pay Manny $10 million.
In what way were we competitive? In what way were we competitive under Manny?
Let me tell you.
Give me an example where we were competitive under Manny.
Are you hold on. Are you going to accept? Are you going to accept my? I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna give you 2 examples. and his record base. The first year he took what it was. He went 8-3. That's competitive. Couple bounces away from being 9-1 that year. Went to the bowl and lost. So that's being. And number 2, we went 7-5. Another bowl game. So right now, Manny's up 2-0 on, and we
lost to Louisiana.
But what I'm explaining to you, you're just showing that's one game. Look at it in the whole season. He has performed better. Stats don't lie, E. Brown. I'm not sure why you're trying to fudge it. Ball don't lie.
No.
Hold on. Stats don't lie. Manny went 8. He's 21-15 at the U, and a couple games away, especially last season, from being okay. So my point is this: for right now, you don't have a leg to stand on, pretty much, because its regression is glaring. I do understand your points, but Manny took us to 2 bowl games, 5-7, and no bowl game. We're not used to that. And even though we get to the bowl game and we lose, we're not used to that.
Get there. Hey, I'm gonna say this last thing, Ebron. I definitely got to go. I'm looking back at Manny's deal,
and I'm not looking at stats.
And I'm looking at it.
I know you are.
Duke, we beat they behind 47-10. They coach leaves. They get a brand new coach. We get a brand new coach. They pretty much had the same players. You can't tell me we don't have better players than Duke, dog. Would you agree with that, E. Brown?
I agree.
Okay. They flipped the score on us. I don't even know what they whooped us by. V-Tech, we beat them last year. We beat them this year, 38 to whatever. Georgia Tech, we beat by 3 points. Florida State, we lost by 3 points. This year was a drubbing. We beat Pitt with a better quarterback, a top-rated quarterback in Pittsburgh. We beat them 38-34. This dude, Slavis, is in a quarterback competition with somebody else out of California, and we get slapped across the face. North Carolina, we beat by $1. UNC, we lost by 3 points. See, when we talk about being competitive, we lost, but at least we were competitive in these deals. That's what I'm talking about, competitive. Now, we were not competitive in Alabama, and we definitely were not competitive in Michigan State.
And in Clemson.
And in Clemson, we got our teeth kicked down our throat.
Right.
But coach,
yeah, but
you're talking about a team. You're talking about a team that was devoid of any type of fight. This team lost the will to fight after that Middle Tennessee game.
But whose fault is that? That's not the players. That's not the players, dog. Here's the deal. When you get a brand new car smell, right? It could be a Toyota Corolla. You enjoy it. You got a brand new coach. You got all the hype. You got the $10 million dude. You can't tell me none of these players weren't fired up. You lost your desire because you lost the game under this dude's regime, not because of they were Manny's players. You lost this because he lost the connection with them, maybe. You can't tell me that they weren't fired up from Bethune-Cookman. Bro, they played Bethune-Cookman, whooped them 70-13. Southern Miss, Texas A&M was a good competitive game, 17-9. I'll take that. Competitive fight. They got some top dogs. We had some mistakes. I'm cool. And then you come at the Middle Tennessee and lay get slapped across the face. That's not because they were Manny's players. He was 8 months removed from them. So when they lost to Middle Tennessee State, we're going to go blame a dude from 8 months ago who was there?
No. I'm not blaming Manny. I'm not blaming standard they're Manny players. I mean, you got to remember, the Middle Tennessee game was after the Texas A&M game.
That's correct. That's correct.
Okay. Now, the thing is that goes to my point where I'm talking about we don't have any dogs in the game. Because if we had any dogs in the game, we would have had players that would give the entire team that competitive spirit. If you don't have, the coach can talk to you, Coach Hayes, you can talk to players until you blue in the face. If you don't have that supporting cast of those competitive dogs on the team, that's taking your word and taking what you're saying to the team.
No, sir, I disagree.
Getting that respect for it. It's not going to work.
You make them dogs. See, one thing you can't do is turn your dog against you. See, when you get your puppy, You can't just slap him in the face and think he's gonna respect you because he don't know you bought him. He don't know you bought me out the pet store. You buy the puppy, you bring him in the house. Well, I'm gonna make him tough. I'm just gonna slap him across the face, and he gonna listen to me. I told you this. I told everybody this. One thing about South Florida people, if we trust you, you can slap us across the face. But if we don't know you slap across the face, you're gonna have hell on your hands. And I think Mario Cristobal may have slapped these dudes too early, too fast, without building trust. And they say, you know what? Hold up, dog. See, people don't understand that. People don't understand that. I don't care you from the crib. I don't trust you yet, dog. You ain't gonna slap me across my face.
Whose fault is that? Because if you have a college player that has not experienced that type of coach in their time of playing football or playing any kind of competitive sport, then that tells you right there that we selected the wrong players. That tells you right there that you selected the wrong players to be on your team, to compete in a team where you have another team that's like tonight. You had the Pittsburg Panthers slapping our players around and not nobody doing I'm not going to curse. Nobody doing a darn thing about it. All season long, you had players from the other team slapping our players around, breaking the U down, doing all type of things in front of them in their faces. And our players showing no competitive spirit whatsoever.
So when he go in there and jack him up, when he go in there and jack him up, when James Williams get out of control, and then Mario Cristobal come to the press conference, that night, our kids got to be more disciplined.
E. Brown, let's bring the argument back. E. Brown,
I don't want you to take it. I don't want you to take it.
Listen to E. Brown. Listen to this.
We're fighting, or we're gonna get in and get penalties or whatever.
E. Brown,
but you gotta go out there and play. You gotta play in a competitive manner, not fight, not get penalties. You gotta play in a competitive manner.
So, E. Brown,
you cannot just stand around and let someone run through your line, and you run through the line and you not touch them, you're not tackling, you're not hitting them, you're not.
So E. Brown,
we're not doing
that. Can you hear me, E. Brown? So listen, we're gonna bring it home. Circular argument. You basically proved my point with all that you just said. A lacking attitude, a lacking competition, a lacking fight. I will label that a regression all around. It's a regression in attitude, a regression in will. See, regression could mean a couple different things, my brother. So listen to what you're saying. By your own admission, it's a circular argument. You just came back to the point. It's a regression in everything under this leadership as we speak. And that's the bottom line. That's what you just said. A regression in will. We get slapped around. We're moving backwards. That's what regression means, to retreat, to move backwards. That's what happened. Hold on. That's what happened this season. Whether on offense or defense, that's what happened. Point blank. That's all I'm trying to explain to you. We regressed.
I see Sean Cox saying that I've been on the phone too long.
No, I gave you credit.
You're fine.
I gave you credit because I gave old boy his deal, but ain't nobody else getting it. I promise you. If I do,
man. But no, it's a good call, man.
I do need to cut me off. Anyway, but E. Brown, man, hey, I appreciate it, man. Having
you all day.
We're gonna definitely talk. We'll talk some more, but we got to get these people on. We still got 500 in the building. Appreciate you, man. 1:30 in the morning, 500 people. I'm hot. I'm sorry.
Night.
Here we go.
It's time to go night.
386 been calling in left and right, so I'm trying to get him in. All right, here we go. 386 in the building. I guess he hung up. Let's go with somebody else. I guess they hung up. Here we go. Call or talk to us. Give us your name, where you calling from. You got 2 minutes, and I promise you ain't got no more than that. I've been fighting, man.
Coach, you gonna hold me to it?
Watch this. Ready? Go.
Nah, Coach, actually, this is a question for you because you kind of touched on a point that I'm interested in. You worked with Mario, right?
Mm-hmm.
We know he's this hard-nosed, no-nonsense, teeth grinning, Cuban coffee, vein juggling coach, right? But do you feel like he's lost the locker room this year, and that's why there's been a regression from the players? I really want your perspective on this, because you know the kid's down here, but you also know him because you worked with him.
So here's what I know about him, right, in working with him. He can be tough, and there's nothing wrong with that. But unfortunately, we could say what we want to say, but this is the times, because you know my back in the days thing. Kids are different. Society is different. I gave this analogy before. You know I'm an analogy king. But a majority of the people in this chat, they have children that are our age who want to talk this tough guy stuff. But y'all still won't let your kids go sleep over at another person's house. Why? Because times are different. When we grew up, all we had to do was say, Mama, can I stay at V12 house? Did you ask his mama? Yes. Okay. And that was it. I'll be over here at 10 o'clock to pick you up. You better have your stuff prepared. Yes, ma'am. Now, the parents got to go out on a date and meet each other. They got to vet each other. This is society today. Yes, we could call the kids soft. We could call them whatever. You don't think kids at Alabama got Instagram? You don't think they be in their feelings when they don't get to play? This is society today. So we could say what we want to say, brother, but at the end of it, I'm just speaking to everybody when I'm talking. You can go in there and swing the axe, and a lot of them not going to respond because they never had the axe swung at them before. Whether it was in high school or even their mama, their daddy, hopefully if they daddy even in their life. See, these are the differences. Y'all not taking all of this in totality. Everybody didn't grow up with daddies, and we see even more fatherless homes today than we did in our day. We are looking at through a 40-plus-year-old lens. You understand? That's the difference.
Yeah.
We're trying to compare new age shorties to old school players, and that ain't what it is. So yeah, you can go in there with that old no nonsense, like you said, Cuban coffee, vein jingling, all that stuff, and you're going to lose them. But if you build the trust with them, then you can turn. I told you about the anaconda approach. Slowly squeeze them out before they realize they don't even know they're being suffocated. But if you go in there, just put your hands around their throat and get it choking, you're going to get some rebellion. But if I ease one hand right here and I ease another hand, before you know it, I'll break them down. And that's how you have to approach these kids today. And here's my last point. I said this before about Nick Saban. His brilliance is he knows what he does not know. Nick Saban hires two guys who are top high school coaches in the state of Alabama. And guess what he does with them? They're retired coaches. And what they do, they're responsible for all the high-profile players. That is their job. Because he knows as an individual, I can't deal with the foolishness that comes with it. As a 70-year-old man, I can't deal with the slime nose they were talking about earlier. I can't deal with it. So I'm going to hire V12. I'm going to hire Baby Shaq. And y'all deal with that, Stu. Now, if it's messed up, I'm going to fire both of y'all. But I know I can't deal with it. And that's what Mario has to maybe understand in this. So I'll say that, and I'll leave it at that. So maybe he went in too strong, and he turned the kids off. You understand me? Now, we could call him soft. You can call him what you want. That's what it is. The difference between him and Oregon, he wasn't the head coach. He was the assistant coach on a staff already. So they already knew what to expect when he became the head coach. That's the difference in culture building. Right? Coach Cristobal, yeah. Just like Marcus Freeman at Notre Dame. You saw how excited those players were when he got named the head coach? They already knew what to expect. That's the difference with him being at Oregon and difference at being at Miami. None of the players was alive when Mario Cristobal was out there blocking for Miami. They don't even care about Mario Cristobal at Miami, bro. And I'm standing my 2 minutes. I'm sorry.
No, you good, Coach.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I think I agree with you, but to play devil's advocate a little bit, I think it's like finding a balance. I think we kind of agree on it because with Manny, I'm not in the locker room, obviously. It seemed like it was a little too lax in a lot of ways, but with Mario, like you said, I don't think he's built the trust with him to maybe be as demanding, but I would think a lot of that comes from the position coaches. He's the head coach. He's not interacting with them like day to day like their position coaches should be. So I'm not sure if all the coaches are on the same page as far as that too, because I would feel like the O-line coach, the wide receiver coach, the running back coach, they have to kind of have like that trust with the players. And when Mario interacts with them, he's the head coach. They should be a little nervous, but at the same time, he does have to build trust with them.
Correct. But brother, I hate to cut you off, but I got to get rolling, man. So whenever you're ready to wiggle, I'm ready. But yeah, I'm good. I'm having a good time, man. Yeah. Shad 1419 for the $9.99. Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you, brother, man, for calling in. I appreciate you. Thank you so much, man.
I appreciate it.
Bye now. I sucked. I know I went over the 2 minutes. Coach sucks at this. 12, you're going to be in charge of this one day. Shad 1419 $9.99. Thank you, brother. It don't matter how many dogs you got. If the coach sends you out on the field and doesn't see anything wrong with the lining up, outflanked, or have a D tackle covering a running back, yeah, that's a way to put it too. That's a way to put it too. We got another one. All right.
Yeah, he said,
let me see. Hold on.
We pay coaches. Hey, Benga, as I say, guess what? It's my money too, baby. So I'm gonna talk about it. I holler at you, man. Hear the something? Where you calling from? Tell us where you calling from. Where you shouting us out from? Go ahead, caller. Where you calling from?
What's up, my boy? This your boy Darryl Page, man. I'm calling from Gainesville, Florida. Coach Terminator Hayes in the building, man.
What's up with you, baby? Talk to me.
What's good, man? Listen here, man. First thing first, we need to work on them trenches. We need to work on trenches. Offensive line, defensive line, get some linebackers in here. And then we can start from there. Skilled players is a dime a dozen. We need to work on these trenches and start to build from there. Once we get these trenches in, everything will work smoothly. Bama got trenches, Georgia got trenches, all the big time schools got trenches. Miami needs trenches. Okay. And that's what's going to happen, man.
I totally agree with you. I totally agree with what you're saying. Like, that is not my biggest thing is I'm trying to stay away from people just blaming players and people only blaming coaches. Nobody is saying it is a combination of both. People, like you say, it's first 48. We want to find out who done it. We want to find out who's responsible. And somebody do we want to pick a side, right? It's like Republicans and Democrats.
Yeah.
They right. Nobody can ever say they both got both valid points. It's players got a problem. Coaches got a problem. I don't know why it's so hard to admit that. I've been saying that since the jump street. It is both. It ain't just one. It ain't just this. It ain't just that. It is both.
Yeah, I totally agree. Ain't no reason why the players should be out of position so goddamn much every single goddamn week. Now, that's on the coaches. Now, players, I just got to give them on effort. Effort ain't always there with our players. But one thing about it, once we get these trenches worked out, everything going to be smooth and dandy. I promise you that. Just give it some time. Let it work.
And guess what? That's what Mario is supposed to be known for. Big time offensive guru, played the position, offensive line guru, played the position. So we'll see. You know, again, it's the first year. A lot of growing pains. You're moving. You know, we definitely got to, everybody see you got to have a decent O-line. You know what I mean? Decent O-line, healthy O-line to move forward.
And Coach, hey, you said about that transfer portal, you got to know what kind of players you're bringing in. But I can tell you right now, every time we get a transfer portal, they be better than what we already got on the roster. Almost says Kaiser Osborne, Rambo, Jalen Phillips, even Chris. Anything we get at transfer portal be down there better. Everything on the roster. It don't make no sense. We got guys from Buffalo coming here making Miami guys look like they don't know what they're doing.
I agree, but we talking about getting rid of 30 players. It's different than getting 5. 30.
But guess what? They'll have a fresh start with a new military mindset. Cause these players that's here before, they were used to partying, used to getting everything brushed under the rug. Guess what? It's yes, sir, and time to tighten up. Time to be about business. Time to put in that work. Ain't no sugarcoating that no more. We trying to get busy. We trying to get back to being the you.
I love it, baby.
Yeah. But guess what, guys? Part of you got to remember this, and I know time. We know times change. But part of being the Miami life and atmosphere, we ain't wearing no belts tight up to our chest. We don't got the Urkel look. Our players want to breathe a little. They in Miami for a reason. It's a different kind of. It's a difference in Miami. So when and Mario knows that. I think sometimes that uptightness, that military type deal may not work. I think we may have to have a more of a forward-thinking coach who may want to embrace what coach is talking about. Yeah, these shorties, you know, and I'm not being disrespectful, lack of better words, they weren't around back then, right? But I give a prime example. I give a prime example, and I want to highlight this because it's important. Let me tell you one thing about Dion. Dion bringing in Instagram models to talk to the players. Dion talking about real life situations. Dion bringing his players on trips. Dion bringing in ex guys, people who these kids.
Dion is 11 and old. These boys is winning. Back in the day, Canes was winning. That's what made it fun. That's what made it swag because we was winning. What's the point of having fun if you losing?
I agree, but you're missing my point. But back then, we were winning, and even back then we had Warren Sapp would tell you them boys were loose. They were having a good time back then, and they were winning. But what I'm saying,
they were winning.
But listen to what I'm saying. We're saying the same thing, but my point is, Coach made a point about how Mario came in with Dion. He has a better type of vibe with the kids. He's able to relate a little more.
But Dion's still strict too now. Dion don't play the radio now. He gonna get you right now when it's time to get you right, and you gotta wear a suit.
I agree with that.
Hold on, I'm gonna say this, and I gotta let you go. T. Hines, you are right on point. You're right, and Dion takes the anaconda approach. He didn't come in there. He came in there. I'm swagged out. But when they boo-booed on his toilet the wrong way, he straightened them. Right? That's what I'm talking about. Instead of coming in, I'm all business. I'm all this. They don't ever let you see your hair down. People think Nick.
Right.
See, that's you just marked it right on the dot. Dog, Dion don't play that. But he also understands when it's time to have a 1-2. Like, you know what I mean? Let's have a little 1-2 step. Or he may stop practice and bust a dance move just to keep it up. But as soon as that dude went in that toilet and took a boo-boo in his toilet, he shut that down quick, didn't he? And the players respected that because he constantly, if you just came in, rah, 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 he would have lost those kids. He would have lost those kids. I promise you.
You right. We gonna see what happens in year 2, man. See if we progress or we still at a steady boat. Cause I want to see development, man. I want to see us go forward and not backwards, man. I don't want to see us stay still for so many years over and over and over again, like the same song over and over again, stuck on the radio.
Yeah, I'm with you, but I just think that there is a way in which you have to approach these young men today. Their differences, dog. Like their attention span is different. Bro, I'm playing a song in the car this weekend. Teenager told me, man, this song long. I'm like, bro, I look at the song, it's 4.5 minutes. These kids are used to 2-minute songs, bro. Like their minds are built different, but it's all because the way society molds it. And to be a good coach, you have to understand that. You understand? Like you have to understand how to fit within their mold. They playing. But anyway, I got to run, man. I got to get the people in here off it, man.
Yeah, shout out to your show, Coach, man. It's all about you, baby. Keep doing your thing, big dog.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate you. Man, we up here late. Hey, we on that night shift. We still got 500 people in the building.
Shout out to the night workers, man. The EMTs, you know what I mean, warehouse workers, everybody who working that 11 to 7. All my law enforcement, all my LEOs, you know, working the night. All my night nurses, all my head nurses. All my charge, all my head nurses.
Hold on, I got one. Leave that alone. Leave that alone.
All nurses. You know
leave that alone.
The late night shit.
Stop it. I hear you. Shout out to them Amazon workers on the Black Friday, boy. Them
Amazon workers.
Shipping, boy.
Amazon
Anyways,
workers.
we got to call in right now, man. We had a good time tonight. You know, I enjoy doing these because they are therapeutic for myself. I get a chance to just hear other people's points and everything else. And so forth. We got another caller, 623. I'm going to stick to a T. Hines, who is still in the building. I appreciate you, T. Hines, for getting me straight. My producer, Ellen, slapped me around a couple times too. So caller Talk to us. Give us your name, where you calling from, and you got 2 minutes, and that's it. I promise.
What's up, Coach? This Jason from Arizona.
Oh, under Jessica.
Good.
Jessica, how are you, Jessica?
Yeah. What's good? What's
Thought I
good?
forgot, huh? What's up, man?
Nah, I know you didn't forget. What's good, man? Hey, man, you know what? I seen a post on Facebook, man. It said we got 1,000 coaches on the sideline now, and we can never make an adjustment. They said one time that Alabama had like the most coaches because they have a coach for every so many players. You know, for some odd reason we got that, but we still can't figure it out. Why is that? Why do we have an Ed Reed and Jason Taylor and all these legends, and we can't even get high school kids that's coming into college that even understand what they're talking about?
It's called the okie doke. We so consumed with see Myron know they know we consumed with the people that are old. You heard what you just said. We consumed with legends, but that don't translate. None of that translated. None of that. Listen, we have a legend. What they call a paradise camp. If that don't get you hyped
Legends
up,
camp.
we have a legend, whatever legends camp. We have a legends camp. If that don't get you hyped up, Hall of Famers, and guess what? 5 and 7, and we ain't regressing. Shout out to Prime for all y'all Prime haters out there. I'm gonna talk about Prime.
Hey, Prime, listen, Prime doing it, bro. Listen, Prime.
What we can do.
When they let Prime get on, huh?
No, I'm talking to the guys. We got some Prime haters. What I'm trying to say, they were about the wrong thing. They were about the person instead of the system. He brought in a system with the other coach players. You understand what I'm saying? And making it work.
A mean system.
Come on, man. Y'all got too many. Y'all look emotional.
Listen, they messed around and let Prime got on national TV and did what? Who is SWAC, baby? Who now? What recruiter? What kid don't want to go to a school that coach turned up like that? Come on, bro.
Come on, man.
I want to go to him.
Man, listen, the man told you, the man say, address me like you address Coach Saban. I'm Coach Prime. That's the kind of attitude we got to have. And I'm sick and tired of y'all coming around here with that foolishness, dog. I've been chill all day. Don't talk to me about no Prime. Colorado
2 hours
wants
and 15
Prime.
minutes. Now you want to be hot?
Colorado want Prime for a reason. I'm hot because they missed the point. They so caught up in this Tom and Jerry, you know what I mean, Donald Duck foolishness. That's why we got 1,000 coaches. It's the okie doke, caller. Jessica, it's the okie doke, my brother. We so consumed with foolishness.
Hey,
Jessica.
Hey, they're gonna have to get it right. V12, they're gonna have to get it right. They're gonna have to get it right down there in South Beach now. I'm about to come all the way from Arizona and get this thing. Now don't let me bring them whatever them devils out here.
I agree.
Some devils.
So the Sun Devil. But you know what's funny? But to your point, right? And my dog loose, man. Hey, this is my dog right here, but I'm telling you, but hey, this dude right here, let me tell y'all, boy, that dude crazy.
Yeah.
But anyway,
I got triggered for a second. I'm good.
He got triggered. Triggered. There you go. I don't even know what I was gonna say, man. But anyhow, hey, Wholesome, I saw you on here, man. Call in, come in, whatever. Just talk to me. I don't know what your deal is. But anyhow, like, bro, it's Jessica. I'm all over the place. I don't even know what the hell's going on, bro. I'm just, you know what I'm not. Okay, no. I know what I was gonna say. To your point, what is so baffling to me, to your point, and I thought this was a great mix of coaching staff. I've always said this about the previous staff. We didn't have enough coaching diversity, not racial diversity, coaching diversity, meaning young and old, right? So what happened is the blind leading the blind, right? It was Manny, Packy, all them cats, right? Okay, cool. Well, now you got Kevin Steele, Charlie Strong, older guys. Then you bring in the younger guy and Coach Wright, the defensive end coach, and Adai. They're younger guys, so maybe they can convey messages to the players better. Then you bring in a Yellow Jacket Hall of Famer. Then you still got Ed Reed. Like it was so the coaching diversity was excellent in my book. Right? Then you bring in
it looked good.
Here go a better one. Then you bring in the head coach from Central. He got the ill to the streets. And Roland Smith.
For real.
Right. So hear what I'm saying. So now you got coaching diversity. You got Kevin Smith. I know him. He talking like me and you times 10, if you know what I'm saying. So he could talk to the players in that aspect. But then you got Coach Ponce, who's very politically correct and going to say the right thing. Like I thought it was a beautiful coaching hire. And what's baffling me, I have no idea why it's not working. I can't tell you why it's not working, bro.
I don't know either, man. It's so sad this year, bro. This year, I could literally say I have not watched football. Like, I would watch 2 minutes of it and turn it off.
Yeah.
Literally turn it off. Like, bro, I'm done with it. I'm not going to. I watched it on YouTube. You know what I'm saying? I watched some clips on YouTube and see what I missed, and I really don't even want to watch that. That's sad.
Yeah, man. But listen, man, we got to let you roll, man. But I appreciate you, man, all the way from
appreciate
Arizona
it,
out there,
man.
man. Thanks for calling in, brother.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Appreciate it.
Already. Thanks a lot, man. That was a good call, man. Google, man, call in. I know you said 972. I know your number when it pop up, but I haven't seen it pop up yet. Call or talk to us. Give us your name, where you're calling from. You got 2 minutes. That's probably going to end up being 3, but I'm going to try to keep it at 2.
Okay. Well, I'm Israel, and I'm calling just to share with you what's going on as far as with the team, what I see. Okay. I'm an old fan back at 83. I'm from Dade County. And the problem is the mentality is different now. Back in 83, there was a certain mentality that the Dade County players had, and that's evident in the fact that they won 3 championships with 3 different coaches, Nellenberger, Johnson, and Erickson. Now, what needs to be done is you have to get that mentality. Of course, it's not in the Dade County area like it was before, but you have to get that mentality. And without it, you will not be successful. You have to find that. It's not the coaching, it's not the coaching does play a part, but it's not so much the coaching.
Mm-hmm.
I really feel if you get the right mentality, it'll come together easier. Because I'm looking at it, and I remember, and you from Dade County, you remember back in the 80s how it was, and I'm actually a street guy, you know what I'm saying? So I know the mentality that we had. Man, we didn't care. It's us against the world. We're going to win it. and nobody going to come in our city and treat us any kind of way. But what I see today, the skill set is still there, but the mentality is not there. So they just got to recruit the guys with the right mentality, and it'll all come together. I appreciate your time, sir.
Thank you, man. I appreciate you for calling in, man. Don't be a stranger to the line, bro.
Okay, I definitely won't.
All right, now. Thanks a lot. All right, good call, but I want to start this off. And I've always said this on this show. I'm going to be respectful to people who call in. But I always said, I don't want to hear this.
Back in the days when I was young, I'm not a kid anymore. But some days I sit and wish I was a kid again.
The reason I bring that up is I get it. We talk about back in the days. And I understand that. Caller, give me 1 second. I got you.
Yes, sir.
But to the same reason we talk about back in the days, we weren't the same kids these kids are today. And guess what? 20, 30 years from now, the kids that are born in 2050 aren't going to be the same kids that these kids are in 2023, 22. So we have to understand that. You understand? We have to understand that we're trying to, bro, there was no internet. There was no, you know what kids had to do to keep their time? We played with rocks or little toys that little boys put in their pocket, little cars. Now, guess what? If you want your kid to be like that, stop giving them the iPad and the iPhone to keep them quiet and keep them busy. Huh? You changing with the times to keep them quiet and keep them busy. Why you don't give them some Lego blocks? Treat those kids the same way you was treated as a kid. You almost think it's child abuse if you had to give a kid a big wheel instead of an iPhone. You 5 years old. Kid can't even sit in the own car seat. They sit in the back of the doggone car. They know how to control, alt, delete your phone. They know, mama, some dude named Bobby keep calling, and daddy name ain't Bobby. Who is that? And he 5 years old. My bad, I went too far with that. But y'all understand what I'm saying. All I'm saying is we want to have it, our cake and eat it too. We want them to act like back in the days, but we treat them like new age. So you can't have it both ways. So we can't.
Back in the days when I was young, I'm not a kid anymore. But some days I sit and wish I was a kid again.
We can't do that. So with that being said, I just want to put that out there, 12. Kill have options, I guess. Caller, talk to us, 901 area code. I'm not sure what that is, but thank you, as T. Hines say, being respectful for the 2 minutes. So, caller, you got 2 minutes to get it off your chest.
Well, I'm from Memphis, Tennessee, Coach.
All right.
And if you'll remember back, I called you the day that they hired Mario. You went live.
Mm-hmm.
I got killed in your comment section and on the call, frankly, for saying this team was going to go 6-6.
Mm.
You remember that?
I do remember.
Everybody's wanting to focus on the talent on this team and why didn't it work. Well, I think a player like Will Mallory is the best possible example. That man's been there now for 3 head coaches and 3 offensive coordinators. Why is it a question to anybody why he hasn't gotten any better? The defensive players have had 3 defensive coordinators in the last 3 years. Why is it a question why they aren't getting any better? The fan base, the university is putting these players in a position to fail. It's on us. We want all these coaches gone when we want them gone. So everybody wants to holler about accountability. Everybody in this comment section needs to take accountability. We're the reason this team's in the shape it's in. No player can succeed with that much turnover in the coaching staff. None. So you've negated all the talent you got. And as far as trying to run everybody off, well, I guess we still haven't learned our lesson. It's like many other things in life. For something to change and possibly get better, you got to break the cycle. We going to break it or we going to keep it going? They have put long-term investments into this program, not just with coaching, but with everything else that they're doing. So how about we put some long-term investments into the players? Put them in a better position to succeed. That's all I got, Coach.
I love it, man. Thank you very much for calling me in, man. Yes, I do remember that call, man. But I appreciate it, man. And I always going to remember those wind chimes in the back. I love it.
I got to go out the house to smoke. I can't smoke in the house, boss.
I heard that, because guess what? You can't do what you used to do. She going to whip that behind if you come in that house with that, man.
Yes, sir. You know how it goes.
I love it, man. I appreciate you, man, for hanging around with us at 2 o'clock in the morning. Thanks a lot, brother.
Anytime, boss.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Coach. And continuity, Coach. We lack continuity. I mean, that's been there for a long time. You got to have some kind of continuity. We look at the Alabamas and we look at the Clemsons and we look at some of these other teams. And what do they have in common? Continuity. Head coach been there for a while. Pretty much coordinators for a long time until they got plucked and go to different positions. So yeah, continuity goes a long way. And he's absolutely right. That it's hard. It's hard to get better when you always have constant turnover at your position coach, with your position coaches or your coordinators. It's tough. So yeah, that's an excellent call. And I guess that's what we're trying to do now. So like I said, I've said this, give Mario his opportunity that he had, that any other coach had, like, Mario or Golden. Give him a chance and let's see what happens. I mean, we can't 2-3 years him and get him out of there, but he has to make adjustments. And that's the bottom line. It may be tough, but he has to make adjustments.
Yeah, I agree. And here's another person. How you say your name? And I remember your name I from a while back. And I hate mispronouncing people's names because I think it's disrespectful, and I don't know how to pronounce it. So if you can phonetically put it up there, I would love that because I just like to pronounce people's name. But I'm gonna call you.
No, Benga. Remember, Benga is the G is silent. I'm not sure about the last time, but I'm fairly not. I speak. I'm African. I speak African, so I think Benga is. I'm from the motherland. I think Benga is the first name. I gotta do a listen on the last name. But holla at us, Benga. Let us know if I'm right or wrong.
Yeah, I sent the link. I sent the link, Wholesome. But anyway, Benga, I remember. Again, bro, 80% of this is not on players, dog. I'm sorry. I'm cutting it right down the middle, 50-50. Everybody's got a piece of this. And if it's three phases involved, then it's 33, 33, 33. If it's 4 people, 25, 25, 25, 25. I know how to do math. If it's 5 people, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20. You understand? Everybody has equal stakes and share in the problem that's happening. Because one thing about football, and this is where the problem lies, you can't finger point one problem on this team. You can't. We just gave up a big play because of tackling. Bro, we're on the 1 yard line. We're on the 1 yard line, on the inch line. And we try to run the play out there with Ja'Cory Brown instead of just ramming it down their throat. And he ended up hurting his shoulder. Is that on the player? They didn't call that play. Like, that's what I'm saying. Everybody got a problem in this deal, dog. So let's stop trying to separate and just say, hey, all y'all, golly. All right, call it. Sorry about that. 210 area code. Give us your name, where you're calling from. You got 2 minutes to get it off your chest. If not, T. Hines gonna cut you off.
Hey, I hear you, Coach. My name's Smitty, and I'm calling from San Antonio, Texas.
All right, San Antonio, talk to me, man.
Oh yeah. You got a lot of fans out here, including myself.
Thank you.
And just let me say one thing, and that is I love your content, love what you guys are doing. Coach Hayes, you and T12, man, I like I said, it's a blessing for us all.
I appreciate it. I just started your time over, so go ahead. Now you got it.
Oh, okay. Appreciate it. Hey, so I'll make it quick. So my thing is this, Coach, would you say that you and T12, would you say that you are still students of the game?
Of course.
Can answer that question.
I would. Of course I would. Yeah.
Okay. So do you think Mario is, looking at himself as a student of the game as far as how he's handled this year?
You mean, can he learn from what he did this year?
Exactly.
Definitely.
Exactly.
If he doesn't, he's the fool. But he definitely can learn from this year.
And I guess the reason I'm asking that question is because why, pray tell, would he put the young man back in that same situation that he was in the last, I think it was like 2 games ago, where he put Van Dyke in the game, knowing that he's already busted up and he's like just, basically a shell of himself. And he did the same thing again. And could you please explain to me why would he do something like that?
Yeah, I mean, that's a tough situation. I agree. Like when Wilcox said we busted up 3 quarterbacks. I guess if Van Dyke wanted to play last game of the season, he's a competitor. He's gonna see if he can go. I think most college players, if the medical staff clears them, they're gonna try and play. And 2 weeks in a row didn't work. We know he wasn't fully healed, but he's quote unquote the leader of the team. He wants to go. And but I agree with you. It probably wasn't the best assessment. And you see what happens. He got knocked out the game again. Similar to what happened with Tua. He was injured, and then they put him back in the next week, and he got injured again. So it was sometimes as a coach, you try to go with the best possible, and coach could explain this, the best possible person you have who can win the game for you. And at that point, it was Van Dyke. And when he went out, you see, it was hard for Brown and Jake to get it going. It's just unfortunate for him. I mean, hopefully it's not further damaging to his shoulder and he can recoup and bounce back.
Yeah, I just agree with exactly what he's saying. It's all about the players. If he's cleared to play, these kids' future are at stake. And if he's cleared to play through the medical staff, the choice is his at that point. And now it's your choice to make a decision to put him in for your best chance to win. And I think they thought, just like you said earlier, V12, that TVD gives them the best chance to win through the air in the pregame. I believe you brought that piece up. And so that's what happens. But, sometimes these kids go out, they look good in practice, but they're not exerting the same energy and force when they throwing balls or doing different things, and they tweak it, man. So it's just one of those deals. But that's what happens when you don't have solidified depth at a position or at all positions. Your guys don't have time to heal, right? And to be honest, that's what actually helped Rooster out. Why is Rooster the way he is? Because we had solidified depth at the running back position. We had Chaney, which who got out. Okay, so Rooster comes, he's out. Then you had Thad Franklin still. You had Henry Parrish. You had some other guys and they stayed healthy. Those guys stayed healthy. So therefore, it gave Ford a chance to truly heal his injury. And I think he kind of teetered on it a little bit, but now you see he's running completely different. Like, you're like, oh, I'm feeling this tire ain't flat no more. It's running pretty good. I ain't on the run flat. It's running pretty good. Yeah.
That's true. Yeah, he runs a lot. He ran harder. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Thank y'all. Gentlemen, I appreciate y'all perspective, and definitely that. I wasn't thinking along those lines, but of course that's why I called y'all to get your view.
Man, well, I appreciate the support, man, and you guys liking what we do, man.
So always.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
Thank y'all.
All right, man.
God bless.
Good one. Take care. God bless you.
Oh boy, it's still hot. Caller, give me 1 second. Slim Shady Canes, $10. Coach, respectfully, how many times has the team been stopped all season on 3rd and 4th and 1? Gattis literally trying everything possible just to get a yard, and they just can't do it. Again, I don't know the analytics. I don't know why they're calling what they're calling. I don't know. And that's why I put it 50-50, because I'm not in the meetings. I'm not trying to figure it out. I know some things are calls. I know some things are players. I know some things are calls and players, right? Like the perfect call is there. We're not executing it. But then we'll do something still silly, like have an unbalanced formation. They still got 10 people to the unbalanced side, and we still run that way. That's the coaches. Like, no, I don't blame a coach for a kid dropping a football. But then I don't blame the kid for running into the formation. Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, that's why I'm saying everything is cut even down the pie right now, because nothing is clear. So until it's clear, I love that first 48 line. It's like first 48. I'm looking for somebody to be held responsible. But thank you for the $10 Slim Shady. I appreciate it. Anything you want to say to that 12 before I get to the caller?
No, you hit it right on the head, bro. Absolutely.
I don't know where Hosen went, man, but I sent him the link. But anyhow, 786 area code, caller, talk to us. You got 2 minutes, or the producer Ellen gonna cut us off?
I know she is. I'm still up. Let me tell you something. You all did not understand. We must have speed. Do you know we don't have speed? The hot tempo, those is on the coaches. Now, we played all year long, and you notice they smacking us down. We don't have speed, and none of y'all talking about it. That's on the coaches. And I'm going to sleep. Good night.
Good night.
Goodbye, bye, Miss Wilcox. Good night. Sleep tight. Don't let the bed bugs bite. The Oracle has spoken. We don't have speed. And if we don't have speed, guess what? We in bad shape.
That's what we're known for. We've always been known for speed on the outside, and
In the words of the old man, speed kills. Anyway, 404 area code. 404 area code. Call or talk to us. Give us your name, where you're calling from. You got 2 minutes, man. Get it off your chest.
What's up, Coach? It's Reggie, man.
This ain't Reggie.
Yeah, this is Reggie, man. What's up, brother? What's up, V12?
What's going on? How you doing?
Hold on, I ain't giving you no 2 minutes. Reggie, is this Reggie? The UGA fan, Reggie?
Man.
What's up, brother?
Yeah, man. I mean to tell I need to talk to you about that shirt, man. Is the GA on the back?
Is the GA on the back of the shirt? Yep.
What's up, Coach? How you doing, brother?
I'm good, man. Finally get a chance to talk to you. This is our first time talking, right?
Yeah, man. I think it's our first time talking, brother.
Well, hold on one second.
I see you guys up late, man. You guys up at 2 a.m., man. I'm up here watching the Washington game. You brothers still live.
Man, guess what? Watch yourself,
What's going
Reggie. That's what's going on. I had to slap that face because you be talking that trash to me.
I'm gonna make this quick. No, I'm gonna speak on your Hurricanes tonight, man. I've been observing some of the chat, some of the calls, man. So
yeah.
Just taking assessments from the team from last year. True or false question for you and V12. True or false? Last year, the assessment or overall summary of the Miami Hurricanes team was that you guys have talent. It was the coaching staff, right? True or false?
That is true. In my opinion, true.
All right. Solution, you guys got Mario Cristobal, right? Problem number 2, funding for the football team. Right? That was a problem?
That was correct.
All right. Solution, you guys got the booster, John Ruiz, who's been, providing funding. Problem number 3, better assistants and coordinators. You guys now have SEAL Team. You call them SEAL Team 6.
Yeah, my man Wayne called them the SEAL Team. My man Wayne called them when they first got hired. He was like, this is the SEAL Team 6 of coaching because of the big names.
Right.
But yes, true.
And all these coaches that are on this new staff were picked by Mario. You guys have any carryover from the previous regime?
Steve Field, the tight end coach, is the only person who has carried over onto the new staff so far as the 10 coaches on the field. You see her. You see her.
I see her. Thank you, Miss Ellen. How you doing this evening? So that was problem 3 for this for you guys. Problem 4 was facilities, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if I've been hearing correctly, you guys are breaking ground on new facilities, and it should be done in over the course of the next years. So for those, I call those the 4 main problems that you guys were facing last year. You guys pretty much got everything. This coach staff pretty much got everything they wanted so far, right?
You're 100% correct. In my opinion, yes, true.
So that means, right. So at the beginning of the year, you said that you wasn't going to give a grade on this coaching staff of this team till after the season. So now tonight was the last game. What is your assessment of the team from last year to this year? What's your assessment? You and V12, what's your assessment?
12, you pretty much said about the regression, and I agree with you 100% with that. 12, I think the team has regressed.
So I'll say this, Reggie, and I like to make the analogy. Everything looks good on paper, but when you have to execute. So everything looked fantastic. Even when you say, "Oh, we gotta," my team is the best team. This team looks great on paper, but you still have to execute it. You still have to have real life with it. And on paper, everything we asked for, we received, but it didn't pan out that way. It wasn't executed properly. And so with that, I mean, this season is a failure. It's a flat out failure. It's an F.
Okay.
So,
what about you, Coach Hayes?
No, what I'm saying I'm not saying I'm saying the season is a failure.
As a whole, the season.
As a whole, yes. As a whole, yes.
So that's you're not separating coaches from players.
No. I'm just saying everything. Yes, yeah, exactly. Because Reggie went through everything, and I'm saying in a perfect world, we will be 11-0 going to the PCS.
Right.
We got everything we wanted, but you still have to execute, and that's where the problem lies for us.
So, and my reason for starting with those 4 things, because I think those were the 4 things that I kept hearing last year, were like people point out as problems on the different shows. If we need to start investing in the team, we need this, we need that, and I wanted to just point out that those things were addressed, And just to your point, just because you get everything doesn't mean, like I think Coach says it all the time, it doesn't buy you wins. You know. Okay, let's move to the coaching staff. What is your from first game to this game?
I want to give my
assessment
grade
of the
though,
coaching?
Reggie. I want to tell them that.
Oh, I'm sorry, Coach.
No, I'm not messing you.
I'm sorry.
The team. I agree.
Go ahead,
the team is an F as well. Simply because of what it is. I'm not going to explain because I see where you're going and I like it. Reggie, you got to call in more. Go ahead, talk to us.
Now, what is your, from the first game to the last game, what's your improvement, your assessment of the coaching staff? It could be either side of the ball. It could be as a whole, or you can go individual groups, however you want to do it.
I'm going as a whole because based off the litmus test that we were left with, Manny Diaz, which everyone thought it was the green monster and was a Haiti monster. I'm going with for me, it's an F. It's an F across the board for the coaching staff based on the litmus test by and large was Manny. He left, and we were like, we're supposed to be going ascend from there. That hasn't happened. And I can't preach regression and then come in and be like, hey, the coaching staff was an A. That's going to compromise me, explaining to the folks what's going on. It's an F. It's from top to bottom. It's an F for me. If you look at the stats from last year, I'm pretty sure everything has gone down. And I haven't looked at the stats yet. I will bet that everything pretty much has gone down from last year. And that was 7-5 with Manny Diaz. So you can't get better than that. I mean, I can't grade you higher than that. You come in 5-7, and then we go out like this. It's an F.
So Reggie.
Go ahead, Coach.
No, I'm gonna say I give them an F, but for a totally different reason. I'm not even thinking about Manny Diaz. I give them an F because there was no progression in their own game. For example,
good point. I was about to go. Go ahead, Coach. I'm just about to go there.
Yeah, so I give them an F. I give them an F from as and I look at it, like I said, I always look at it from a coach's lens. From the spring game, I saw one thing. When we got to the very first game against Bethune, I remember telling Steve Kim, he'd be on Street in them show, and he said this on that show. We was at halftime at the Bethune-Cookman game, and I said, Steve, this ain't going to be good. I could tell you, like, Coach, you for real? I said, Steve, this ain't going to be good. And I'm going to get him on the show to tell that story. We stood up there for the whole third quarter in the thing. I saw the first half, and I said, it's not going to be good. But I said that to say, as I started doing these good, bad, and uglies, if you go back and watch them, I'm literally saying the same thing every week. We're outflanked. We're taking the wrong angle. I'm saying the same thing every week. And I find myself trying not to be redundant because people be like, Coach don't know no football. He just say the same thing every week. But it's the same thing every week. How many times I've told you they got to fix their protection. You got to fix your protection as a quarterback. You got to know how. When Jake Garcia got his bell rung, they still trying to pull big old 73. He's not that kind of guy to block this guy out here. But anyway, so I give them an F because they never showed any progression from themselves. They never show getting better, i.e. Notre Dame. Okay, you lose to Marshall at the beginning, but you got better off of that. These teams lose. LSU loses to Florida State, but they got better off of that. They made something change. I don't care if they did or didn't have players, whatever the case may be. Bro, we don't have rock bottom ass players, dog. I'm sorry, Reggie. Like, we could be.
That's what I think the Miami fans have a hard time coming to grips with.
Oh.
Because I think they hold these names on the coaching staff in such high regard, they can't see that Jason Taylor may not be teaching the right technique over here, or this coach over here may not, because of previous success in the league, and that sometimes doesn't transition or translate to a new location with new players. And that's why I asked that. Are you seeing the same thing that you saw in game one to the Knights game? The same problems, the same mistakes, the same mishaps. Nothing's being corrected.
Here's what I'm gonna say.
I think the fans are hearing you when you say that.
Yeah, here's what I'm saying, because it's hard for me I don't ever like to challenge coaches from a coach in that sense. I'll put information out there and you deduce from it what you choose. Because there are times you can tell this kid, show this kid 30 different ways from Sunday, and he's going to continue to do the same thing. Because you do have to, it's habit breaking when it comes to football, right? But you have to be drastic in your measurements to get them to change it. All I'm saying is if I keep talking about, I saw it tonight when they got out flank, when James Williams was over the tight end by himself, the safety moved all the way over here to the receivers, but you telling James Williams to play the run if they run it this way, but he also got a tight end if he go out on the route. That's unfair to anybody on this earth. How you want me to cover this tight end, but also be the force defender at the same time on a nub tight end? And we in game 13, week 13, game 12. That's unfair. No one can do that. That's you asking 2 plugs for 1 hole, or 1 plug for 2 holes. It's not happening. And so that's why I give them an F in that sense, because I didn't see any progression amongst themselves as getting better with the kind of staff you had. With the experience you got with the Charlie Strong, Kevin Steele, Adai, all these people on the offensive side, you got Josh Gaddy, you got Ponce, you got, these are 2 coordinators. You got Stephen Field, who's been a tight end coach, felt good enough to keep him retained. Kevin Smith, Mirabal, and the head coach, all these people, and they never got better. Now, people want to talk about injuries. I'm going to say this and I'm done with injuries. Michigan lost their top running back, and the backup running back had a cast on his hand. And their primary, and their primary point of attack is running the ball. They had 10 yards of offense in the first half. 10 yards of rushing in the first half. All I'm saying to you is you find a way. It happens. Injuries are everywhere. Oh, let's go to Ohio State. They lost their number 1 player, Jackson Smith and Jigba. He's gone. Trevion Henderson, he's gone. Your boy that you had, Myron Williams, he banged up. They ran a dude out there I ain't never seen before, number 18, and he was getting it. So everybody has injury issues. So I don't want to hear that part. And then go ahead, Reggie, finish your part. Now I got to get my dude on back down the back.
So Coach, saying what you and V12 just said, hey, I'm a player. As a player, how are you supposed to process that every week you're getting killed on Twitter, on the message boards? The fans don't realize it's my coaches put me in this position, and it's not getting any better. I'm not going to go on social media and speak out against a coach if I'm a good player. If I'm a loyal player, I'm not. But how would that make you feel as a player? Like, man, you're looking at the film room, you're being criticized, coach, but you like, coach, you put me in that position. I can't make that play. And as a player, a lot of fans probably won't realize that, a player like assessing like, man, I'm not gonna keep going through this week after week, putting in the work, and I'm getting dogged out in the film room. And they don't realize that may be a reason that players move on, get in the portal or leave. It ain't that they don't want to work. It's not that they don't have a dog. I keep hearing that tonight. They don't have that dog in them. They don't have that dog in them. This is not Manny's players. When Coach Cristobal signs that contract, this whole squad became his players. It's up to him to get the players to buy into his system. Now, his methods of doing that can, like you said, can rub players the wrong way. He could come in too strong. You got to find that balance. Or he need to find some of his assistants say, hey, I don't know what's going on with these players here. They're not getting my message. Am I not, am I delivering it? It seems like these players aren't getting it. And I've heard you speak on this, Coach. He's like, hey, you've had to break it down to some players down to the almost like ABC level to where they can get it. I don't think there's ever any bad players. Sometimes that are bad, like coaches are teachers to me. There's no bad students. There are only bad teachers, I feel.
I can agree with that.
You
got to find a way to teach them.
Come up with a method. Right. Find out why they're not getting it. You just can't push them off to the side like, hey, you guys got to get out of here. So.
And Reggie, I'm going to say this in conclusion. They did something that you liked in order to recruit them. They did
Right.
something that you like. They were the top players at their respective high schools, counties, cities, or wherever they came from. These kids were the top dudes coming out of their areas, and their high school coach got them to do whatever it was. Now, of course, I know college can be a little bit more, but why don't you talk to the high school coach? Hey, man, Coach Hayes, man, listen, I got James Williams over here. I know he played for you, man. How did you get through to him? I need him to do this. Hey, coach, can you come down to the facility? I want to go over this play. Can you sit in the room with him? See, you got to take your ego out of it. See, we got ego.
Exactly.
We think that we know more than a high school coach. I used to tell a college coach all the time, you one play away from being a high school coach. Don't get that shit twisted now. You one play from being a high school coach. Don't get it twisted. See, but they got so much ego.
That trust thing you brought up too, that's a big factor too. Once players lose trust in you.
That's anybody, dog.
Big factor.
That's anybody. Reggie, I had to get you on here longer because somebody trying to that doggone Sean Cox. Coach, you got my man on the field too long. Hey man, Reggie part of the family, even though he for the other team, but Reggie part of the family. My first time getting a chance to talk to the man. But he always in every show,
Amen.
Always supporting, always in the chat, always doing this, that, and the other. So Sean, guess what? Guess what? You bench, my man. Coach got favoritism for those who ball. So there you go. How about that?
Who's Sean? He's in the chat?
Yeah, get him. Hey, Reggie, I need you to go get in the chat and get him, man.
Hey Sean, if you want me off this call, go ahead, put up a stack. You put up a stack, I'll put up a stack.
Ooh. Hold on.
Let's see how much love you got for the U. You want me off this call.
Hold on, Sean.
No.
But don't get us stack the super chat. We could do it over here on the other chat.
No, I want Sean to put his in the super chat where everybody can see it. I'll send mine Cash App.
Ooh, yes, Lord. No, send it on Cash App. I can screenshot it. No, I'm just messing with y'all, man. But anyway, but for real, Reggie, man, don't be a stranger, bro. You gotta call in more. I'm glad to talk to you, man. I really am. Because you do support this channel a lot.
Yeah, man, no problem. I appreciate you guys having me on,
appreciate you, man.
All right, man. You boys have a good night, man.
All right, thanks a lot, man. Good questions, man. All right, Reggie. All right, man. Let me bring my dog in the building. He up late at night. Excuse me, even though he in Fargo, what is it, North Dakota?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right. So what I'm gonna do is suspend the line for a minute. I'm gonna get some points. I'll suspend the phone line for a second. 12, if you want to ride, you can. I ain't got nothing to do. So I'm
gonna stand on this. This the last hoorah. I'm gonna hang in there for a little bit longer.
I'm just hanging.
Yeah. So what's up, wholesome? You can chop
What's
up
up,
a little
B12?
bit.
How you doing, man?
Man, we doing good. Well, be a lot better, but hey, I received my fantasy today, so I'm all good. That fantasy worked out right. I had the best fantasy ever.
We both winners.
Mm-hmm.
Come on,
what
Coach.
you thinking either, Hosen.
You see that, Coach?
It's the good fantasy.
I see it. Hey, that boy that dropped the honey. Hey, Kenneth Tongue in the building, $99.99 for Sean, because you don't leave no one behind. Guess what? I ain't gonna leave you behind either. I appreciate that, brother. I'm gonna let that sit up there for a minute while we talk. Wholesome.
Mm-hmm.
My brother, man. Kenneth, I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir.
Wholesome. Still got 420 people in the building. And for those that know what 420 mean, that don't mean go do what that mean. Chill out, relax. It's 2:20 in the morning, 2:26 in the morning. Over 400 people care about what we have to say. And I think that's special. After a big loss, 42-16 loss, last game of the season, there's no bowl hopes. Nothing left but recruiting, transfer portals, and new signees. First, I have to ask you, did you watch the game, brother?
No. Nah. I mean, I seen some highlights or whatever, but Coach, I told you how many weeks ago, I'm not doing that to myself. I'm not doing that to myself. Coach, and what's crazy about it is it's a bunch of people who probably just went, okay, well, I don't care what he got to say because he ain't even watched the damn game. Cool, okay, no problem. But there comes a point where you have to, like I said before, you got to choose your happiness, man. I prefer to watch other college football and appreciate it and observe from afar. And when I get a chance on Sundays, as I always do, to review the game, do my own film session right before I have my live on Monday, then hey, it is what it is.
All right. So here's my question then, brother.
Mm-hmm.
I like what Reggie asked. Reggie said, if you had to grade this team, and correct me if I'm wrong, 12, Kanger's biting right now. Biting. If I had to grade this team, what would you grade the coaching staff this season?
Well, in college, we got something that's a little past an F. It's called a W. It's called a withdrawal. What that basically means is after a certain amount of time, either you didn't show up to class or you had not put in work or anything like that, and you get cut. So, yeah, I'm going to go ahead and give a W, and not for the good W. I'm going to put a W for a withdrawal, because that's what it feels like after about Middle Tennessee State, Texas A&M. It felt like they withdrawed.
So a withdrawal fail or withdrawal pass? Because you can do both. You can withdraw pass, meaning I withdrew because it may not be the class I really like, but I was passing.
No, Coach. We talk about the withdrawal where like you go to log in online and you wondering why your shit don't work no more, and you like, I know I done reset my password. I can get in all my other classes. Why I can't get into this one? We talk about the academic probation where when you tried to go from TCC to FAMU and they said you couldn't get in because you was on academic probation. We talking about that kind of withdrawal.
Dang, Hosa. Yeah. My bad. I try to be cool with it, but go ahead.
I mean, listen, it is what it is, Coach. Again,
so why do you give them? But why? But now I need to know why.
Oh, why do they get a withdrawal?
Yeah,
there comes a point
12 gave his in kind of comparison to Manny Diaz and that thing. Correct me if I'm wrong. I gave mine because I gave him an F because I did not see them getting better from game 1 to today. I saw them pretty much do a lot of the same. Like I brought up Notre Dame, for example. Okay, they lost to Marshall, but you saw them as a new coach getting better. Right, there you go. LSU lose to Florida State, but getting better. They're going in an upward trend, right? So that's why I gave the F. Why would you give your W, as you call it?
I give a withdrawal. I give a withdrawal because there comes a point where you do have to understand that, yes, the players and coaches, there comes a separation. But with all of this knowledge, with all of this interaction of young men, with all of this, and I'm not going to get into the financials because Texas has been throwing millions upon billions of dollars in their program and they can't win games. So it does happen. And then there's places where they don't throw no money, but they just so happen to win. And, they've beaten women and getting in jail and nobody cares because they're winning on Saturdays. And that's not what we want to be. So the reason why I continue to give it a withdrawal or academic suspension is because they did not get a chance to get these young men, to grasp them, to bring them in, to meet them at their level, wherever that happens to be. Whether it's getting to you because you the kind of young man that I got to grab by the face mask and say a couple 4-letter words to get the play up. Or to get a young man who happens to, hey, you in the film room like crazy. Why the hell is Cam Kitchens in the film room more than his DB coach? But I'm not going to go there. Why did they there was no connection. It never at no point did they ever get it to click. Yeah, you got Georgia Tech. Georgia Tech sucks. But that's probably the only thing you get a chance to grasp on this whole season. Because you throw out Cookman, you throw out, no disrespect to our HBCUs, but you throw out Cookman, you throw out Southern Miss, you throw out Georgia Tech, and what's the other two wins, Coach? I don't went blank. Oh, Virginia Tech. Two of the worst teams in all of FBS football. Okay, you throw them out. And we could not, at any level, we got all this knowledge at offensive line. We got 4 offensive line coaches, and we can't get to them. We can't get them to play. Even when we take somebody out who was a starter and put a new guy in, he's not playing hard. it didn't seem like, because some people would always say, this team fought, this team didn't quit. Well, I didn't see that fight all the time. I really didn't, until they fought somebody who laid down like Georgia Tech. I really didn't see it, man. And that's just me. I didn't see them get a chance to grab our young men and grab their attention and get them to go out and play for them. Now, whether you want to say it's because the players suck or the players not talented or these ain't Mario God, whatever excuse players want to throw, fans want to throw on why it didn't click, it just didn't. And everybody is responsible for why it didn't click. And I'm hoping that over the next 6 to 8 months, they figure out why. Or we're going to be back in this next year talking about, who the new OC and DC scapegoats are going to be.
There it is. I need to say something real quick, man. Again, Kenneth Tongue for the $99.99. I want to give him a round of applause for that. But I must say, there are some people who step up and they made a challenge. And Reggie said, for the $2, coach, show them how UGA gets down. Check the cash out. I just checked it. Let me get a DJ horn for Reggie for the 150.
Uh-oh.
Let's go. Don DeMarco. Well, Reggie, he gave out the $1.50 without the decimal point, if you know what I'm saying. So, Reggie, you are a man of your words. And for those that ask why I didn't give him 2 minutes, that's it right there. So, talk to you, boy. Reggie, big shout out to you, man. Being a UGA fan, doing this thing. He said put up a stack. We'll see where your money at. Anyway,
so I guess the question remains. That's a good assessment, Wholesome. So where do you work on? Where do we go? I guess because I don't want to belabor the points a little bit. We've been on here for a little bit. Where do we go from here? I agree with that. Austin Cain's Mario thus far, he's definitely been a disappointment. So where do we go from here?
May I ask you?
Yes.
Now I get why people may have that viewpoint.
Okay.
Now again, flag bearer for the Mario Cristobal. So I take all eggs to the face. Don't bother me. Just don't say nothing about my mama. I'll be all right. That's okay. Okay, coach got to step out.
Y'all got it.
Yeah, go. It's the
I gotta get some cane juice.
show.
Want to get some cane juice.
No worries.
So the reason why I would like to ask you this is, yes, it's on us for the preseason accolades, but was there anything that was happening that you could say? Because as an on-field coach, there was always questions about the Mario Cristobal hire. I knew that going in for me. And I'm not saying that everybody else should share the same viewpoints as me, because I'm no God. I'm just hosting. It's my personal opinion.
Right.
But he has always been a builder, and he's always been a talent acquisition guy. He said these terms since the minute he stood on December 6th and took the job about talent acquisition and having the right guys and bringing it all in and things of the nature for those who really want to be here. May I ask, as far as people who say he's a disappointment, can you tell me in what areas you see him being a disappointment, and what are some of the areas you think that he did a good job on, if there were any, in his time of being the Miami Hurricanes head coach?
Yeah, I mean, it's tough because for me, a disappointment overall is, even though you have a person with all the fanfare, you would think that he would have injected something different into this program. Okay. That's one of the reasons why he was hired. Going back to him being the homegrown guy, played there, his record at Oregon. And so when I said disappointment thus far, I speak to myself, and I echo the gentleman's point that even though we had some concerns last year, Reggie mentioned a lot of things that we did receive building up to Mario. The disappointment came where, for me, a 5-7 record is unacceptable. from a coach of that caliber, supposed to be of that caliber, it's unacceptable. Okay. And so for right now, I'm not saying fire him. I'm not saying, but this year has been disappointing. I was teasing that you probably heard this hosting the whole season that we're gonna go 11-2. I said 11-2, the same thing as 7-5. I was making a joke, like saying, well, I at least gave him status quo, wholesome. Okay. Status quo, my brother.
Okay.
We couldn't even make that. Mm-hmm. So for that, he is disappointment. Now, some things he recruited decently, but a couple of the guys recruited, decommitted. He has some decent recruit. And so we'll see when he goes back. He bought some guys from the transfer portal. Mm-hmm. You know, they produce pretty much for the most part. But overall, I think this year for him, for me, with him, it's just been disappointing based off of what we had, based on what we thought would have transpired during the season.
No problem. I mean, the reason why I put these questions out there isn't to try to put you in a box or set you up a question.
Yeah, all good.
Is I would like for people, even in the chat, and they're doing a great job of answering the question and putting their viewpoint. I have a calmness about myself because about 4 or 5 games in, I'm not necessarily saying I saw 5 and 7, but I saw that whatever was didn't click, and whatever was happening, and it's crazy. Because there comes a point where it's like, I like to be told I'm right to a certain extent, but then I understand that the shit's for the birds, man. We all want to win. So if I was, wrong about something or right about Coach Cristobal, the biggest thing is that these young men get a chance to win, and that this fan base that's been waiting for so long gets a chance to really feel what a true 10-2 would have felt like. Let's say, for example, we just weren't good enough to play Clemson. Let's say, for example, we just weren't talented or good enough to beat A&M, but we win every other game. We would still be sitting here a little disappointed, but we'll be sitting at 10-2, getting ready for Clemson after they just lost to the South Carolina and saying, hey, we can go, lick their wounds and get them and probably get a chance to go to the Orange Bowl as ACC champs. Now, I say these things because I understand that we can all be very emotional coming off of a season where a lot of the preseason accolades had Miami finishing in the top 15, had already had Miami penciled in as an Orange Bowl bid team and a dark horse for the playoffs. But what we have to do is look at what happened in the season and view it from the lens of this is what reality is right now. I also think I look at a lot of teams like a Michigan State who had a down first year, a big second year, and now a mediocre third year with Mel Tucker. And a lot of it came from, if you look at the teams that had first year success, they poached or destroyed or blew up their roster. And it's crazy how when Coach Cristobal talks about doing that, people want to say that he's creating excuses. And if he's such a great developer, why he couldn't take these 4 and 5 stars and high 3 stars and go out there and win the freaking Coastal. And I get that. I think that that's all valid points. It really is. But I also look at a USC whose I hope goes to the national championship because I think they could play a great game against a Georgia, a great game against a Michigan. But I look at a USC tonight. I stand corrected. 47 brand new players were brought in January. 47. After the spring game, another 27 was brought in after he witnessed what he witnessed in the spring game, saying this shit ain't good enough for me to do what I want to do and how good I want to be. This shit ain't good enough. But we're not a part of USC Twitter. We're not a part of US Trojan YouTube. So we don't know about players and fans feeling sad that their coach told them, get out. You're not good enough to play for me. I know you're not good enough. Find somewhere else. It happened at Michigan State, happened at LSU, it happens. But again, as Miami Hurricanes fans, it's not cool creating excuses. All I'm saying is if you look at some of these successful teams across college football, those that are within their first to third year, you will see that a bunch of roster flip over does happen. Again, I'm not trying to create excuses for the coach, our coach, Coach Mario Cristobal. I do agree that it was a failed season. And like I said before, He was the person I wanted to bring in, so I'm gonna be just as hard as on him, if not more, than anyone else. But I'm just calm about it because there will be talent acquisition. And again, we'll have a conversation after the spring and after summer about what we think has happened when you flip this roster after these young men depart.
So, Holston, let me ask you this question. One of the accolades that they hung on Mario, and we've seen, was that he was a lunch pail type of guy, that the team would be tougher. Right. Do you get a sense of toughness this season with the team based on what he's supposed to have brought? Because that's the kind of disconnect I was having. A lot of these accolades he was given, that's just basic. I'm a lunch pail type of guy. I'm a tough this. This team will be tougher. For me, I didn't see that toughness. Did you see a sense of toughness that was not there prior to him coming?
Simple to answer your question, I'm gonna just say no. But there has been times. I mean, me and Coach, you V12, you went to the high too.
Yeah.
Any one of us played in the state championship game by any chance at American? Anyone? Any three of us?
No. We got that district though.
Okay.
I coached about that one.
Coach, how far you went? How far you went in the playoffs by any chance?
Northwestern, dog. The boy was out in Northwestern game.
Okay.
Yeah.
I bring this up only to say, because I've been a part of plenty of rebuilds. It is what it is. And when we first got there as a freshman at American, we were 2-8 as freshmen. And Corey Bell gets hired after Chance Bitten is fired for going 3-7, 2-8, 2-8. In his senior class now, he didn't get a chance to see him go, kicked him out, brought in Corey Bell from Miami Anderson, and blah, blah, blah. In the first meeting, that man said, look to your right and look to your left. By the end of spring, and excuse my French, Coach, I know you don't really like this.
Bro, it's 2:45 in the morning.
That man said, a lot of you motherfuckers ain't going to be here. That's straight up what he said. Again, ain't no cameras in front of him. Ain't no Twitter. He flat out said that to us. Said, man, if y'all swear y'all want to be about something, American ain't never been about nothing. Y'all really want to be about something, you're going to have to get on this ride with me, and some of y'all going to fall off, and I can give a fuck about you. That's what he said. That's what he said to us. The next 4 years, we won straight district championships. Now, I'm not saying a bunch of people left. Bunch of people quit. Bunch of people transferred. Some of our best players said, I'm not doing this for you. The man made us run till we threw up. Flip over, turn over this, flip tires, run all that kind of to see who wanted to quit. Again, now you talking about the fact that everything you say, everything you do, is a camera in front of it. Everybody got an opinion on it. All I'm saying, I'm not comparing American Senior High School to the University of Miami. All I'm saying is the experience of a true rebuild. Okay, now kicking everybody out, it depends on if you're emotional about it or if it's about business. Okay, if it's about business, there's some people who don't want to be a part of that. Some people didn't come to UM to grind their ass off. If they really wanted to do that, they would have went to Georgia. They would have went to Bama. Okay, the big time prospects that picked UM was like, man, you know what? I could just come here and do my thing because I'm the best out here. Ain't nobody going. Who gonna pull me off? Nobody. So all I'm saying is the toughness thing, I get it. But if you got a bunch of beat dogs, even they could be a dog. If you got a bunch of people that's been beat up, spit on, cut, and then you trying to get them to get up, they may not have no more fight left in them. It's times they probably done got up and screamed in there, y'all boys don't want to play today. And it's crickets. Because guess what? They don't want to play today. Kim Kitchens done gave a speech at halftime. That man said, either y'all boys don't want to go out there, y'all boys don't want to get right, don't even leave the locker room. The people put on their helmet and walked out the locker room. They didn't care.
I totally agree with you. I mean, and to your point, when Gilbert Frierson, I never forget him standing on that bench with them purple beads. Like, he fighting for this team, and he one of the first ones in the portal. Not because I don't think he's quitting. He's looking for his future, right? Not that he's a quitter, but he has to protect his own future, right? It's what it is, where you can get your opportunity. And that's a guy, if I was the coach, I find a way to reward him for doing that.
Mhm.
See, and that right there is the difference when I talk about the anaconda approach. Not the fact he stood up and tried to be a brown noser. No, and again, I don't know if anybody, amped him up to do it. I don't think so.
Oh man, he got a tough life. He in Gainesville and he a Tallahassee fan.
Yeah, right.
Shoot.
So
Shout
I'm
out
just,
to you, dog. Good
so I'm
God.
I'm just saying, you look at a cat like Gilbert Frierson, who literally stands up there, gives this heartwarming speech, and he can play. Can't tell me he can't play.
Mhm.
He can do something, but yet you don't find a way to reward the quote unquote dog. So now what does that dog do? Well, damn, fuck it, I'm out. Whatever.
Yeah.
And that's hard. And that's hard because Wholesome, I totally understand. And I took that same approach. Like I say, coming here, they were 2-8, 2-8, 1-9. Had plenty of players. They had the running back that played for Notre Dame. He ended up leaving. I forgot his name. God, I'm looking at his face right now.
Oh, Cronkite?
You had
Jordan?
no, it was a running back. No, he played here and he went to he wouldn't end up going to doctor. He transferred out to went to Dr. Phillip. Like the kids were flying out of here left and right. And I remember my interview, the principal saying, "We have to stop the bleeding." I said, "What do you mean?" He said, "The kids are flying out of here left and right." I said, "Okay, no problem." DeAndre Francois was a quarterback there. He left and went to IMG, right? We had top players. So anyway, long story short, I remember my very first meeting. You talk about that first meeting, right? And you have that conversation and you do try to shock them. But there's a difference between that first meeting and the second meeting. The first meeting is shock worthy. And you'll get some people to run because they don't want none of that pressure. But the second meeting is where you start building your trust. The second meeting. So after Corey Bell said that, he was still trying to run people off. And again, I know Bell. I know he can get cutthroat a little bit, and I get it. But for me, now you start having conversations with kids one-on-one, right? Prime example, when I looked at the roster, there was one kid that was a true freshman starting that corner. The day I got to that job, I didn't even notice the principal. I said, "Can you pull this kid out of class? I need to talk to him right now." Because if he was a true freshman starting on varsity, I need to find out who that dog is. And I need to start. I know right now he's a leader. I can tell you right now, you're a true freshman, you're in ninth grade, 15 years old, starting on varsity at cornerback.
Probably one of the toughest positions.
Guess what? And I built it around him, and I found out, guess what? He was the head of the snake. And now he became my mouthpiece. And it spread. So when they would, "Man, go ahead, that dude," and then boom, he like, "Nah, he's straight, blah, 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 blah." But that's how you do it. If like you said, you come in there and you dog everybody out because you think it's the right way. And I'm not saying this is what Cristobal is doing. I'm just talking. You turn them against you. I've said this before, right? About the pit bull analogy. You heard me talk about that before, right? We trust you. Do what we want. You gonna slap us across the face? I mean, I like it, but we'll stand right there and fight with you for the longest. And that's what I think has to happen. And these kids are different. These kids ain't the 80s babies. These ain't the kids that played college football in the 80s, dog.
Okay.
Where they told you tape your two fingers together. Now you got concussion protocol. Now you got this. You got, it's stuff.
And what's crazy about that is it doesn't necessarily mean that it's soft. It's just different. I mean, I've used that analogy, Coach. I was listening to your show at the gym like a month ago. And I use that even when I mentor young men now, that, back in the days, that mindset is crazy because every generation feels like that. My parents' generation felt like we saw, and then my grandparents' generation feel like my parents' generation saw. That's just how it is. But you also will want that in certain aspects because you want it to be better for your seed. You want things to be better for them. I hate to cut you off. Go ahead, Coach.
No, you good. I was just talking, and it's funny how like, and again, I don't. One thing about the chat as I read it, I don't know the context if they answering other people's questions because it moves so fast. But to Justin, he says Mario won at Oregon with Willie Taggart players. That's true, but here's the difference: Mario was already on that staff.
Yeah,
There was already a
people
relationship.
forget that, Coach.
Yeah.
People forget that.
There was already and I talked about this earlier tonight. There was already a relationship established amongst these players. They kind of knew who Mario was, what he was about. You know what I mean?
And he also was the assistant head coach and head of player personnel. So he might have been the one that they was going and complaining to about certain. Oh, don't worry, when I got this, Beto, you won't have to worry about that. I got you, man. I got you. That's
right.
him.
So it's plenty of that stuff that goes around. And you have to handle it in a different way. Some things work, some things don't work. It just sometimes just not a good fit, man. And you know, it's just what it is. But E. Brown $5 again. He quit, coach. He wasn't good enough to earn a starting position.
You might be talking about
Gilbert Frierson. No, you're talking about Gilbert Frierson.
Man, that's
okay.
so tough to say.
But to me, it's not even about an earning position. He wasn't even playing. And I'm sorry, you can't tell me he couldn't compete with
contribute or something
with Caleb on certain packages. Y'all talk about you got DB skills. Y'all everybody hate Corey Flagg and passing downs. I'm just saying, like, you see what I'm saying? I'm not saying the dude had to be an everyday starter because he went and said a speech. But we're bad right now. How can I build it around the kind of guys I want? Because he's the kind of guy you may want. He may not be talented as you want right now, but in everybody else's eyes, so Corey Flagg ain't either. Like these are the type of things that just baffle me, and there's not a one answer. And to Benji, did I say it right? He talked about injury. I got one word for you, which was actually two, about massive injuries. Okay, let's look at the injury list. I got it right here. How many injuries do you think we have? Georgia has a total of 7 this week. Guess what we have? Let me go to Miami first just to make everybody happy. We have a total of 9 injuries right now this week that people are either out or not playing. Georgia had I just put it up here. They had 7. Florida, who was competitive against Florida State, guess how many they have this week? 11.
11 and 5 receivers and a
5
third
receivers.
quarterback. That's what we got to stop doing, man. You know,
yeah, like because everybody's going through injury. And to your point, Wholesome, we're not watching the USC stream. Let's bring up USC. They put up a good fight tonight. What did USC? Let's see how many USC has right now.
Coach, you talk about losing their best player. They're leading rusher and come on, Die. And Die was Mario's, I hate to call him that, Coach Cristobal's best player, led them in receiving and rushing at Oregon. He was almost about to be at 1,200 at SC and out the last couple of weeks. Now, I will admit that depth issues and blah, 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 but I think, again, those are excuses. At the end of the day, you got to get it done. And we all know that this roster has talent on it. It's just that simple.
It does.
Like,
it may
I still don't get
it may not be elite talent.
Right, but we got young men. We got young men. Especially you look at those skill positions. Coach, we talked about how the running back room was what it should look like. 5 4-stars. How you not find a place for Thad Franklin? To the point where young men walk out to practice, dog. Because y'all don't want to.
I mean, and y'all wonder why the coaching staff gets an F. Because listen, and we know Coach Hayes been the head coach. Part of that is to be able to find time, like Coach said, make adjustments, and put your skilled players in the best position possible
to succeed.
Right? Mm-hmm. So we're saying a good example. Everybody talk about zero. He can't cover. He can't do this. So you make the assessment as the head coach or defensive coach to say, "Hey, James, for the benefit of this team, try this position. Let us try to play you here during the spring game or during spring practice. We can maximize your talents. Because guess what? It ain't working.
So let me ask you this, V12, how do you respond when that?
For example, I'm just saying.
Okay. I feel you. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this, because we also been in them rooms where some of the stuff where the young men say to the coaches don't get out. What if he say to you, man, pussy ass, I ain't playing that. I'm a safety. What you gonna do? What you gonna do, V12? What you gonna do to the young man?
Yeah, but I still have. Probably what people done. You probably shut them down. You probably sit them down.
But
okay.
here's the
You probably hold on. Hold on. That's fine. I get that. You probably sit them down to let them understand. First of all, that's a different type of relationship right there. Coach pushing back on you like that. You probably sit them down. And as a player, if you were real G, and so we had back, you a real G. You want to play this thing? Guess what you're gonna do? Good night, Ellen. Thank you for everything.
Blessings.
Best.
See you. Hopefully, see you next season.
See you next week.
Next week. You try to do what you can. Like, there's not a right or wrong answer, but sometimes for the benefit of the team, you have to make the sacrifice. And you just never know where you go from. I'm sure plenty of players and coaches have had this struggle to where, hey.
And that's what I'm saying. That's why I feel like coach's viewpoint of the pie, saying that it ain't about the pie being cut into 12 and everybody getting the finger pointed at them. It's two sides to the pie and everybody fucking up. It's everybody.
And that's why that's why I say that, because we're not in those rooms. So that's why right now I can't finger point and say it's just the player. I can't finger point and say it's just the coaches.
Right.
Because I'm not in the room. This dude right here, number 98, Antoine Barnes. I've told the story 1,000 times. I'll tell 1,001. He won it. I'm a linebacker, coach. I'm a linebacker. No problem. Sometimes as a coach, you got to be creative. You know what I told that dude? You know what I told him? You are a linebacker. You the rush linebacker. That son of a bitch was a defensive end coming off the edge. But in his mind, he was a linebacker.
He heard LB. That's all he wanted to hear.
That's all he needed. So for James Williams, see, these kids have been taught to be independent, to be advocates, self-advocates.
Just stand on theirs, yeah. Because how many people told James he couldn't be a safety growing up because he just so happened to be 6'5"? And I V12, I'm not trying to attack you. I know we talking about this.
I get it.
Because he's such a great example, because, he say he this, we all think he that, his films say this. I just think it's such a great conversation to have, because it fits so many things. But go ahead, coach, finish your point.
But that's to the point. So now if you look at it, even the last year with Manny Diaz, he played down by the ball. On the roster, it still say S next to his name. Cool. You could put FS. You could put athlete. Bro, you could put punter. I wouldn't give a damn. But when we go in this play, you line up right here. And I used to tell him the same thing.
Easy.
When you line up on this play, because he ran a 4-3, why would I put a cat like him at 4-3 to cover in space? The quarterback can't throw the ball when he's on his back. Yep. Devin Bush, here go another story. Devin Bush had Flanagan. I remember talking to his dad. Of course, everybody know Devin Bush played linebacker.
Mm-hmm.
I say, Devin, I'm talking to his daddy. I say, Devin, listen, bro. 3rd and long, we called it the Joker package. I say, put him. If you go look up Devin Bush's highlight from Flanagan, you'll see it. On 3rd and long, you know what we put in? And a 3-point stance at defensive end. Brought in 2 more DBs. Let them do the little play cover. The quarterback ain't gonna get the ball off in time. He too fast.
Mm-hmm.
So see, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, you still a linebacker.
That's what I'm saying. So my point is, so you put your players in the best position to win, and that's all I'm saying. You can still
facts.
You have to be clever, and I think that's the point.
You don't have to. Yeah.
No. I'm talking about with your wording. No. What I'm saying, instead of how you said was look for the betterment of the team, they don't want to hear that.
Well, it depends on who it is. It depends. I mean, some kids, it depends on where you're at, geographically located. I'm sure you at Ohio State, you probably talking to Bucknuts. You try to say, hey, they probably may understand a little better than probably at the crib is maybe a different lingo.
Facts.
Right? Yeah.
Facts. Because how many jits from the crib really know football IQ?
I'm sure North Dakota. Hey, Jose, I'm sure North Dakota, Coach came to you and say, hey, for the betterment of the team. You may be like, okay, but at the crib it may be a different vibe. You know what I mean?
Right. I'm with you.
But that's all I was saying. But that's what knowing your kids.
Yeah.
And that's what I was trying to say. If you don't know your kids and you blanket coach them and you don't take time to find out who they are, these are the troubles you run in when you think that you can walk in. And here's a prime example. We know how we are at the crib, right? That's why all of our kids typically have problems when they go off. And I'm going to say this, and I'm going to be clean about this. I would say 99% of our kids from South Florida has never had a white coach. When they go to college, they'll be the first time having a white coach. I'm talking about from Little League coming up. Okay, just hear me out. That conversation is different.
Mm-hmm.
We can call it what we want. That conversation is a lot different when that yes sir and no sir. Back to what I was
feel a little different, yeah.
I had this. I'm sitting at FIU. I'm watching this. So when the coach going at the kid, blah blah blah, he say, "Okay, yeah, I got it." No, it's yes sir, it's no sir, or it's yes coach or it's no coach. Well, we know growing up, none of us, we don't even talk to our parents. Yes sir, no sir. That's not our culture. Right. That we weren't. Well, remember, a lot of our kids are Haitian, Jamaican, Bahamian. That's not a culture deal, right? Am I right or wrong? That's a Southern
right, coach.
American.
I'm with you 100%.
You're right.
I was always taught that that's slave speak. That's not how you don't do that.
Right, but that's more of a Southern. I hadn't been called. Every time I get called sir is when I go work a camp at a college. When I have my own kid, hey, great job. Appreciate it, coach.
Right.
So now, instead of that coach understanding, making it a teachable moment, he lambasted the dude, and now he goes in the shell. Instead of saying, hey, check this out, 12. So the reason we want you to respond yes, sir, no, sir, because when you take this to the next level and these GMs are talking to you, this is kind of what they expect. So let's break that habit. See, you could have made that a teachable moment, but instead you want to blast him because you thought he was being disrespectful, but it was a cultural difference. And that's where people miss it sometimes when you're dealing with our South Florida player, right? Like, we know because maybe we had certain upbringing, so we get it. Maybe we've been exposed to different things, but a lot of these kids ain't been pound. No, most of these kids first time get on the plane is they first trip on a visit.
Yep, that's a good point, coach. Because I remember West Plaisant talking about how crazy it was to see mountains and clouds when he went on a visit to West Virginia. First time on a flight.
I took Cadillac to Reezy. Take him to Tennessee. He see a house on the top of the mountain. He's like, "Cool, how they get the helicopter?" They don't know. We ride. Dang, Cole, that's a big ass dog. I'm looking for a dog. It's a deer. He never seen a deer without antler. Like, he don't know. He doesn't know. And that's the disconnect that people have. You got to learn these kids.
Mm-hmm.
This dude see a house on the top of the mountain and say, "Cole, how they get the helicopter?"
And the crazy part is he was dead ass. Like, he wasn't trying to be serious. He was dead ass serious. Yeah.
Dead serious, bro.
Yeah.
Dead serious.
And, I will say this though, Coach. V12, I was listening to the show earlier. Can you explain to me? I know y'all already went down this road. If you can make it short for me.
Mm-hmm.
This Deion Sanders thing, Coach Prime. That's what he likes to be referred to as.
Right.
Coach Prime.
Right.
I don't want to re-spark this stuff up because I know he's a Tallahassee person, but that don't really mean much anymore.
Right.
He's JSU. He's Coach Prime now. Like, yeah, he went there, but they told him no, and he killing stuff, about to get the job at USF or Colorado. I hope he stay at JSU because if you for the people, you for the people. I'm just saying.
Right, I get it.
But can you explain that? Because you said something earlier about he won with the previous coach's players. You said that, right?
I believe so. I believe he. Yeah,
that ain't what happened. He went and poached the living crap out of D1 programs, poached the living crap out of the JUCO, and got the number one player in the country to sign after his second year. So he didn't. He told those same brothers to kick rocks and get off his team. He told them same staff members that was there for 20 years that helped build, even to the janitors, get out. Okay, so I want us to have this kind of conversation because it seems to be this viewpoint that coaches just go and implement their system and just plug in the old guys and it's all good, right?
But it used to be like that. But it used to literally from 5 years ago, it was just like that.
I feel you.
But before and this is what I'm talking about, times changing.
Mm-hmm.
So now if you want to go in there, like I was talking to my man, I don't know if he's still in the chat. He was just on here earlier. He called in earlier. I can't think of his name, but anyway, we got into it and he was talking about just cutting everybody. I'm like, bro, you're not gonna have any players.
Right.
So you have to know how to walk into the situation. I was telling him about starting a business. I mean, you come a CEO of a new business. I'm just gonna cut the whole 5th floor. You better have people to replace them before you cut them because, like I say, Elon Musk. Everybody talk about Elon Musk and Twitter. Yeah, he fired that part in Africa. He fired the whole thing in Twitter until he could start his stuff. No, he said, guess what? I'm firing that because it probably didn't make sense from a financial standpoint. But until he can implement what he wants, you got to keep these people on staff until you can bring new people in.
I think that is still an old viewpoint, Coach, because let's not forget that as much as it's down at 5 and 7, if you were, let's say, for example, he pulled 100 scholarships. You only get 86, whatever, 86, 80. He kept 6 players that he felt like was a small core group. You can't tell me he wouldn't fill the roster by January 1st.
Of quality?
I put it out there.
You can fill it.
Just as simple. Could he fill this roster?
Well, of quality. That's the difference.
Okay.
It's not about filling the roster. It's about, right? It ain't about can you sing. Everybody can sing. It's the quality of you singing, right? It's the same deal. Okay. Yes, he can fill the roster. Guess what? If I took everybody from UCF, I could fill that roster. You know how many people want to play football? The thing is the quality. Quality of the people.
Well, if the young men he has right now aren't quality enough for him, because we know Coach Cristobal got to have the best. He ain't the X's and O's coach that could take a 3-star, develop him, and make him All-American Ray Lewis middle linebacker. He got to have Justin Flow. He got to have the best strength and conditioning. He got to have the best protein shake. And then Justin Flow can go on and be great under Coach Cristobal. I'm just calling a spade a spade. It is what it is. That's who he is.
Okay.
If I watched, and I get it. USC is different. USC is viewed different because they win it now. Under Clay Helton, they was having the same kind of 5 and 7, 6 and 6 kind of years. And what old boy did? He ain't win nothing. What old boy did when he went there? 80 new people.
Who is this?
The new coach, Lincoln Riley. All I'm saying is, if it's about the whole roster implosion, I think he could really fill 80 quality young men mixed with the young men he has signed into Miami on December 26th. That's all I'm saying. If they the problem, if you want to complain about players and that's the problem, if that's the scapegoat we want to use, is Josh Gaddis and these young men not good enough?
Right.
Okay, show them all the dough and replace them. Show us how bad you bad. You bad, right, Mario? You bad? Show us. That's all I'm saying.
I don't know. Maybe because I look at the transfer portal as, and maybe I'm wrong. I look at the transfer portal different than I used to look at JUCO. JUCO was talented kids that academically kind of and it also was a mixture of some kids who just didn't and they decided to go that route. Fine. I look at the transfer portal. This is just my personal opinion. As guys that didn't cut it at a particular level, mixed in with, I'm talking about the majority now, not all, but the majority of the transfer portal is what, 5,000 kids in the transfer portal? Some foolish number. So with that many, I don't know. Somebody put in the chat. Y'all like the research stuff. How many kids in the transfer portal? But let's just say 1,000. 1,000 kids in the transfer.
Because it's about that number. It's to the point where a bunch of them going to be at FedEx or strength and conditioning coaches because there ain't enough scholarships to go around. So I'm not being disrespectful. I'm just
no, you're being for real. So to my point, you now have to weed through the 4,000 kids or whatever it is, 5,000 kids in that transfer portal. Not only one, to find quality, two, to find character. And I'm just saying, I think that's not an easy
Chris?
feat.
And Coach, you might be right. I think you could be right. All I'm saying is I've witnessed it happen. I've seen it happen. And I believe that we are going to watch this happen. I really do. I think we could be, let's say a month from now, after signing day, because I'll probably be on your show just like you on my show all the time when we get a chance to hop on. And we go, damn, okay, plug and play, okay, we'll switch this. And Francis Murray, go, okay, Kamani McClain, okay, Damon Wilson, okay, Pancake Murray, okay, boom, all right, boom, he's showing us, right? Because it's the same man that went and found Daryl Jackson in the middle of nowhere at Maryland. Same guy that found Messidor. That's all I'm saying. There's a chance where he done brought in people that beat out people that was on our roster for 4 years that was better than them.
Correct. And here's my rebuttal to Michael. And this is where people like to see, you try to be funny, Michael. That's what he gets millions to do, though. I agree. To filter through 4,000 players like Lincoln Riley. But here's the difference, Michael. Lincoln Riley knows what he wants because he's the goddamn coordinator. Mario Cristobal is filtering through, and we don't even know who the next goddamn coordinator is going to be. So is he going to filter through and get
it's a good point.
12 personnel tight end guys, or should he be looking at 10 personnel people? So when everybody wants to say it's not that easy, right? He already knew who his defensive coordinator was going to be. So when Cristobal or Lincoln Riley sits down, he don't have to confer with the pseudo coordinator. He is the coordinator. I like Jordan Addison. So I'm gonna go get Jordan Addison.
Regardless of how anybody feel about it, because it's his system. He calling the plays. Yeah, good point.
Thank you.
Good point.
And on defense, me and V12, you the defensive coordinator, 12. Hey, 12, listen, what do you like? Let me know. I going shopping.
That's a great point.
I'm going to the transfer mall. I'm going shopping. What you need, a 6'5"er? You need a 6'8"? What you need? Right. I'm going to get it. Right now, he getting ready to go fire some people. Who knows if Kevin Steele is going to still be here? I think Charlie Strong is out, me personally. He's going to get a job somewhere. He don't want to be around this. He's too old. He's too established. I think he's like, man, damn this. I needed a job. I got fired late from the Jaguars, and I need to keep my check rolling. Got to stay in the business so they don't think I'm washed up. Bingo. So now when he goes shopping. He don't know what people like, what people are allergic to. Some people who got peanut allergy. Somebody can't eat eggs. So that's Michael. So to your point, yeah, Lincoln Riley did it, but he know what ingredients he need for his cake.
I mean, I'm not saying you shut me up, but a great point. I just think that's a great
point. Lincoln also brought the number one quarterback. A high-profile quarterback, and also then the receiver one over there as well. So I mean, he had difference makers. So and that's the bottom line. I mean so Lincoln is but he's also a different type of coach too. Right. So we have different type of coaching styles. But he went crazy, and that's my thing. We talk about trying to have influence on, because guess what? Remember, initially Caleb wasn't really sure if he was going to stay because he had the quarterback thing with Rattler. Remember, he wasn't really sure if he wasn't going to stay. But that's the influence Lincoln had on. That's talking to him. That's knowing your player. And when he made a decision, he went over there and it's been fantastic.
He about to win the Heisman off of it.
Oh, he about to win it. Absolutely. So Rattler goes to South Carolina. Not a bad deal for him. I mean, he played decent too, down the stretch. And so so it's all about, it's a combination. It's a combination.
I think that was a great point.
And the thing is, Lincoln Riley's bringing his guys with him.
Correct.
He's not going raw. Correct. Mario's going to be going raw. He knows what Mario Williams can do to the receiver from Tampa. Right. He knows what Caleb Williams is about.
Right. But Mario brought guys with him too, though. Mario brought some of his guys with him too as well.
12.
I'm asking you, did he not?
The third string offensive tackle that looked like he changed ties.
I'm just asking you a question. Did he not bring some guys with him? It's a yes or no.
He brought 2 O linemen, I think.
Okay, so and he flipped some guys. I'm just saying, so it's not like I'm not saying he bought some different makers, but he bought some cats with him. You know what I mean? That's the bottom line.
That's my point. Why you ain't bring them dogs from Oregon with you?
I don't know. That's an awesome.
See, now that's another side question.
How about the running back Trey Brinson from at Florida State played for you? You recruited him out of Mississippi all the way to Oregon, and he decided, nah, dog, I'm going to Florida State. Well, Florida State at that time, we knew they were bad. Looking at their base record, because nobody tell me Florida State was going to be where they are today, and he decided to go over there instead of following you to the crib.
Well, that's a little different though, Coach, because he had already before Mario had even took the job at Miami.
Oh, okay.
He was already at Tallahassee. Just like the receiver that transferred.
He left him?
Yeah, he left Oregon because he wasn't getting PT. And again, these are some of the things that I think we do have to question. As far as getting even into the hiring process. Is he going to hire somebody that's going to really run a modern offense, or is he going to basically just get another Josh Gaddis that he could bully around to play his brand of ball and what he wants? Yeah. He wants a bell cow. Well, in my eyes, bell cow football is no longer a reality. I get it. Everybody want somebody to get 100% snaps and block or 80% at a place like running back. Again, we had 5 4-stars, and you telling me we only knew how to use one, and it wasn't even the right way?
Man, look at Texas, man. Texas, you're right. Texas had over 2,000 yard, two 1,000 yard backs this year, I believe. Right? And they split carries, and they were beasts in the backfield.
I mean, you also look at Penn State. Penn State had 3 people. Excuse me, they had 3 over 700. 2 of them freshmen and 1,000 yarder.
Well, you do have some bell cow running backs, but it just has to. You have to be durable. You have to be able to go. You know, Ibrahim in Minnesota is. I mean, you have a couple of those, but it's not a lot of them. Whereas it's that one back that's going to run the show the entire time. You got to have a reliable backup, somebody who can play behind you.
So here's my question. I don't have a problem. I don't have a problem with the Josh Gaddis quote offense. What I have a problem with is that you try to fit a round peg into a square. How the hell the damn thing go? Cane juice biting.
Yeah, yeah.
So all I'm saying is you have to eat. And again, I don't know why this is so difficult. You knew what the roster looked like. You knew what the players are. Implement your system, but you got to do it until you get your guys. Rich Rodriguez was a perfect example of not being able to do that when you try to come in immediately and not, you have to give it the same way we want to give him time to build it. You have to give time for it to transition. Mm-hmm. If you know that you don't have those type of bodies to run this kind of system,
right,
and therefore you have to transition to it. So every year you may sprinkle in 1 or 2 of your plays in the system, 3 or 4 of them in the system, but I got to go with my spread. We may show a little counter action to get them accustomed to it. And now year 2, I got the Francis Mawagoas. I got the Tommy Kinslers. And now we start running in our counter trays and our double tight end and whoop. That's, but to fucking, I mean, to sabotage a whole season, dog? Like,
and that's what I said, Coach. I think you also have a great point that there is a reality in the viewpoint that Coach Cristobal is boneheaded. And it's just like, it's his way or the highway. And you either going to get on and get right, or you're going to get left behind, or you're going to be forced to get in line with the way he wants things done. I mean, you watch, the man blatantly said we didn't watch any film last year on this team. He flat out said that. We did not watch these young men. The man said, I want to give people a fair, clean slate. What happened before has nothing to do with me. That's what he said when he took the job.
He was lying to everybody, because if he did that, that's stupid.
I agree.
That's stupid.
And I tell you, Coach, I feel like he really did that because they kept playing and doing some of the same stuff that they was doing last year. I mean, listen, I get it. I understand about going at one player. But you keep putting DJ Ivy out there in man coverage 1-on-1, after 4 years of us watching that means you didn't watch no film last year. Coach, I'm just being honest with you. And Kevin
I don't have
Steele,
to watch film. I watched them the first 3 games. That tell you right there.
But that goes to show that all these quote unquote coaches we're supposed to have, they can't make they can't make the adjustment. They can't explain it to Mario adequately because there's no reason why a person, they're pretty much lame duck coaches. So you got a guy like Charlie Strong. He's seeing DJ Ivy struggling out there the whole entire season, and he's still out there. You got a guy like Ed Reed. See a guy like DJ Ivy struggling, he's still out there. That's not making the proper adjustments as coaches. It's not. DJ has been late every time. He late to the party every time this year, for the most part.
I'm so bewildered, as they say, bewildered. You know what baffles me? Beyond baffledness, if that's a word. I don't even know if that's a word. The way we play stacked and bunch receivers. I hate it beyond hatedness. It's unbearable to watch. They know what we're going to do. If you go look at the old good, last week's good, bad, and ugly against Clemson, I even showed you how Clemson played it. We still play a straight up man, and we get picked off every time. It happened to Tyreek Stevenson today on the inside route. I have no clue, and that's why I'm having a hard time understanding. I know when Charlie Strong was at Florida, they didn't do everything like this. I know when Kevin Steele and they found out he was a coordinator, and everybody went back to go watch all the Auburn films so they could be up to date on what kind of defense he gonna run and all that stuff. All of this, Jamil Adai coming from Georgia. I watched Georgia not play bunch like this. As a DB coach at Georgia, y'all didn't play bunch the way y'all playing it at Miami.
So
all
my
of these,
question is,
nobody sat in this room and said, "Hey, coach, you know when we run the bunch,
Coach, who's
they picking a mess
overriding?
Bro, nobody says, can we play bunch a different way? We play the same exact way every time. We get picked off. They know it. They know how to line up to it. They know how to manipulate it.
Mm-hmm.
But out of all the brain trust in the room, bro, it's got to be at least 400 years of coaching in that room. I'm just saying, if you combine everybody's coaching years together, at least 400 years of coaching, and we can't find another way to play bunch.
Coach, we can't even find another way to somehow get young men how to spill blocks correctly, how to stop the outside zone. That was the same issue I watched under, and I keep saying it's a 4-2-5 issue in my opinion. Having that base defense, the people are going to be able to run the ball on you. It's just how it is, based on alignment, assignment, and 4-2-5. It's really tough unless you're going to stay in a 3. If you want to stay in a cover 3 scheme with a 1 high safety and roll less striker inside the box as basically a 4-3 any goddamn way. Playing a nickel defense against the run is just stupid, but whatever.
But it's the same. That old school rock and roll 12. That's the first defense I learned at New Orleans. That rock and roll defense. That was 2000. We used to call it rock and roll. The free safety rock, the boundary safety roll.
When have you seen us rock and roll any goddamn thing, Coach?
Yeah, we do it all the damn time. Every time they motion across, we'll run over there. Cam Kitchens will go back, James will go down, or vice versa. And you know what they learn to do? How to manipulate it? They say, okay, watch this. We're gonna motion them across. If they're not in man, they're gonna rock and roll it. He rolled back. Watch how they did this. He rolled back, he rolled down. They ran the ball, the counter trade right back the way you. So now that the safety that was dropping deep had to come fire right back down to where he just vacated from. Like, these are the things, but okay, if you catch me in it, I'm cool. But if you do
Coach,
it all the time, they know you're in it.
Can you make me a moderator? You got one dude that's literally just spamming the chat like crazy, Coach.
You care about that shit. That shit don't bother me. As long as, what is he doing? Live in the present. I don't care about that dude. He making the algorithm go. What do he say?
Okay.
Y'all were kids when Miami was a powerhouse. So what? He wasn't lying. He wasn't lying. He wasn't lying. Jordan Smith. Yeah, dog. Do your thing, bro. I don't care. As long as you don't call me an NIGGA, I'm good. But I'm just being real. But anyhow, he killing the chat. Well, y'all choke him out.
Let's give
Coach, you ain't been paying attention. That's all I'm saying. You ain't been paying attention. He just been. That's all I'm saying. It's your show. Though. You got it.
Y'all want to block him? All right, block him. Yeah, it's out of here then, dog. All right. So I don't know, fellas. I that's what I'm so confused about. All of this coaching talent, and I'm still seeing day one problems, and that's
yeah. That's
Coach, when you start talking like that, I know you like on the edge and going, motherfucker.
Yeah, because I don't know. I can't say with certainty, like, all right, this dude right here just doesn't get it, right? Like when I used to talk about them last year about Packy, it's okay. Well, this is what they know, right? Only thing they know is kind of what Manny taught them because they were young coming up. I get it. Right. Your toolbox is light, bro. You got some old heads in here, dog. And you gonna tell me
supposed to know better? Yeah. They're supposed to know better.
So what if the rebuild? So what if the rebuild start now? Can Mario bring in a good QB?
I'm gonna tell you this. I know y'all worried about certain positions. I want him to get his 12 offensive linemen.
Okay.
Because Tyler Van Dyke and Jake Garcia could look good if you put the right O-line out there.
Okay.
And I'm not making no excuses about injuries because that happens, but the depth at the offensive line at my O-line at Miami has been a problem for a while. And then the depth added to that, it made it even worse. I mean, like Coach say, the two people he brought with him from Oregon was people who was supposed to be career backups.
I like that.
They had to come here and be starters due to injuries, and they are ass. I'm just putting it very simply. They can't block. So all I'm saying is I wouldn't even be surprised if the 2 or 3 big time recruits that's on offensive line come in don't start for Miami next year. And Coach, I know you're against that. All I'm saying is,
what do you mean? What do you mean?
Offensive line. I know you against 18-year-olds, not against it, but you think that it's a conversation to be had about 18-year-olds coming on the offensive line and starting for you.
No, that's not true. What I said was about freshmen. Don't expect. See, the fan base thing, because Francis Mauigoa coming, he gonna be a day one starter and he gonna kill it. If he comes and starts, he gonna go through some growing pain because that's a position you very rarely start at as an 18-year-old when it's 22, 23-year-old dudes across you. The strength levels are different. Now, there are some that can do it. I'm not saying Francis Mauigoa can't do it. I'm trying to temper expectations from the fan base that says, because we do it. No, we did it to Thad Franklin. Soon as Thad Franklin, he gonna be a big back. He gonna be a bruiser for us. We gonna get this. We gonna do this. That. Now 2 games in, he tipping. He sucked, coach. So what I'm trying to do is temper people's expectations against a Francis Mauigoa who is dominating that IMG.
Mm-hmm.
But if he comes in and the speed of the game may be just a hair too fast, some of these guys may be a hair stronger, and he's suffering. That's all I don't, bro. If you could play. Oh, damn,
Yeah.
I'm with you. I'm with you, Coach. I remember you saying that, so you said I remembered it wrong. You right, because I thought you was like fully against it, but I get what you're saying. Like this fan base, because it'll switch on you,
bro. All I'm saying is I don't want them to expect a true, bro. They already talking about the 2023 class finna take next year over. Bro, how many of them 25 kids you think finna be starters next year, bro?
About 10 of them at this point, Coach.
You think Malik Bryant finna come in here right away and just be the man as a true freshman?
Shit, he might have to, Coach.
We're gonna find out real quick, and I'm gonna leave that alone.
And at the end of the day, Coach, all I'm gonna say is, not all I'm gonna say, but my viewpoint here is can we get some in-season growth? I watched the Notre Dame team, and we talked about this earlier, Coach. I watched the Notre Dame team that I thought was dead in the water, and they're going to fire that light-skinned brother after 2 weeks in. Because they played their ass off against Ohio State. And the same formula that Michigan took to blow Ohio State out was the Notre Dame formula. Milk the clock, run the ball. And that's exactly what Michigan did and blew their ass out 45-20 or some shit like that. Now look at even Al Golden, who everybody in this fan base swear can't coach. He was bad the first couple of, and they basically said, you know what, whatever we doing ain't working. Whether we need to simplify it, whether we need to go to a 2-gap scheme instead of a 1-gap scheme, whatever we got to do, it's about figuring out a way to win. All that other shit we can fix at in the offseason. Let's figure out how to win on Saturday. That's it. Just figure out how to string together wins on Saturdays. And that's exactly what they did. Now that team that wasn't going to make a bowl, because what, Notre Dame is 6-6? Something like that. Upset wins over North Carolina, blew Clemson, new asshole, and then took probably a national championship runner-up team at USC to the brink until they pulled away late. LSU, dead in the water. Tallahassee has some key losses, but I think if they play Clemson right now, they beat Clemson. And I hate that. Y'all know I hate them people. But I saw growth. That looked weird doing the Hitler salute. My bad. I didn't mean it like that. I saw growth. There you go. I didn't mean to do it like that. I apologize. I saw them go on an upward trajectory throughout the season. That's all I'm saying. Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, listen, I mentioned all those guys earlier, especially last week about us being able to.
Brian Kelly. You talking about Brian Kelly?
Be competitive in these teams, and everybody kind of got in there, got their thongs in a bunch. But that's how I go sometimes. And listen, I agree. If we could get some kind of, listen, it was just a bad. But listen, now it's behind us. Now we just got to figure out how we're gonna move forward. Notre Dame is 8-4. Wow,
8-4. Okay, thank you.
8-4.
You
wow.
think about
8-4 and started out what? They started out 2-2, bro.
Something like
Not
that.
even 2-2. They lost to Marshall, bro.
They lost to Marshall.
Right. So it happens.
At home.
On
homecoming. They was
homecoming.
Homecoming usually like 4 weeks into the season. Probably for Catholic folks. But they only wear their green uniform in homecoming. That's their big thing that they do.
I didn't know that.
So they played Marshall and lost at home on homecoming. To Marshall.
What that mean, Coach?
You out of that. I know you done, man. I can see it in your face, Coach.
I wrote out. Hey, I gave you a full game, man. 4 hours.
You're a real soldier.
Full game, no penalties.
No, we just riding out. We just told the last
game.
You good. I get it, dog. You got man. As always, man. You know I love you, bro.
Yeah, love you too, man.
Me and Holson will sit up here.
Always a pleasure, man. We retire until if you do something for bowl season, let me know. Whatever we do if we on Tuesday with Dawn, let me know. Hey, go ahead and you know how to loose that money, honey.
Hey, that donation will be paid. Will be sent
in quarters.
No, roll pennies, but I'm putting some.
I needed the quarters.
I got you.
In the quarters, man. But yeah, let me get up out of here, man. It was it was fun, always, man. Chatting with everybody and.
No, they lost to Marshall week 2, dog.
Okay, so it wasn't the homecoming week 2. Yeah. Okay, cool.
Yeah. All right, y'all. Y'all have a good night. Everybody be safe.
Blessings, man. Blessings,
man.
Blessings.
Take care. All right.
Yeah. So wholesome.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, boy. Yeah. I knew he was going. I can see him a dog face. We still got 379 in the chat. Y'all go ahead and hit the like button, subscribe button.
I ain't gonna lie, Coach. When your dog said he African from the motherland, he speak African, Coach, I about spit my water out my mouth.
I speak African. I saw somebody in there eat him up talking about I speak Asian. They would lighten him up. You know, my dog be loose sometimes, man.
Hey, man, it is what it is. It's a show. It's entertainment, ain't it?
Man, T. Hines, you still riding with us, man? You be checking that towel, but T. Hines, I feel you. I get it. Hey, I'm telling you, man, we got some people here be loving the Canes, man. And so anyway, hey, I love talking to the team, man. It's the team right here. I tell them, go Hayes and the team, man. Everybody in the chat, they're part of the team. Even that hating, whatever his name is, that dude y'all made me block. But I guess because I just don't pay that stuff no attention, man.
Right.
But like you said, you look at teams like this and they just going up, all right?
Mm-hmm.
And bro, like we can't even. And it's not the fact that we lost. I want people to understand that.
Coach, we look like we don't even practice.
Bro, we don't even score touchdowns, dog. Like you gonna tell me like this is what bothers me. And so, yes, it's players, yes, it's coaches, but we don't even be in position to score a touchdown, dog. Like I really thought we weren't going to score tonight. When Borgalis missed that field goal, I said, Lord, if they goose egg us in this thing here, man, I might be on the couch. I'm gonna be in there laid out. I can't take it no more, dog.
Hey, Coach, listen. Like I told you, I might want to watch that. Coach, I'm at work. They got about 27 TVs, Coach. They say, Holloway, we're gonna plug the Miami show game on for you on this TV right next to the bar. I say, for what? They say, no, that's your squad, right? I said, y'all want me to be in here throwing shit or y'all want me to work? Which one y'all want me to do? Okay, so put somebody else on the TV. Go we watch everybody else. I'm not doing that. No, you're crazy. Go.
Let me give a shout out to Manny Diaz right quick. I had that Penn State defense today. Them boys was biting out though. I had that Penn State defense today, and that boy helped me win the fantasy league. So shout out to you, Manny Diaz. Appreciate you.
Shout out to Manuelo.
And I'm gonna tell you where your heart gets you in trouble. Your boy Ham in there, right? It's public. He messed around, had Henry Parrish as his running back. I knew that boy was done for. Henry Parrish had 3 points, dog. I'm just saying, I don't understand. What for the life of me that bothers me, and I keep saying this Jordan dude that came back somebody else. He done took his picture down like I ain't gonna recognize it as Jordan. Jordan. I'm gonna put you in timeout. Go over there and sit in that corner and think about what you just did.
And I get it, like you want to clown the team, coach. But coach, this man was on there for at least an hour, got like commenting, and neither one of us acknowledged him. Coach, he was just like, "Y'all suck, y'all trash, wholesome suck dick." And I mean, it was just like, "Oh, all right, bro." Like, nobody's acknowledging you.
I don't suck nothing. I ain't doing that. I hope he ain't say I do that. I ain't doing that. Because I don't suck no. I'm just being honest, man. I'll be the air about that now. Well, Hayes ain't some. Not me. Hey, not me.
What they say at the crib, not I. Not I.
Nah, boy. What you talking about, boy? Do what?
Oh,
do what?
Man.
Yeah. Nah, boy. I'm gonna leave that alone, boy, because I almost said something.
No body boys around here.
Hey, boy, how many things this dude got, man?
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. Like, bro, come on, dog.
It's cool. That's what don't bother me. I mean, I should have put subscriber thing on there so he could comment. At least he'd be a subscriber.
That man said, "Who?
Who, me? No, boy. Boy, look here. Man, look here, dog. Listen.
Anyway, back the ball.
Yeah. Not back the ball. Back the football. Because you talking about back the ball. Nah, I ain't messing with none of that, boy.
This man
here, I'm gonna tell you in 3 different languages, no. You ready? English, no. Spanish, no, and patois, no man. So if you don't understand that, boy, watch out, boy. But anyway,
Oh man, coach.
no, I just, well, I'm baffled. Like as I'm looking here, and I'm gonna tell you something on the sideline bothers me. I brought this up before. There's only one coach I have not seen on the sideline.
Oh God.
One coach. You know who that one coach is?
Hold on, don't say nothing. I done seen Fields. I done seen Ponce. I done seen Gaddish a little bit.
He back upstairs now. Mm-hmm.
I done seen Strong. I done seen Steele. I done seen Joe Sullivan. I done seen Adai. I done seen DeMarcus Van Dyke. Jason Taylor. Coach Wright. I done seen him on the side. Okay, Coach, tell me because I don't went down the whole thing.
Who you see? Who's the last name you see?
Adai.
Oh, good. There's one more.
Wright. I done seen Coach Wright.
I've never seen him on the sideline, so maybe I missed him. That's the only dude I've never seen defensively on the sideline. I've never seen. Now I may have missed him. I just never seen because I pay attention to a lot of that stuff.
That's a good point. I see more Jason Taylor than anything. That's a good point.
I see Jason Taylor. I see Adai. I see.
What do they do?
What do you mean?
We got him on the roster for what? What do you do?
Coach Wright. He the defensive end coach. Jason Taylor is a defensive analyst.
Oh, so he also might have a little bit more freedom. Okay, because I see him more than anything.
Well, technically speaking, Jason Taylor ain't supposed to be coaching no dang body.
Oh, he's supposed to just be an observer.
He's an analyst.
Okay, I could do
but
that.
I ain't gonna get into it. But anyway, I don't see Coach Wright on offense, and everybody on defense, and everybody on offense is on the sideline. Now that Coach Gaddis has went back upstairs, he's the only one. Well, all of the offensive coaches, when Gaddis is downstairs, all of the offensive coaches on the field. Frank Ponce, Mirabal, Gaddis is Ponce, Mirabal, Gaddis is the OC and the wide receiver coach. Kevin Smith is the running back coach, and Steve Field is the tight end coach. Who else upstairs is the trusted voice?
Nobody. They don't got no upstairs trusted voice. I'm not gonna lie to you, Coach.
They don't show nobody in that glass up there. Like when I was watching Tennessee play, that dude, what's his name, Streeter, their offensive coordinator. They showed him in the glass up there drinking Coke, eating sunflower seeds and whatever, chewing tobacco, whatever they doing. They don't never pan up there to show our guys.
Right. And that was something we were supposed to use as we finally got somebody up there. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, Coach, I tell you what's the other crazy part that I really sat there and thought about. This person brought it up, so I don't want to
who's that?
I'm about to go pull it up. I want to give them their respect because they brought it up. It was about the dynamic between, he said that nobody, here it is, T-Dog and Love It. He says, y'all not going to touch on the dynamics of Ponce and Gaddis.
What time is it?
For you, 3:42 a.m.
Dynamic and what?
He said that it's oil and water trying to mix Josh Gaddis with Frank Ponce.
What's the name?
A Dog and I Love It.
Maybe he might do it. I ain't.
Yeah, it said T-Dog. So TDOGG and I Love It from 3:42 a.m. But anyhow, that's a great thing to talk about there. Is like the fact that,
Oh, I got you.
You got two people that.
But I think the whole thing is oil and damn water. That's really what I said this at the beginning of the season. We got all these great coaches, but can the chemistry work? I remember saying this,
Yeah,
but
you
I think
kept saying that.
I think
Chefs in
all
the
of it,
kitchen. You said a
too many
bunch of that.
a bunch of them are too many chefs in the kitchen, too many this, that, and the other, about too many chiefs
You
in the
said
tribe.
not enough Indians. Yeah.
Yeah. Too many chiefs and not enough Indians. All them sayings that you could say when basically you said you got too many people. Remember, I was talking about it's an ego game. Why you think these coaches, bro? Streeter know Thad Franklin's coach, like his high school coach. You don't think I'm gonna call? I got a 240-pound running back that did great things in high school, and now he tipping. Why? I need to find out before. See, before a kid enter a transfer portal, I can honestly say I've exhausted all avenues on that young man. Now that I've done that, exhausted all avenues on him. Now, guess what? If he goes, listen, I've done everything I can possibly do in order to do that. The biggest problem is we look at 240 pounds and think he a battling ram, but he doesn't run like that. His high school tape doesn't even show that.
Right.
I tell people, look at the tape. That's why I always say, look at the tape. I don't care about that camps. The tape gonna tell you. When you go look at his tape, he ain't running people slap over.
Coach, I always said, and people got hot at me for this, you want Thad Franklin to be successful, he should be your starter. And then all the other people bounce off of him. You know, you get Thad and then 4, especially in this offense. But, you know, then I get it because I felt like Henry Parrish was early on in the season probably the best chance as a balanced back to be our starter.
He said, just call me T-Dog. Damn, I'm from the crib too. You the one said it, and I love it.
My bad,
Hey,
dog.
you the one
My
say,
bad.
hey, T-Dog, you the one say, and I love it. So guess what? I'm going to leave that alone.
That man said he a dog, and I love it.
Shad, I keep asking you this. I don't know if maybe you have. Do you know Shad 1419?
Yeah.
You know
The
he got
YouTube
his
channel
own-
guy. Yeah.
I've been watching his channel lately. I want to get him on here, man. Where is he at? Shad, you want to come on? Let's come on right now.
Let's
Come
do
on,
it,
Shad.
Coach.
All you gotta do is put a thumbs up. Let me know where you at. How to send you
How we
something.
could get it to you, email. That's what I was waiting on, Coach. I was looking at the Twitter, and then I realized you usually send it to email. That's why I didn't know you had already sent it.
It's already in the database. I just press D and your name come up. I want to talk to Shad, man. Hey, I want to talk to Samson, but no, Shad. I really like. I like his. There you go. I like Shad. I like Shad's take on things. He looks at it from a and I don't say this as a slight, but it's actually brilliant from a simplistic point of view. Not overthinking it. Just look at it for what it is.
Right.
You understand? And then look at it logically. He said, yeah, but how do I get you information, Shad? You gotta send me an email. Email me at coachhayesfootball@gmail or something like that. But I like his take. And he's been on here always supporting. I never knew he had a channel. And the algorithm, all of a sudden, just sent it my way. And I was like, wait a minute, that's the same dude that be on the thing. And I clicked the button. And he was sitting in the room getting it in.
Yep. It's been a bunch of us, Coach, YouTubers and contributors and just trying to get into the algorithm because that's the biggest thing, man. Once you get into that algorithm, your subscriber base shoot through the roof. But you know, for you, Coach, you had the blessed opportunity of starting out with a bunch of different fan bases, not trying to get this specific fan base to fall in love with you because that was a tough journey, Coach. That was a tough one.
It still bothers me though, what I hate to say. It's a shame that the subscriber numbers are so low. When I look at people, there's nowhere in the world yourself, even Coop, who I think Coop may have the highest so far, just a solo YouTube channel.
Right.
I don't know what his numbers are, but I think everybody should at least have 10,000, if not more. Especially as long as y'all been doing it. And we talk about Kane fans and we talk about, the people going to the game. But that goes to show you the same way people don't do this, they don't go to the games like that either.
Right.
Because you know why? It's not a school of 40, 50,000 people.
Yeah. Like you said, ain't no real allegiance. The only thing is that they shirts say Miami and you from Miami. That's usually the only reason why you associate with it.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying, man. Like to me, that's a shame that if I can go to any one of these other YouTubers for other schools, and they've been doing it for 2 years, 3 years. They have 12,000, 15,000, 13,000. What really helps me is I do the breakdowns of the other kids. And I tell people, you know, it's funny. Like they be like, "Oh, you're a Hurricane YouTube." Like I do Hurricane show, but I'm not really a Hurricane YouTube. Bro, I do this once a week. I only talk about Hurricanes once a week. That's it. The other weeks, when I'm doing the WRE, I talk about the Hurricanes on game day in the off season, that one show on Sunday. Like, you know, some people like flowing them, they got a show every day, or other people that do.
Coach, I tell you, the biggest inner piece I got was the Wednesday H1H college football show. That's the best inner piece I done had in years, Coach.
Yeah.
Just to talk about, you know, different folks.
Y'all ever, Holston do it all the time. Y'all ever film review an opponent? Holston used to do them all the time. Y'all don't know how much work that take, bro. Like y'all, them good, bad, uglies. Bro, that stuff. And like I said, you'll do a good, bad, and ugly. And I look at it, it'll get 1,600 views.
Shit, Coach, I'm gonna be real with you. You do the good, bad, and ugly, and Coach, they come out and do the same thing. What was the point?
That's my point. That's why I gave them an F as a staff, because if I'm looking at it and I'm saying, okay, we outflanked here, we did this, we did it. And then I come on next week saying the same thing. I found myself, like I said, Holton, I'm trying to find other problems or other things I could talk about, because I don't want people to be like, man, you say the same thing every week, Coach. You don't know what you're talking about. No, I see the same thing. I see the same thing every week, and it's bothering me, bro. All right, Savage Kane just subscribed. Appreciate that, man. Uncle Lou has 2 million followers. Oh, Uncle Lou, that's the dude from Georgia.
Yeah. And Uncle Lou also, the other thing about it is when you are a football channel.
He got 2 million followers on YouTube?
Yeah. But he been doing it for like, I would say 12, 13 years, something like that.
Damn.
Yeah, he been doing it for a long time.
He just hit me up. I ain't even see. Okay, he just hit me up. Let me send him the link. Hold on. Let me take this. Yeah. I've been telling him to hit me. He probably hit me. I suck at social media, bro. My social media need like CPR.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing about yours, Coach, is you don't do it enough, so your algorithm literally don't work. Like,
bro, I hate it. I'm not using my phone. I'm not doing like taking pictures of my food. I don't right? The way I do that is the same way I'm talking about coaches. I'm not fitting into the mode of new. I'm doing it the old school way. And guess who's suffering? Me. Right? I gotta be on Twitter. I started Twitter or tweeted, whatever it is. I'm doing it during the game now. So when the game is playing, I'm
live tweeting. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess that's right.
That's what it's called, live tweet.
Oh, see, I didn't know that. The dude told me the slime thing. I didn't even know. He was talking about the slime under the nose when they get like a first down.
Yeah.
He was like, yeah, the NCAA got to stop the slime thing. I'm like, what's the slime thing, dog? Man. But when they said, I knew. I've seen kids do it. I didn't know it had a name though.
Cause what they need to do is throw a flag for that gritty. I'm so tired of seeing that crap.
Is that the little skip dance?
Yeah. It oh my goodness. And I get it. And I'm only 26, so I'm not Mr. Old, but it's just, come on, man. We can't come up with a different dance. It's been like 3 years of that same crap. And some of y'all can't dance and need to just stop doing the shit. I'm just saying like that.
Uncle Lou. I never watched none of this stuff, really, because I know who he is, because I know he had got into it with Zoe and them at one point and all that stuff.
Right.
He only got 56.8 thousand subscribers. I don't know where we got 2 million from.
Oh, okay. He might have 2 million across all his platforms. Maybe that's what he's trying to say. because he's also a Twitch guy. He's a
Oh.
he do a bunch of different platforms in Twitter and Facebook, but he also been doing it for as long as some people who watch our shows have been alive. So
Gotcha.
you know, I don't
Yes,
really
sir.
fuck with him, but it is what it
I'm
is.
Oh yeah, he joined in 2013, so he been on here. He man got 23 million. That's good, man. I just know it. Like I said, stuff like that don't bother me. So like whatever. We can get into that later. But I got my man back here. I've been looking for this dude. I'm finna get it in. Let me change my stuff up. It's 4 o'clock in the morning. We still got 337 people in the building. I appreciate it. Y'all clap it up for my man, the Shad. Bro, where you been, bro?
Just checking the chat out. Just enjoying the content.
Well, I'm gonna say this first of all, man. One, I didn't know you had a channel. Like I said, I think I mentioned it maybe last week, I believe it was.
Yeah.
Early, maybe it was early this morning. I can't remember, but anyhow. And then second, man, I always want to say, man, thank you for supporting this channel, man. You always support. You're always in the chat, always in the comment. And I've been watching your stuff, man, and you referenced me quite a few times. And I just want to say thank you, man, because it lets me know that people are listening. And people don't always have to agree, but at least people are listening. And I'm cool with that, man. So I appreciate it, man. But I love your take on it. We got to do this again because I know it is 3:30 in the morning, but I want more people to see you because I think you got a good take on what you see. I think you take a logical look at stuff and you just ask the logical, simple question, which is a good thing. Tell me what's your whole view of your channel and how you get down on there.
Well, I've been an active member of Inside the Youth for about 10 years now. And so I always kind of look at myself as I play devil's advocate a lot. So, and then I take pleasure in like looking at people say things. And then I'm like, well, if you're going to say it for this particular person, say it for this person. So basically all I want to do with my channel is, like you say, I just want to ask the simple questions and let's get the simple answers. Like you always say, let's not, overcomplicate the simple. Yeah, let's not overthink this thing because it's simple at the end of the day.
Yeah, we ain't splitting atoms here, man. No. I tell football ain't hard. Go offense is to go where they not, defense is to go where they are. You know what I mean? That's really the whole basic philosophy of the game. I mean, it is, right? Offense is to go where you're not. And that's what I was saying before. So if we do a formation to get everybody over here and they still got 5 guys to the unbalanced side, why are we running the ball that way? Is that players or is that coaches? I don't know. Right?
It's stupid. That's all we know is it's stupid.
But at the same time, remember the one I showed where you had the 3 technique, and there was 4-eye. It's a tight end, a tackle, a guard, a running back, and he over there by himself. And that one time the dude say, wait a minute, bro, I'm about to get jumped. Is that players? Is that coaches? Is that upstairs? You know, that's what I was just trying to say, man. But yeah, man. So what's your thoughts on the season, Shad?
Well, I was one of the ones that I usually don't drink the Kool-Aid. I drank it, but I said 10-2. But my reasons for 10-2 is because I looked at the Coastal. I said we got Virginia Tech, as well as Duke. We're gonna get new staffs, so I felt the staff we hired was supposed to be better than them. Then also we got Southern Miss, Bethune, and I felt obviously Texas A&M was gonna be better than what they were, but obviously they weren't. Wasn't expecting Middle Tennessee State. So Vegas had us right at 8 wins. So I didn't feel like I was too far off because I kind of looked at it from 2015 to 2016. As of 2015, obviously we had the interim coach step in after Golden got fired. Mark Richt was able to capture that momentum, roll it off to 9 wins. Then obviously we rolled it off to 10. So I felt, well, Mario's bringing in a much better staff on paper, but I was always cautiously optimistic about Coach Gaddis because, as I always tell anybody about this, I said the offense that we saw last year from Michigan was the same offense that he came with in 2016. The only difference is Urban Meyer is not at Ohio State. That was the biggest hurdle that Coach Harbaugh had to jump over. is beating Ohio State. So Urban's gone. Ryan Day is not. He's not Urban Meyer. At the end of the day, he's not building a football team. Once Urban Meyer left, the defense went down. But I mean, I don't want to talk about that, but I'm just saying that was the biggest thing. And I always and I felt that Gaddis needed to prove himself, but I also felt like, well, you're going up against Coach Steele and Coach Strong at practice every day. So they have to be throwing you some looks that you have to get better. As we always say, iron sharp as iron. From a player perspective, iron has to sharpen iron in that coaching room. But I don't know what happened. I really don't know what happened. I didn't look at it from the vantage point y'all looked at it from the Bethune game about we're going to have some issues. But I was thinking, why are we taking the ball out of Tyler's hands? And when we needed to put it back in his hands at Texas A&M, now all of a sudden Tyler gets dragged for he didn't have the ball in his hand. So.
Now, it's funny you say that. I want to talk about difference maker right quick. So Texas A&M has 12 players out right now. That's including the guys that were suspended. But guess who's back? Guess who one of those players is back?
What
on that roster?
What, the receiver or the running back?
A chain, the running back.
Yeah.
Difference maker.
Oh, yeah, most definitely.
Difference maker. It shows, right? So people say, oh, Jimbo sucked. Jimbo ain't no stupid coach. Injuries plagued that team, and they didn't have a solidified quarterback. I'm telling you, he may not be everybody's favorite, but a chain in that game, this is his first game back off of foot surgery. I just want to pull up his, what they play, LSU? And I'm just saying what a difference maker does for you in this game. And it goes to show you that, yeah, we could talk about injury, but you don't have a difference making. If you don't have one of those, you're in trouble. A chain had 38 carries for 215 yards and 2 touchdowns, dog, off of foot surgery. Guess what we had? Our largest carry was 7. And Connor Wegman, 12 for 18, 155 for 2 touchdowns. What did he do? He put the ball in his ball player's hand. And that's what we don't have, an established difference maker.
Yeah, I can agree with that. I don't know. I like I said, I vehemently disagree with the whole Mike Harley and Charleston Rambo, theory. But obviously from game one, I felt like they wanted to make Henry Parrish their difference maker, and I really felt like maybe that stagnated some of what TVD could do. I'm a big fan of Jacoby George, and obviously he was suspended for the first 2 games, couple games. Then he kind of broke his hand, but he's the young guy that I feel like, he could be something, but I mean, I don't know what his, particular issue is. But yeah, I can agree we don't have any difference makers. And for this second consecutive year, I think people have said, we don't have a number 1 receiver. They brought Frank Ladson in to kind of be that guy, but I'm like, nah, you at Clemson. I know stuff happened, and I'm not, and like I always say, I'm not going to talk about a particular player because you went way further than I went. So I can't say that you're bad. It's just that, sometimes, luck doesn't go in your favor, But I didn't think Frank Ladson was a Charleston Rambo type of guy, but I didn't think Charleston Rambo was Amon Richards by any stretch, but,
Gotcha. Holson, what you think, man? As you think about, when I look at this game, right, and I look at Texas and how bad they were, and things look bad and dismal. I always said this, and I always felt this. I always felt that Texas A&M was plagued with injury, and due to that, I mean, bro, I guess I'm making an excuse for him, but I'm not. I don't feel like I am. Because, again, I'm not making that same excuse for Mario about injury. I'm just saying we got to be a little more competitive. I'm not saying I'm not saying the losses should have been wins. I'm saying our losses could have definitely been more competitive. That's my
I
biggest
mean,
concern.
because I was actually about to ask you about that, Coach. Like you literally have been saying like injuries don't mean shit to you when it comes to Miami, but you about to give Jimbo a scapegoat. And he 8 years into his program, so I would have been like, Coach, that's bullshit. Like you can't do
Right.
that.
No, you're right. No, because that to me that's not fair. When I'm saying injuries don't mean shit, I'm saying that this team has 8 injuries.
Right.
I think people are yes, we do have injuries, but I think people are trying to lump all the injuries together when like people are saying 80% of our roster is hurt. Fake news. Not
I don't know
80%.
if I would say 80%, but I do think if you take that starting lineup that played A&M or the starting lineup that played Bethune-Cookman, I will say 80% of those guys ain't starters in this game that we played today.
Maybe. And you might be right. But as guys go out, come back in. But that's like I said, that's
Either
happening.
way, that's not the main gist of the question.
No,
What were you
no.
basically trying to say?
No. So what I was trying to say was I was just talking about a difference maker and saying with that one guy being out, a chain being out, look how now the tables turn in this deal. Like, and I think that's what we gotta find. That's the biggest thing. Who is that guy?
I
Who is
feel you,
that
Coach.
guy? And it's not Will Mallory.
I still think that to me, a healthy rooster can be one of the best backs in the country. That's just me.
Mhm.
I don't know why. I mean, like Shad said, I mean, to be honest with you, I think Jacoby George is like that. I really do. I liked him his junior film, and a good friend of mine, Mr. Rubicon, we talk every day. He didn't think Jacoby George was all that, and I'm like, nah. If you, I know he's from Broward, so I'm gonna hold that against him. But when I watch him play, I'm like, nah, he is the man on the field. Like he's the man. And when he got to Miami, but again, these young men signed up to play in a Red Lashley spread where 3 or 4 of them was going to be on the field and the route combinations was going to spring somebody open. So in my opinion, I don't know if we could truly judge or whether if they like that or if they are playmakers or not playmakers until they are put in a system where they can be successful. Just again, based on the route combination, based on how we want to attack the defense, based on how we want to line up formation wise to force you into certain schemes and force mismatches. I didn't see that. I saw offensive staff, and I'm gonna just call it spade. I saw offensive staff that acted like they had the Michigan roster 5 years in, that acted like they had the Oregon roster 5 years in. That's the way they called plays. That's the way that they coached the offensive line. Like they was already like that. I don't think that we called or schemed or viewed our players to the level that they were. We viewed them to the level that they came from, the coaches from where they were. Because they came out like, oh, yeah, we about to run this ball. Do you know that we really can't do that? Oh, these route combinations gonna bust open. You do know like our quarterback throws people open. He's not the kind of person that waits until somebody's wide open. He throws it when his receiver has a step and puts it right in that window and they stretch them hands out. Bomb. That's the way he likes to play. But you don't care about that because you just won a Broyles Award. You don't care about that because you just won a Pac-12, right? So your shit don't stink, right? Okay. That's the way I look when I review the film. That's how it came off to me. Very pompous. Like, it ain't us. It's y'all sorry asses. Nah. Either way, we in this shit together. So whether it's you, whether it's me, it don't matter. This shit stink. We got to fix it. And that's not what happened.
So let me ask both of you guys this. What's your take on this? Because you kind of brought it up about Gaddis and so forth. When Gaddis quote allegedly said in the meeting that all the work, I don't know, I may be throwing this off so y'all don't kill no.
He told them just straight up, y'all the worst offense I ever been around.
All right, thank you. And Keyshawn went home to his mom. I mean, when he told his mom and stuff. And I have to be very honest. I don't hold that kid responsible. I'm gonna tell you why. If you're a mama's boy, and I say that in a good way, I'm not saying that as a negative. What I mean is, if you're close to your mom, hey son, how was your day today? People don't understand context matter. Because I've actually done that. I was like, Mom, you ain't gonna believe. Coach said we the worst offense he ever seen. Like He could have said like, and she could have taken offense more than he did.
Right.
But people take it that he went crying. Man, he said we the worst. I don't know. He may have done that. He may not. I think she did make she made a fatal error by putting it on Twitter. But again, these are different age parents, right? Think about it. What's his name? Daddy is a coach and athletic director, and he went to Twitter.
Ain't that crazy?
He would advise his own staff. Like, you don't think he dealt with a parent that dealt with a football coach, or maybe him? Coach such and such is the worst on Twitter, and he goes and does that on a college quote unquote professional level. These are new age era kids and parents. So anyhow, my question to you is, when he said that to Keyshawn, whatever, they put it out there, how do you view that approach?
Well, I mean, I talked about this on one of my videos. I mean, he's never been in this situation before. Speaking from Coach Gaddis, because you've been to Alabama, you've been to Michigan, obviously you've been to Penn State, 3 programs that have good talent there. So seeing is that you've never been in this position, I kind of look at it from the standpoint of like, you are admitting I don't know what to do with you all. So I'm going to go back and, like Wholesome said, I'm falling back on my Broyles Award. I won my award. So y'all are not good because they've already said that I'm the best assistant coach in all of college football.
Shad, I hate to cut you off. What's one of the worst things y'all ever had a teacher that said, I already got mine? Yeah, I already got mine. Whether she talk about her degree, whether she talk about the money, whatever, or he or they, whatever the hell they call themselves nowadays. That motherfucker said, I already got mine. So it ain't me, it must be y'all. I graduated.
Oh my God, I was gonna use that to say, bro, that right there irks me beyond irkedness. I like to make new words. That irks me, dog. Like to me, bro, you're not a teacher. How you gonna tell some guy, I got mine, you ain't got yours? You got to get yours. That's not motivating.
No. I'm already done playing. I already played in the league. What that got to do with you helping me? Because Jason Taylor got a gold jacket, but we can't get to the quarter.
And see, that's what we misunderstand. I don't know this to be true, but what if he'll do? I ain't got to do this. I got a gold jacket. I got plenty of money. I don't have to be out here. I'm out here because I want to be, not because I have to be. I've seen plenty of coaches do that. That is not motivating.
Yeah.
You know what's motivating? You bring that fucking gold jacket and let them try it on.
Josh Gaddis took a page out of Urban Meyer's book at Jacksonville when allegedly he told all the assistant coaches where your rings at, what's your accomplishments, even though you felt they were good enough to be hired.
Yep.
But that's what Josh Gaddis did. And I mean, listen, he, like I said, he doesn't know what he doesn't know. And that's what I spoke about in my video. I don't feel like he has too much help on the offensive side of the ball. Like, the defense is set up to coach the younger coaches. Josh Gaddis is just what it is. And I'll say this and I'll let Hosen go. I don't want to hear, I'm tired of hearing about he was the 4th selection. Would this have been brought up if we looked like Michigan? No. So it don't matter if he was 1st or if he was 50th. He had enough qualities and characteristics that Coach Cristobal wanted. He extended him the offer. He accepted it. Plain as day. But I feel like he shouldn't have done that. And I feel like that's probably what sure enough drove the wedge into the offense. But I mean, it is what it is. He's fired.
So Shad, I'm gonna ask you a question, but I want Wholesome to go first. See, that's what happens when you live behind in North Dakota, dog. I'm over here shorts with flip flops on, and you up there freezing, bro.
Come on, I'm hurting. I'm hurting right now.
Go on home. Hey, listen, I'm a soldier, dog. I keep riding, but I ain't been asleep since like 3 o'clock this morning. I've been up since 3 this morning. I've been up 24 hours. But anyway, listen. Let me ask you a question. I'm sorry, Host. Go ahead and answer that, but I want to go back to you, Shad, about what something you just said. But go ahead, Host.
Ask your question again, Coach. Please.
I don't remember. That's why I tried to get you to say. About the about the response to what Gaddis said in the meeting about y'all the worst player? Do you think that's the right approach, wrong approach? Does it bother you or not?
It didn't bother me because I've been a part of both sides of it. I've been a part of the one where you've been coddled and they try to say everything and pull you in and build a personal relationship and say, hey, here's my number. And I felt like Coach Gaddis tried that because let's not have revisionist history. Remember, he was the one that pointed out that Tyler, the starting quarterback, don't even have his wide receivers' numbers. He was the one trying to bridge the gap and bring it together. Wait, y'all don't go out and do 7-on-7? Y'all not meeting at a local park and doing route combinations? Y'all not meeting, or the only one you meet is Xavier Restrepo, and you wonder why shit went left when he the only one you know how to throw the ball to? So he tried that approach. They didn't respond to that. So he tired of him getting criticized. He tired of the coach that beat his wife, that made videos about him, bashing his name, and adding him on Twitter.
I thought you were talking about someone on our staff. I was like, damn, they in a backhand old girl.
No,
like,
but
talking about Zach Smith. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the man, he getting attacked too. Because remember, he got pulled in Mario office and was off Twitter for 2 weeks. Because he went back and forth with a fan who was questioning his validity as a man and as an offensive coordinator. Eventually, enough is enough. Especially when you've been around such successful programs and everybody just pat your back for being in line with all the other coaches. Now you're out on your own and everything is being brought up and thrown in your face about how you got this great resume and we're not seeing shit at Miami. And he got defensive and responded. And so, yeah, out of anger, he probably came in at me. That probably was the first thing he said. But guess what? They only remember a couple things.
Mm-hmm.
He probably said all kinds of other stuff about how I want to help y'all. What's going on? What can we do? But the only thing that get put out there is the fact that he said that about y'all the worst offense that he's ever been around.
That's fair. That's fair.
And guess what, Coach? He probably was right because he was around historic great Alabama offenses. So, in a playoff Michigan offense.
That's fair. So I to go back to I started to write it down. God, I was gonna ask you, but I didn't want to interrupt. I want to hold something to say this point, and I can't remember now. That cane was biting, and I'm gonna get some more. But I'm trying to understand. Shay, you said something at the very end. I was like, ooh. It's in cyberspace now.
Where he was on the pecking order as being hired.
Oh, perfect. Come on, Shay. See, tell him we here, though. So here's my question. You said you don't want to hear about him being the fourth choice and blah, 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 right? So what are your thoughts on Coach Cristobal picking up Josh Gaddis? And these are all hypothetical speculation. I'm just posing questions for conversation. What do you think about Coach Cristobal picking up Josh Gaddis? Because, as Mel Kiper say, he's best available. Meaning, out of all of the coordinators that's kind of on the board out there, he's the best available. May not be a perfect fit, but optically it looks good. Broyles Award winner, Michigan in the playoffs, comes with this system, kind of fits what I really want to do. But we don't really mesh. But again, it's best available. And the reason I'm gonna lay that, I'm gonna let you answer, but I want to say that because I know as coaches, a lot of things are optics. We go get the 6'5" dude because he's 6'5". We're scared to get the 5'9" dude because if the 5'9" dude doesn't work out, he was little. But if he's 6'5", a Nicholas Harbor, for example, and he doesn't work out, it's easy to blame the kid that he sucks. But if you go get the 5'9" kid, why'd you get him anyway? Yeah. So I say that to say that to you. So Shad, what's your thoughts on that? If Cristobal is like, hey, I just got the best available, for example, over Frank Ponce.
Well, I look at it from, like from a coaching standpoint about continuity. They worked together, had some overlap at Alabama. I'm sure you talked to Nick Saban about it. I don't really know how much he may have talked to, Harbaugh about him, but I'm sure when Nick Saban gives you a stamp of approval, that means something, So I look at it just from that standpoint. He may have confided in Coach Saban, and Coach Saban said, may have told him, said, hey, it's not working out in Michigan or whatever. It didn't work out in Michigan, but I think he'll fit what you want, Mario. He's a grinder. He's supposed to be a recruiter, which I think that's what this majority of this staff was supposed to be, especially the younger guys, the Gaddis, the Adias. Obviously, Charlie Strong has ability to recruit. Coach Fell kept his job, shotgunning the Jaleel Skinner recruitment. So, I looked at it, some people may, like I said, the reason I didn't buy fourth choice is because it was too many things that, to me, made him the best choice because of what you said. Brawls, offensive identity, work with Saban. Already kind of knows the regimen that Coach Cristobal is going to bring. So you don't have to, people talk about the culture shock to the players. Sometimes it's a culture shock to coaches. Coach Gaddis already knows about what Coach Saban wants and what Coach Harbaugh wants. So you don't have to get him to buy in, period. He comes in day one already understanding if Coach Cristobal wants us here at 5 a.m., we need to be here at 4:30. Right. We need to be drinking the Cuban coffee with him. So that's why I didn't really look at first or fourth, because obviously I feel Joe Brady and Ken Dorsey, they were not coming here. So by default, that pushes Josh Gaddis up to number 2 in my opinion, behind Kendall or whatever other names they were throwing out there, because Joe Brady wouldn't come here. Ken Dorsey wouldn't come here. That's my opinion. I could be flat out wrong, but I don't think Ken Dorsey was going to leave Josh Allen to come coach Tyler Van Dyke, Jay Garcia, and Ja'Cory Brown.
First of all, he a hot name out here, right? He in the same boat he about to be in the same boat as the Kellen Moore. And this dude, listen, we know what he is. He's an offensive minded guy. He's a quarterback, young, got a sharp jawline, nice hairline. He gonna be a candidate for HC, if you know what I'm saying.
Exactly. So why come back to college football when you just saw your
you gotta go through recruiting and all across the nation. And man, I sit in a room with 53 people. They got a GM, they got a whole scouting department, they got all that stuff. The GM picked the players anyway.
Exactly. So I just
gotta call them on the phone. Who y'all pick? Hey, Dwayne Holloway. Yeah, baby. You want to be a Miami Dolphin? All right. Hey, your bags packed. We had a plane ready for you in the morning. See you. All right. And NFL coaching way different, bro. It's a job. They in there. It's a 9 to 5, bro. They ain't in there no 30 hours a day, and no, that's crazy. That's crazy. But no, that's decent. I like I said, I appreciate your approach to it, because you look at things just as what they are, and you just ask the simple question. I'm very similar. Like as I'm watching the show, I put it on the screen. I'm doing other things. I'm listening to. I'm like, dang, dude, just chopping it up. But I never knew. You always in the comment section. You always ask good questions, but I don't even know how it just popped up one day. You was in a truck or something one day. Were you in like a semi truck?
Yeah, that's what I do for a living.
Okay, well, that's the first video I saw.
Yeah.
I like, dang, he's in a semi truck, and that's what it was. So, yeah, man, no, that's a great take on it, man. I'm gonna tell y'all my takes. What red flagged me about Gaddis, not saying I was right or wrong, it was just a red flag. A light went off. Was the lateral move. What red flagged it for me was, I'm like, okay, Broyles Award winner at Michigan. Never really heard any between him and Harbaugh. Never heard that. Again, I wasn't following that close, but never heard that. Maybe y'all heard something different. And I'm like, okay, I know Harbaugh was going to Minnesota or something, and I heard something about him being upset because they wouldn't consider him for the head coach job and blah, blah, blah. And that drew a red flag. I have to be very honest. I'm like, but why would you spend three years at Michigan to build it up? You finally beat Michigan. I mean, beat Ohio State. You got a head coach job at a small power group of 5, whatever. Fine. Harbaugh decides to stay. You decide to leave. Make a lateral move. Hate me if you want, to a lesser school right now. Another rebuild. Nobody's gonna give you a job off a 1-year deal unless you just amazingly, like, you TCU in this thing right now. And we know if you watched film, which I hope they did, you would have know we ain't TCU in this thing. And I said, uh-oh. And then the thing that he got sensitive about not being considered for the job. You gotta know your audience, dog. Read the room, bro. You know where you at. I'm gonna leave it like that. Read the room, bro. You better know where you at, dog. Read the room. You can't be sensitive about that. And the fact that got out, right there, was a red flag against you in the coaching world. I talked about it tonight. I watched Cadillac Williams on the sideline. And I'm like, he got to get somebody to talk to him. He can't be stomping up and down the sidelines. That's a red flag. Oh, you can't control yourself. You don't have composure.
That's a big red flag. Yeah.
If you look at coaches, if you know what I'm talking about, they only get mad when they talk to the ref.
Yep.
You may get fired up about something, but the stomping like you one of the homies, nah, you got
reacting to every little thing. Yeah, no.
You sitting there rubbing your head like you're not a player no more, bro. You're a coach.
After every call, you doing this.
Yeah, like
we don't get that opportunity. We don't get a chance to act like that.
And it's funny, we have to watch for that. You can't sit up there with your hand crossed like this, rubbing your chin. Like, it's just certain antics not gonna cut it. And most people would never think twice. But because you know you're gonna walk, you got to be able to read the room. You can't sit there with your hands crossed them out with mean mugging. Nah, that don't work. Not if you're gonna be the HC.
Right.
You know. And so that's what I wanted. That's just how I looked at it. That was my red flags. Was you got emotional about a situation. I mean, you didn't read the room right. Second, you make a lateral move to another rebuild, which you just rebuild, and you got players coming back. You still got offensive linemen. The Hayes dude that's up there. I always remember because I was watching his name Hayes, my name Hayes. Like, they got a bunch of players up there. Yeah, you lost Hassan Haskins out there, but you knew you had a young Blake Corum, a Donovan Edwards coming back. You know, J.J. McCarthy was huge. Why would I leave the gold mine to come
and rebuild?
Yeah, to the what they call it, the coal mine, right? And for Mario, I understood why he did it because I'll be honest with you, I didn't think he was gonna do it. I'll be honest. I always said, why would you leave Oregon? I understand it's your school, but why would you leave Oregon? And I, true to God, didn't think they was gonna put no money in like they did. But to Mario's credit, he made them put it in writing, I guess, and they sure enough got it done. But no, that's huge right there, bro. That's huge. That's huge.
You know, and it kind of piggyback. I don't know if you said it or if I heard Streeter say it, but his comments about when they got off the bus and they saw Georgia, and he realized this is a different type of athlete. I need to get down to Miami where I can get some of these athletes. So again, taking blame off of yourself for not getting your team ready to go play in the championship. Now, by all intents and purposes, Michigan will be a playoff team. And if they match up with Georgia again, if they win, oh my God.
That could be the championship game.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Bro, that could be the championship game. Because what, they're playing what, TCU maybe?
See, that's the other thing is it depends on how the seeding go. Because I know a bunch of people probably want to see Ohio State, Georgia, because you could argue those were the two best teams. But as of right now, you got, I would argue Michigan is number one. They had the best win, but that's whatever. Yeah. Georgia, Michigan, TCU, and SC. Those the four, which would have Georgia.
Hold up. I mean, because when you say the best win, so you think that's what they did to Ohio State is better than what Georgia did to Tennessee?
The reason why I say that is because Michigan was on the road in Buckeye Stadium.
I got you.
And Georgia had that great build up at home. That's the little caveat I put over the top.
I got
You know what? I like that. Only thing I'm gonna say is I can't take one away from you if you're still undefeated. And like I get it, and I'm with you, but it's like in order to be the champ, you got to beat the champ. Meaning, I'm returning champ. I can't lose my spot because of who I'm playing. I'm still undefeated. Now, if I would have lost the game, they even lost, right? I might be talking too fast.
Georgia, the only undefeated team. Georgia and Michigan, the only two undefeated teams.
Right. So if I'm a defending champ,
right,
that's just my personal thing. That's just old school in me. Like if I'm defending champ, bro, yeah, you could be too. I'll be right here. But go ahead.
Which is fine. Which is fine, and I get it, especially because now A&M took all the juice out of LSU, which I felt like was just because they beat a brand name. Which, if you watch this Alabama team, ain't really like that. It's just, but whatever. Anyhow, it's gonna be 1 versus 4, and they're gonna, if it just stay where it is right now, Georgia would play SC, and then TCU will play Michigan, which basically, I mean, depending on how you. I think they're gonna flip that thing and have Georgia play TCU and have Michigan play USC. Because that would say that you're gonna have probably SC and Georgia in the championship. Ooh, that would be beautiful.
I ain't gonna lie to you. I still think they want Michigan, Georgia. The following is too big. That Michigan following too big, bro.
Them two brands, them two big public schools. Yeah, that would be crazy, Coach. Yeah,
You know what I'm saying? That Michigan brand, that Georgia brand. Michigan ain't had one in a while. They need to put another rafter up. You know what I mean? USC was at least still in the 2000s. Right. Like Michigan ain't had one since what 98 or something like that.
Right. Oh yeah, they right. TCU is undefeated. I apologize. I think my old coach Chris Kleiman gonna get him in a championship game. I'm just saying.
Who they playing?
K-State is playing TCU in the Big 12 championship.
You know it's parity in football, dog. When the Big 12 is K-State and TCU, bro.
And I'm happy that they did it because if K-State would have lost, you get an overrated Texas in that game. And then what if overrated Texas beat TCU? And that's why I like the playoff, but then it could also just turn into haywire. And then what they're gonna say, well, you know what? Just give Ohio State number 4 and let's just throw them back in there.
Oh no, I agree with the picks, but it's almost like who would have saw TCU and K-State playing for the Big 12 championship?
Especially TCU, because that's a whole nother conversation about a first-year head coach who is undefeated right now. And he done played all the big blue bloods in his. He done beat OU. He done beat Oak State at a small private school. Sound familiar? But again, he calls his own plays. He's been coaching. He was a great high school coach in Texas that had his growth all the way up and now has a job at TCU. He brought a bunch of local high school coaches from Texas and assistant coaches from the state to come and build the staff with him there. It's just been a great opportunity for them. And regardless of whether they pull a Cincinnati and get blown out first round or not, I hope they see it through, man, because it's been a great season for them.
Hey, bro, I'm looking at their record, and I mean, now here's a school that's taking advantage of a down year in the conference. This is what we could have done. You know, I'm looking at Oklahoma. They down this year, right? Yeah. Jump on their head. We don't do it, right? Texas, not necessarily down, but they not as powerful, right? Jump on their head, you beat them. Baylor, according to Desmond Howard, not Desmond Howard. Yeah, not Desmond Howard. What's his name, man?
Yeah, you was right, Coach.
Yeah, Desmond Howard. He talking about Baylor and he said right about Michigan, but he said Baylor and Baylor. Who else he said was going to be in the playoffs? Somebody
he said A&M. He picked like all the second teams that people wasn't picking. He picked A&M, Carolina. Yes. Like he picked all the B teams that people wasn't picking.
He beats
Western. Shout out to NC State, boy. Shout out to NC State, boy.
They play and guess what? They lost their quarterback. Like these are the things I'm saying.
They was on a third string quarterback. But again, Dave Durham been there how long, coach? 12, 13, 14 years, somewhere in there. But I get it. You know, the other thing that you always bring up, coach, is look at who is successful. They call their own goddamn plays. Sonny Dykes is an offensive coach. And he called his own offense.
I said that, bro. And there's nothing wrong with it except you got to strike gold, and it's so hard to do that because there's so many variables when you're hiring coaches. Now, unless you know this dude like the back of your hand, and y'all just been through thick and thin together, like Dabo and Venables, that kind of deal, bro. You're hoping, like the interview process ain't like a year long, bro. It might be, a couple hours, 6-7 hours. And within this 6-7 hours, you have to determine if this guy is good for you for 3 or 4 years and pay him a crap load of money.
Yep.
And one thing about coaching is not like computer programming where this code works. Excuse me, this guy can write code and it works. Well, coaching is this dude did a great job here at Michigan, but he comes over here and the fit is not right. That this is not right. That's
all
right.
it is. To me, that's all Josh Gaddis' issue is the fit. I'm telling y'all, if he came up here and was coaching at Iowa or coaching at Minnesota or coaching at I would even argue a Penn State under Franklin where they was working together. Franklin is the passing game and he the running game coordinator. He would be very successful in my personal opinion. He is just one of those coaches similar to Mario where everything has to be right. And when it is, he stands out, in my opinion. IMO.
No, I'm just saying, like, somebody asked, I think it was on your show, host, so maybe when you were saying name people that are, maybe it was you talking to them guys. They were talking about name people who are coordinated. And I was saying Ed Ogeron is the last that I know of. And they brought up Dabo Swinney, but I was like, Dabo Swinney's been there since the inception. He was a part of the teaching process. He didn't come and learn that system. He was there as it was being implemented, and he kept it along. I'm trying to think who else that was not a coordinator that is a national championship coach. Besides who?
No, you were saying national championship because I was going to ask if Brian Kelly ever been a coordinator.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, he's a defensive coordinator. Any defensive guy? Defensive guy, mate.
Oh, he is?
He's an offensive guy. He with quarterbacks.
Okay.
No, Brian Kelly's offensive coordinator. Yeah,
Brian Kelly is an offensive guy, yeah.
So I'm just looking at like that kind of stuff. Let me see. Yeah, he's a and bro, he's at Notre Dame forever.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
He's a defensive dude. He's a defensive dude. That's what I thought.
Yeah, I think that he's a defensive guy. It like caught me off guard when I found that out because he was always associated with quarterbacks. But yeah, he's a defensive guy.
Yeah, he's a defensive dude. Central Michigan. Yeah, he was DC, GA.
Central Michigan, Bowling Green, Cincinnati. Yeah, he had a nice up.
So has Urban ever? No, Urban ain't never been a coordinator, has he?
No, he hasn't. Not that I know of. That might be a good call, that coach.
I know Urban was a position coach at Notre Dame.
I don't know if Urban's ever been a coordinator. Now, Urban is just that's the antithesis of what it is of just I can get guys, but he not. That's what makes Urban special in all those other adjectives as well.
That's what makes him dangerous, though. Starts off as a defensive back coach, graduate assistant, outside linebacker coach.
Yeah, that's what he played.
Hold on, how you at Illinois State? You an outside linebacker coach. The next year, you the quarterback coach and wide receiver coach. Boy, them opportunities be far in between. But Colorado State, you wide receiver coach. Notre Dame wide receiver coach. You go to Bowling Green as the head coach. Utah. So no, he has not. But like you say, he got that gift of gab. Somebody said, "What about Saban?" Y'all stop it.
Saban was a championship defensive coordinator for the Browns.
Man, this dude been defensive coordinator for his own team. But no, so that's interesting, man. Urban Meyer.
Yeah, because I give Urban so much credit for what they did with Tebow, but a lot of that, I mean, that's Dan Mullen, and Urban just put the pieces around him, and So
I disagree on that.
What happened though?
He was trying to imply that the success of Tim Tebow came from Dan Mullen. Yeah, that ain't it, brother. By
So
no
who
means.
did it? What happened? Who was it? Because I don't know. I didn't follow.
That's Urban Meyer. That's Urban Meyer's offense. That's Urban Meyer's scheme, and it was branched off by Dan Mullen, and he added his own stuff. But Dan Mullen was just like Enos. He was the quarterback's coach while running Urban Meyer's scheme.
Was that his coordinators?
Yeah.
I didn't follow him like I said.
Yeah. So Dan Mullen was his championship coordinator, but again, it was like how Tony Brown was the offensive coordinator by name at Miami, but Mark Richt was calling plays. You get what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying. I'm just kind of looking at it like you say. Mullen was able to go off and do his own thing. I'm just saying, just the innovation of the Gator heavy and basically introducing Percy Harvin or just that position, kind of took college football and said, I'm not going to waste you being a receiver. I want you to do everything. So I'm just, I'm not giving Dan Mullen.
Oh my God.
A collective, yeah. But I get what you're saying, though. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
I did not know Steve Adazio was the coordinator.
Mm-hmm.
He was the dude at Boston College for a long time, right?
Yeah.
And of course,
Dub 24/7. What I meant by championship, I said championship, not Super Bowl.
Oh,
but I guess you wouldn't figure that out because you don't understand it. But I said championship because they won the AFC when he was and that's the AFC championship, not the Super Bowl. So yeah, appreciate it, smart ass.
I had to slap you, dog.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
Coach Hayes is another one too. Les Miles has never been a coordinator.
Les Miles, the Mad Hatter. But so let me ask you this: why can't he coach anymore?
Who, Les Miles?
Mm-hmm. Les Miles. Why is
he? He had that off-field stuff with the little girls and stuff like that.
Les Miles.
Yeah. The Darius guy.
Yeah.
He was tired of it all that. Yeah.
Les Miles had a what now?
Yeah, Coach. That's why he went on over to
Baylor,
Kansas, and then kind of
I'm gonna put this up here.
He had some stuff where he was like, "I only want blonde-haired, blue-eyed women with big old titties." And it was
Where he said that at? I mean, if that's his preference, you can't knock a man for what he liked. But
no, but that's what he's in his recruiting department. Like he only allowed, and then he was pulling Air Ogerons with the.
Oh, he's out there slaying the dragon, huh?
Yeah,
that boy used his mighty sword, as we
allegedly.
Say, allegedly. We don't say sword, his sword. Oh, I didn't know that. Yeah, that boy's stupid. But again, right? So those are my things. That was my first time hearing that. So again, those are my things when it comes to when I look at coaches. Again, these are non-coordinators.
Coach, you so funny, dog.
Who
said that? Who said that?
Man, that boy almost said blonde hair was bang. But no, what I was saying was that goes to show when you look at coaches who don't specialize, I guess the right way to say it, their career can rapidly decline based on not striking gold.
Yep.
I guess that makes sense. Somebody said Lou Holtz, Joe Pa. Yeah, but Joe Pa had doggone Sandusky forever, right? So there are some anomalies, yes. For example, Dabo Swinney. He had Brett Venables for how long? 10 years?
About, yeah.
Yeah, because it was 20. What year that was when West Virginia ran the score on?
That was 12. I was at that game.
Yeah, so he been there since 13 then. Yeah, he got hired the next year.
So my thing is then that he struck gold and the goal stayed, right? Nobody bought the goal out the building. So now he's to the thing where he has to have one. All right. Same thing with Joe Paterno. I believe that Sandusky dude was with him for a long time.
Oh, you know he was with him and a lot of the other boys. He was staying 10 toes down, if you know what I mean.
Shots fired! Shots fired!
Oh, man.
Somebody's gonna be writing an apology letter in the morning.
Oh, snap.
I'm trying to think. What else? So him. Look at this. See, this is why we get in trouble, dog. This dude, Baby Shaq, I think you're a robot, dog. You don't never go to sleep. Baby Shaq always in there.
He was in there doing the tip drill, coach.
Oh, man. That's off.
I'm gonna give myself a self-imposed ban. YouTube, I'm banning myself.
I mean, took Joe Pop out of here.
That y'all crazy.
Right. Ooh.
But I told my mom, listen, guys, it's true. I told my mama that man was gonna die of a broken heart. I told him that. I told her that. I said, Mom, that man gonna be dead within a year. She said, why? I said, well, broken
Wasn't he
heart.
gone within like a month or something like that?
No, within a year. It was like 8 months, 6, 7, 8 months, something after that. When they took a statue down, they erased him out of the books. They did all that, man. I like, boy, y'all crazy, boy. Like, man, that's bad, bro. You ready to comment, didn't you? Cut it out, Wholesome. Stop it. I mean, right now. I read the comment too. Y'all crazy. YouTube and all its administrative personnel. I just want to say that Coach Hayes Football has officially banned himself off of the YouTube channel. I want to thank you for rapidly giving me this ban. You can take me off for 23 hours, not 24. I can't afford it. All right, we back. So anyway, man, I guess we could close this out. It's 5 o'clock in the morning, bro. I've been on here 5 hours and 21 minutes. I'm about to do a YouTube takeover, bro. I gotta take these comments off.
I can't. These comments, coach.
Put it on private, dog. The fact that people still up. Courtney Joe, you still up, bro, at 5 in the morning? But anyway, so let people know, Shad, man, I guess where they can find you, or what days you come on, or like, do you have a schedule, or you just kind of throw them on when you feel need, or what?
Yeah, that's kind of random. I don't really have a schedule set up. I'm just trying to build some consistency now. And like I said, I'm trying to do a couple of things, different, as far as the content that I present. Like I said, I watch out guys. I borrow, some of y'all talking points to bring my point home. So, but yeah, I got about 4 or 5 videos that I'm gonna make, so. But yeah, it's just kind of random. But I at least try to do at least 4 a week. Try to.
Oh, that's good.
That's what I was gonna say, brother. Just keep going with it. That's the biggest thing that is tough, because you you're bringing quality content. You know what you're saying may or may not be facts, but you dropping something, and it, it's tough when you look at these views or you listen to other people. You like, he ain't talking about a whole lot of nothing, but just keep it going, and You'll eventually have thousands, and you'll be appreciative of the time when you had 100, and your first 100 subscribers, your first 20 subscribers. You're like, damn, they still around. It's a blessing, man. So just keep putting it out there, keep going, and like I say, Coach Hayes different from me. I hit the block button. You ain't finna just be mixing in my energy and messing up my comment section. That's just me. So whichever way you want to do, because I mean they're gonna come at you from all kind of angles. So whatever you want to handle it, that's on you, brother.
T-Hine, you
That's just my
still in the
advice to
building.
you.
You a real trooper, T-Hine. I need you to call in one day. I think T-Hine, you're a woman, right? I think it was only 3 women that come on my show. T-Hines, Haitian Ellen, and Ms. Wilcox. Oh, and Smiley. That's 4. I've always tried to get women to call in. They want to come, but T-Hine been hanging out with us, man. Oh, you've been riding hard, boy. So I appreciate you staying in there. But yeah, bro, man, just get it. Yeah, see? You can at least call in one day. Stop playing. You be checking me on the 2 minutes. But anyway, no, that's good. That's good, bro. And I got a buddy that's in the trucking and stuff. And I was telling him about it. He wanted to start a channel. And he was talking about how much time he spend at like different stops. Or you may get in at 4 a.m. They don't unload until like 8 or something. Or he unload at 8, but his next thing is not till 9 o'clock that night or whatever. I was like, bro, you sit in the thing and make content and just do what you do. So that's awesome. Man. But if you need anything from me, man, you got the information. Definitely, man, we exchange numbers or whatever. And yeah, man, whatever. We definitely make it happen. I love to just help. If I can help anybody, I will. I don't. It's YouTube, bro. Like I'm not. There ain't Bloods and Crips. It ain't my corner. You know what I'm saying? Like that's how I look at it. You know, some people get. I respect other people's things, but at the end of the day, that's YouTube. It's not like it's live TV where it go away and you'll never see it again. You know what I'm saying? Like it's YouTube, dog. It's YouTube. Like easy. But anyway, I guess I'm done, man. I guess I'm gonna go in here and watch The Wire. I don't start watching The Wire all over. I ain't doing no editing in that. I'm gonna watch The Wire. I told you.
You say that and then mess around and start editing.
No, I ain't doing no editing. Listen, I told you I don't go to sleep. I just charge up. I just plug that thing in right there. Keep going, boy. I'm a robot. I'm a machine, boy.
Yeah. What Ray Lewis say? I'm a machine, jerk. Can't hurt this. Damn. Anyway, hey, I appreciate y'all, man. I appreciate the good laughs at the end, man, because man, that was on the nose, very sensitive. But oh well, if you can't take a joke, kick rocks. But yeah, Shar, I mean, if you ever want to hop on mine, just hit me up. Don't bother me, brother. I love to talk, so I love to have people on because I tell you what, one of the crazy things about going live is just talking into a camera and just reading comments. To me, that's like the weirdest thing. That's why I like doing call-ins or having guests because it gets weird, dog. You like, all right, well, y'all have a good day.
Yeah, that phone line be the best. You get to talk to people, man. Like me just sitting here like this. So today I want to, it felt like you rambling. But anyway, y'all know what y'all doing, man. But I'm out of here. I don't even know what I'm finna go do. I'm finna go get on the grill right quick. I'm finna make some ribs. Let me stop playing, man. I ain't finna do all that.
Hey, man, y'all got to get in on that Abbott Elementary, man.
Oh, I seen like the first 2, but I'm gonna check it out. I'm gonna get back on this Wire. I gotta see my man. I gotta see your boy Avon Barksdale get busy right quick.
Oh Lord. All right, man. But hey, I appreciate y'all. Thank you, Coach, for allowing me to come on because it's always a pleasure, man. I appreciate you.
You know, such thing as allowing, dog. All you gotta do is say, hey, man, I'm here. But dog 12, he done proved it out on me. Look at he going. That boy on his 3rd dream right now. He's still shaking. But I'm a dog, boy. But anyway, he won the fantasy draft, and I won we had 2 of them, man. So y'all boy, if y'all want to watch football a different way, but join one of them fantasy leagues, boy. I was sitting there watching all type of games. I'm like, all right, Washington gonna play. Yeah, Washington playing Washington State. Who gonna win this? But anyway, all right, fellas, man, we good to go. Any last words?
Go Canes.
That's it, man. Go Canes, and we out of here. Peace. I need my other hand.